The Cambridge Companion to Deleuze. Each volume of the series of companions to Anager philosophers contains specially commissioned essays by an international team of scholars, together with a substantial bibliography, and will serve as a reference work for students and non-specialists. One aim of the series is to dispel the intimidation such readers feel when faced with the work of a difficult and challenging thinker. Gilles Deleuze, 1925–95, was an influential and provocative 20th-century thinker who developed and presented an alternative to the image of thought found in traditional philosophy. This volume offers an extensive survey of Deleuze's philosophy by some of his most influential interpreters. The essays give lucid accounts of the fundamental themes of his metaphysical work and its ethical and political implications. They clearly situate his thinking within the philosophical tradition, with detailed studies of his engagements with phenomenology, post-Kantianism, and the sciences, and also his interventions in the arts. As well as offering new research on established areas of Deleuze scholarship, several essays address key themes that have not previously been given the attention they deserve in the English-speaking world. New readers will find this the most convenient, accessible guide to Deleuze currently available. Advanced students and specialists will find a conspectus of recent developments in the interpretation of Deleuze. List of abbreviations 13. The Logic of Sense, trans. Mark Lester, with Charles Stivell, ed. Constantine V. Boundas, New York, Columbia University Press, 1990, Masochism, Coldness and Cruelty, trans. Jean McNeill, New York, Zone Books, 1989, Cinema 1, The Movement Image, trans. Hugh T. Olnlinson and Barbara Haberjalm, Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press, 1986, Nietzsche and Philosophy, trans. Hugh Tomlinson, London, Athlone, 1983, Pure Irremonence, Essays on a Life, trans. Ann B. O'Eilnan, New York, Zone Books, 2001, Proust and Signs, The Complete Text, trans. Richard Howard, London, Athlone, 2000, Spinoza, Practical Philosophy, trans. Robert Hurley, San Francisco, City Lights Books, 1988, Cinema 2, The Time Image, trans. Hugh T. Olnlinson and Robert Gailta, Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press, 1989, Two Regimes of Madness, Texts and Interviews 1975–1995, ed. David Lapojad, trans. Alns Hodges and Mike Donana, Los Angeles, Semiotext, E. 2007, Works by Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari ao Anti-Oedipus, Capitalism and Schizophrenia I, trans. Robert Hurley, Mark Seam and Helen R. Lane, Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press, 1977, ADP 8000 Plateaus, Capitalism and Schizophrenia II, trans. Brian Mashulny, Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press, 1987, K. Kafka, Tour de Minor Literature, trans. Dana Pullen, Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press, 1986, W.P. What is Philosophy, trans. Hugh Tomlinson and Graham Birchall, New York, Columbia University Press, 1994, Works by Gilles Deleuze and Claire Parnett D. Dialogues 2, trans. Hugh Tomlinson and Barbara Haberjalm, London, Continuum, 2002, NN Negotiations, trans. Martin Juffin, New York, Columbia University Press, 1995. Gilles Deleuze belongs to that group of philosophers, often taken to typify the continental approach to philosophy. For W.H. Olm, the difficulty we encounter in reading Theln is not simply one of the content of their claims and arguments, but also one of penetrating their style of writing itself. This difficulty is exacerbated by the fact that Deleuze not only seemingly employs language in order to destabilize and obfuscate his philosophical arguments, but also revises his basic philosophical terminology between his numerous writings, From the early work of intensive depth, virtuality, and pre-individual singularities, to the body without organs, machinic phy hun, and plane of illnayence of his collaborations with Guattari. This leads us to the problem of how we read Deleuze. Do we see the obfuscation of language, the various appropriations of the sciences, and the experiments in philosophical writing as attempts to cover over a paucity of argumentation? Do we take up this rejection of traditional metaphysical language, seeing it as a rejection of the tradition of metaphysics itself, or do we strip the language away in the hope of finding underneath it a philosophical position that can be distinctly expressed in another, more palatable language? Similarly, we might ask what the reason is for the proliferation of philosophical systems developed by Deleuze, both in his historical monographs and his own philosophical writings. The continual reinvention of basic philosophical concepts might be taken to signal a failure of Deleuze's philosophical enterprise, an inability to formulate a definitive yet consistent philosophical outlook. Finally, Deleuze presents us with the problem of understanding the relation of these various projects. Deleuze's engagements with the history of philosophy, science, aesthetics, and ethics seem reminiscent of the II kind of grand systematic project of the 19th century exemplified by the works of Hegel. In spite of this similarity, there is a repetition of themes, and a re-announcement of philosophical projects that is more akin to what we find in Schelling or Nietzsche. While difference and repetition and the logic of sense, for instance, were written at much the same time, they provide very different approaches to the questions of ontology and metaphysics. Key structures from Deleuze's early work, such as the simulacrum, disappear once he begins collaborating with Guattari, yet in his last, sole-authored project, Immanence, a Liefel, the early logic of multiplicities, together with the concepts of the virtual and the transcendental field, once again emerges to it is perhaps because of these difficulties that there are as yet so few attempts to provide a consistent general reading of Deleuze's whole opus. 3 Rather than deal with questions of Deleuze's specific engagements, which are masterfully explicated by the contributors to this volume, I want to focus in this introduction simply on the question of how we approach reading, interpreting, and engaging with Deleuze's philosophy, and how we are to reconcile his approach with the seemingly antithetical aims we might attribute to our standard conception of the philosophical endeavor. Deleuze's relationship to prior metaphysics is complex. While he wrote numerous ionographs on figures from the history of philosophy, frequently analyses presented in these historical monographs reappear within Deleuze's own metaphysical systems. Thus, Deleuze's reading of Helen on habit in difference and repetition opens out onto a vitalist conception of nature that moves far beyond the psychological considerations of Helen himself. His reading of Spinoza's relations of speeds and slowness reappears in what is philosophy as the chaos that science, art, and philosophy are all preoccupied with. Deleuze is not so interested in these cases in providing a historical analysis as in resurrecting the conceptual developments of his predecessors to bring them to bear on his own philosophical concerns. Deleuze announces this clear in perhaps his most fatness, and most misunderstood, pronouncement on his relation to the tradition. I imagined myself getting onto the back of an author, and giving him a child, which would be his and which would at the same time be a monster. 3. It is very important that it should be his child, because the author actually had to say everything that I made him say. But it also had to be a monster because it was necessary to go through all kinds of dissenterings, slips, break-ins, secret emissions. And 6. In fact, Deleuze's borrowings Fr01 and his predecessors will make clear that what interests him in the philosophical systems of the past is not so much the systems themselves, but the concepts that each philosopher brings together to formulate their system. From his early years, Deleuze saw philosophical concepts as literary characters, having their own Autumn-01 New York and style, and this preoccupation is reaffirmed in his last work with Guattari, What is Philosophy?, where they'll make the claim that the philosopher is an expert in concepts and the lack of them. He knows which of them are not viable, which are arbitrary or inconsistent, which ones do not hold up for an instant, WP3. While the philosopher's expertise may extend to concepts more generally, the activity of philosophy itself is, however, S01 nothing more specific. The activity of philosophy is, at root, the creation of concepts, WP5. This characterization of the philosophical endeavor immediately raises three questions that I want to address in this introduction. First, what does it mean to create rather than discover concepts? Second, how do we relate these concepts together? And finally, what does philosophy achieve through the creation of concepts? It is by answering these questions that we can provide at least a rough answer to S01 any of the questions with which we began. In What is Philosophy, Deleuze and Guattari make the following provocative claim. Plato said that ideas must be contemplated, but first of all he had to create the concept of idea, WP6. The assertion that Plato's philosophy is fundamentally creative appears radically at odds with Socrates' frequent claims, not ably in the Meno and Phaedo, that knowledge is attained through the reminiscence of our perception of real things prior to the soul inhabiting the body. Similarly, Descartes, in his Rules for the Direction of the Mind, does not understand the philosophical project as one involving innovation, but rather entirely in the ordering and arranging of the objects on which we must concentrate our mind's eye if we are to discover SOINE truth. For in both these cases, we do not appear to have a project of creation, but rather 4. One of the real innocence, recognition, or discovery of something that pre-exists our inquiry. Even a philosophical project such as Kant's, that gives a constitutive role to thought, still centers on the discovery of pre-existing rules of constitution. Understanding this clail is essential, both with respect to understanding Deleuze's engagement with the philosophical tradition, and with respect to his relationship to his own project. Relating this clail to the philosophical tradition lets us know that for Deleuze, philosophical systems cannot apply be this relation to a pre-existing field of potential objects of knowledge. Philosophy is not a science of discovery. We can understand this claim in the light of Deleuze's reading of Feuerbach, whose Towards a Critique of the Philosophy of Hegel was translated into French by Deleuze's friend Louis Althusser. 5 In this essay, Feuerbach makes the claim that the history of philosophy, including the grand systems of the 18th and 19th centuries, has been subject to a form of paralysis similar to the one Kant discovered in the philosophy of Descartes, but far more wide-ranging. 6 As Feuerbach noted, the civilization of philosophical concepts is not seen by philosophers to occur through some kind of effective relation. The philosopher does not instill his thoughts into me like drops of iodine. 7 But rather it relies on the listener actively taking up these ideas with his own intellect. Philosophical communication therefore relies on an abstraction from my own experience to that which is shared by every intellect, what Deleuze calls the everybody knows DRI 30. Philosophy on this reading does not therefore concern itself with the active process of thinking itself, but rather with an image or representation of thought which can be recognized by and communicated to others. Furthermore, the concepts that it operates with are not concepts meant to capture the world, but rather those ready-made concepts that the intellect expects to find illured in others. Rather than exploring the elitophysical structure of the world, therefore, philosophy has instead produced a paralogistic ideology of a shared common sense. It is for this reason that it appears to be the case that we are remembering, discovering, or recognizing a solid objective state of affairs, while in fact we are merely elapsing the structure of reason itself. Deleuze's response to this situation is twofold. As if we are to escape all this kind of paralogism, then first, 5. It is necessary to break with the image of thought. In order to do so, Deleuze introduces a certain obscurity into his language, a stuttering, or in his own words, a deterritorialization of language that prevents the kind of reliance on ready-made categories of thought that inhibits true philosophical engagement. It is this aspect of Deleuze's project that leads to the obscurity we find in much of his prose. This explains, further, his interest in writers of paradox such as Lewis Carroll. In this respect, Deleuze makes explicit affinities with the actor, dramatist, and poet, Antonin Artaud, who also produces defective writing in order to forestall the kind of reflective inquiry Feuerbach is critical of. This diffusion in my poems, these defective forms, this constant falling off of my ideas, must not be set down to lack of practice or control of the instrument I was manipulating, of intellectual development. Rather to a focal collapse of my soul, a kind of essential and fugitive erosion in thought, to a transitory non-possession of physical gain to my development, to the abnormal separation of elements of thought, the impulse to think at every stratifying endpoint of thought, by way of every condition, through all the branching in thought and form. 10. If philosophy is not imply to fall into either sophistry or skepticism, it cannot imply remain at the level of stuttering, but instead needs to make this stuttering the foundation of a new method. It needs to think that which is outside of the intellect and reflect on that which has not been given to it ready and laid. The notion that concepts are created is therefore intimately connected with the notion that philosophy begins with an encounter with that which is outside of it, whether this is Socrates, a 10-1 ple, or Adilnon, dr. 139. In this sense, we can say that while there is a definite discipline of philosophy, the discipline of creating concepts, this discipline can only operate by reaching beyond itself, in encounter with that which is not philosophy. Deleuze's own work is exemplary in this respect, with its engagements with Sinelna, the arts, the sciences, and those aspects of philosophy itself that remain to be encountered, or re-encountered, beneath the settlemented structure of the image of thought. Each distinct discipline is, in its own way, in relation with a negative. Even science has a relation with a non-science that echoes its effects. The plane of philosophy is pre-philosophical insofar as we consider it in itself independently of the concepts that see alm to 6. Occupy it, but non-philosophy is found where the plane confronts chaos, WP 2I7I8. This leads us on to the second question. What is the relationship between concepts, and what is it that enables the creation of concepts more than an arbitrary fancy? Throughout his career, Deleuze makes clear that he is not opposed to systematic philosophy, but only to a certain characterization of system. In any case, the death of metaphysics or the overconning of philosophy has never been a problem for USJ. It is just tires alm, idle chatter, WP 9. The question is how to characterize the notion of system itself, therefore. Traditionally, systematic thought has relied upon building up a complete, or totalized, explanation of the world from a more basic set of principles, whether clear and distinct ideas or constitutive rules. Deleuze and Guattari's claim that philosophical concepts are fragmentary wholes opens up the possibility of an alternative conception of system. The concept's status as separable from its context is at best ambiguous on their reading. It is nonetheless the case that together they produce a powerful whole that, while remaining open, is not fragmented, an unlimited one-all, an omnitudio that includes all concepts on one and the same plane, WP 3.5. A philosophical system is therefore a plane on which a collection of philosophical concepts can coherently coexist, a plane of consistency, or plane of immanence. This notion of a whole that is nonetheless open is central to Deleuze's conception of the philosophical project. Deleuze presents this account in What is Philosophy? By noting that the plane of immanence is a section of chaos, WP 42, that which is outside of our conceptual skolnata, and which escapes all rational consistency. We can make sense of this relationship between the plane of immanence, philosophical system, and the world by looking at an analogy Deleuze introduces in difference and repetition. Talking about ideas, Deleuze claims that each idea is like a conic section, DRI 87. If we take a three-dimensional cone and cut it along a two-dimensional plane, then depending on the angle of the plane to the cone, we will obtain a different curve. If we take a section that is parallel to the cone, we will have a circle. Cutting the cone at an inner skewed angle will give us an ellipse, then a parabola, and finally a hyperbola. Each of these planes is whole, in that it contains a whole curve, but yet it is not complete, as it is only a section 7. Of the cone. Likewise, the singular points of each curve, where the curve n1 eats infinity, where the gradient of the curve equals 0, differ, but nonetheless all derive from the structure of the cone itself. Different philosophical systems are in the SAINE inner object I presentations of the world that nonetheless are incolnelnensurate with one another, each presenting a perspective on chaos while leaving open the possibility of other perspectives. There is, for Deleuze, no possibility of a systeme that would reconcile all of these different planes in a grand Hegelian synthesis. Rather, each of the key concepts of Deleuze's predecessors, Nietzsche's will to power, Spinoza's substance, Scotta's intensive difference, selects and extracts a different plane or constellation of singular points from chaos. The relative merit of these philosophers is not governed by the number of true statements they make, but rather the adequacy of their selection of singularities. Even in the cases of Plato, Descartes, and Kant, there is a selection of singularities, albeit one which, unthematized, threatens to simply reiterate the structures of Seoln and sense. If we return to Deleuze and Guattari's claim that Plato's ideas must be created before they can be contemplated, we can now see why Deleuze appears to constantly recommence the philosophical endeavor from different perspectives. Given Deleuze's claim that project of difference and repetition is an inversion of Platonism, 12 Deleuze and Guattari's later claim can be read as a reflection on Deleuze's own philosophical development as unique as on Plato's. The change in terminology between Deleuze's texts is not a superficial aspect of his writing, but signifies the attempt to develop new planes of inene. None of these projects can be anything but provisional, as they open out onto that which cannot be consistently given all at once. This brings us to the last of our three questions about the nature of philosophy for Deleuze: what is the purpose of philosophy as the creation of concepts? Traditionally, the aim of metaphysics has been knowledge, and even Hegel, who emphasizes the need to understand the development of thinking, still prioritizes the endpoint of this development, absolute knowing. If the best we can do is develop a plurality of wholes that are nonetheless still open, a fixed and final system of knowledge is not an attainable objective. In this context, Deleuze opposes knowledge to learning. What is important is our success in formulating 8. A plane of consistent concepts in the light of our own particular set of problems. These problems are then oneselves brought to light by the specific encounter that opens us up to thinking. In this respect, Deleuze comes close to Heidegger's insistence on the repetition of the question of the annealing of being. For Deleuze, however, even the question itself changes, as this too arises from the particularity of the encounter. Great authors of our time, Heidegger, Blanchot, have exploited this N10st profound relation between the question and repetition. Not that it is sufficient, however, to repeat a single question which would rend one and intact at the end, even if this question is what is being. Chu nst il differen, dr 200. Ultimately, therefore, what is central to philosophy for Deleuze is a process of engagement with that which is outside of philosophy, a process that does not aim at a final result and end to the endeavor, but rather a continuous effort to safeguard our openness to the encounter capable of engendering thinking itself. In explicating the key themes in difference and repetition, in his chapter Talms Willy Alms notes the sheer number of references to other authors by Deleuze. While following Sauvagnargues in emphasizing the roots of Deleuze's transcendental empiricism in Kant's philosophy, he observes that even a successful interpretation of Deleuze's philosophy will include aspects of it while revealing others, depending on the reference points chosen. The essays in this collection provide a series of interpretations, each emphasizing a different theme of Deleuze's work, with the aim as a whole of providing a rich portrait of the range and sophistication of Deleuze's thinking. Many explore Deleuze's complex relationships with his philosophical predecessors. Daniel W. Sloaneth charts out the somewhat repressive role that the history of philosophy played in the formation Deleuze received in the French university system, and analyzes the way in which he developed a use of the history of philosophy that was neither historical nor eternal but untimely, and which found its first expression in difference and repetition and its theoretical elaboration in What is Philosophy. Beth Lord and Dorothea Okowski both provide accounts of Deleuze's ambivalent relationship to Kant. Lord shows that while indebted to Kant for a number of key insights, the rejection of rational theology, the paralogisms that fracture the I, and the plane of Ilinnaeus, Deleuze 9. Sees Kant as betraying these insights by alternately reinstating God and the subject, and distorting the plane of Ilinnaeus. She argues cogently for reading Deleuze as following Salournon Maimon in developing a genetic transcendental philosophy. Okowski approaches Kant from the perspective of his aesthetics, noting the resonances between Kant's critique of judgment and Deleuze's own work on aesthetics, and showing how Deleuze's incorporation of insights from El Renoternathelnatics allows him to broaden the concept of aesthetics itself. Leonard Lawler also takes up the theme of transcendental philosophy, but this time the transcendental philosophy of Husserl. Arguing that Husserl fails to provide a properly generative account of sense, Lawler explores one of the most profound aspects of Deleuze's logic of sense, the reworking of the notion of a transcendental field to purge it of the phone of consciousness. Miguel de Baistegui traces a different philosophical trajectory, showing how Deleuze's call to overturn Platonism leads not to a rejection of metaphysics, but rather to a series of creative readings of the non-Platonic aspects of the history of philosophy. His analyses of Lucretius and the Stoics render accessible an important but much neglected renornant in Deleuze's reconstruction of the history of philosophy. Finally, Henry Summers Hall explores Deleuze's relationship to his successor, Alain Badiou, arguing that both philosophers can be understood as attempting to continue the project of intophysics after Heidegger's critique of intophysics as onto theology. For Deleuze and Badiou, what is needed is a new logic, but the question is whether this is to be a logic of the multiplicity or of the inultiple. Deleuze's references to other thinkers extend beyond philosophy itself, and several of the chapters explore Deleuze's engagements and appropriations in other fields. Manuel de Landa and John Protivy both investigate Deleuze's complex appropriations of and interventions into science and inathelnatics. De Landa explores Deleuze's attempts to replace an essentially Aristotelian inodal of species and genus, and its logical counterpart, with something more appropriate for capturing the dynamics of complex physical systems. In the process, he argues that Deleuze's account of the intophysical commitments of such mathematical models resolves in any of the current difficulties in Anglo-American attempts to understand different inodalities, such as possibility. John Protivy's chapter looks at Deleuze's account of life, providing incisive readings of SMNE of the impenetrable discussions of organic life in difference and repetition, and giving lucid accounts of several of the key terms developed by Deleuze in his later collaborations with Guattari. Ronald Bogue explores Deleuze's emphatically philosophical engagement with literature throughout his career, tracing the development of Deleuze's thought through all of his inaugural engagements with literature, from his early work on Proust to his later work with Guattari on Kafka, and showing why, despite the often indiscernible nature of the distinction between Deleuze's affective prose and literature, Deleuze still holds fast to such a distinction. Eugene W. Holland lays out Deleuze and Guattari's engagements with psychoanalysis, presenting their relationship to Freud and the often ignored influence of Jung, before presenting their own positive account of schizoanalysis. Paul Patton and Rossi Braidotti both explore the non-native dimensions of Deleuze's thought. In Patton's account of Deleuze's politics, we find an advocation of micropolitics as an attempt to transform the institutions of democracy by enlarging the character of the inaugurati. Braidotti draws out an all-natic ethics from Deleuze's neo-Spinozist ontology that emphasizes plexity, affination, and a reconception of the self as an assemblage of intensive forces. Finally, Deleuze's collaborations with Guattari are discussed throughout the volume, but two pieces thelnatize this topic in particular. Fran Ois Dossie's essay addresses Deleuze's relationship to structuralists in his early quasi-structuralist sole-authored writings to his rejection and critique of it under the influence of Guattari. Tracing this history foregrounds the importance of Guattari for Deleuze's own development. Finally, Gary Ionesco's chapter deals explicitly with Deleuze's work with Guattari, drawing on and explicating their intent to replace a logic of predication, X is P, with a logic of conjunction, and. 1. Deleuze philosophy. Deleuze began his philosophical career writing studies of various classic figures in the history of philosophy. His first book, published in I-953, was a study of Hume, and it was followed by a series of monographs on Nietzsche, I-962, Kant, I-963, Bergson, I-966, and Spinoza, I-968, which Deleuze continued in the I-980s, when he wrote his studies of Foucault, I-986, and Leibniz, I-988. In the intervening years he wrote his magnum opus, Difference and Repetition, I-968, as well as his two-volume work of political philosophy, Capitalism and Schizophrenia, I-972, I-980, co-authored with Felix Guattari. But what is the relation between these two sets of writings, one in the history of philosophy and the other in philosophy proper? Deleuze said that he considered Difference and Repetition to be a work in metaphysics. I feel myself to be a pure metaphysician, he once claimed. Bergson says that in modern science hasn't found its metaphysics, the metaphysics it would need. It is this metaphysics that interests I. Yet the history of philosophy seems to be littered with the detritus of outdated metaphysical systems, including some of the very systems that Deleuze analyzed in his historical monographs. If we consider any scheme of philosophic categories as one complex assertion, Whitehead once wrote, and apply to it the logician's alternative, true or false, the answer must be that the scheme is false too. Deleuze seems to have agreed with Bergson and Whitehead that metaphysics provides a schema of concepts adequate to both experience and science, and he attributed a complete positivity to the power of the false found in such systems. But what role did Deleuze's work in the history of philosophy play in the development of his heterogenetic and differential metaphysical system? 3. I. 14. Deleuze's relation to the history of philosophy must be contextualized, in the first place, in terms of the French academic milieu in which Deleuze was trained as a philosopher. 4. Stephen Talman once quipped that the French do not do philosophy, but rather do the history of philosophy, a deliberately humorous exaggeration that nonetheless reflects an institutional reality. In order to pass the aggregation examination, which licensed students to teach in secondary schools, French philosophy students were required, primarily, to do close readings of classic texts in the history of philosophy, from Plato and Aristotle to Descartes and Kant and beyond, though the texts and names changed every year. 5. The history of philosophy was, in this sense, all nothing imposed upon Deleuze, while a student at the Sorbonne, as a form of institutional reproduction, whose aim is always to perpetuate the institution through the reproduction of compliant young people. As such, it had an obvious negative function, against which the young Deleuze reacted strongly. I belong to a generation / he would later write, that was more or less bludgeoned to death by the history of philosophy. The history of philosophy exercises an obvious repressive function in philosophy. You dare not speak in your own name until you've read this and that on this, and this on that. Many members of my generation never broke free of this, and 5. At its worst, the result was a phone of philosophical thinking that devolved into a kind of scholasticism of texts, endless elementary and interpretation, one-upmanship with regard to knowledge of passages, the writing of perfectly conceived memoirs. In other texts, Deleuze has evoked the specific effects this emphasis on the history of philosophy had on his own philosophical formation. I was taught by two professors, whom I liked and admired a lot, Alki and Hippolyte. The former had long white hands and a stammer which might have been a legacy of his childhood, or there to hide a native accent, and which was harnessed to the service of Cartesian dualisms. The latter had a powerful face with unfinished features, and rhythmically beat out Hegelian triads with his fist, hanging his words on the beats. At the Liberation, we were still strangely stuck in the history of philosophy. We simply plunged into Hegel, Husserl, and Heidegger. We threw ourselves like puppies into a scholasticism worse than that of the Middle Ages. After the liberation, the history of philosophy tightened around us, without our realizing it, under the pretext of opening up a future of thought, which would also be the most ancient thought. The Heidegger question did not seem to me to be, is he a bit of a Nazi? Obviously, but what was his role in this new injection of the history of philosophy? The history of philosophy has always been the agent of power in philosophy, and even in thought. It has played the role of a repressor. How can you think without having read Plato, Descartes, Kant, and Heidegger, and so-and-so's book about them? A formidable school of intimidation. So I began with the history of philosophy when it was still being prescribed. For my part, I could not see any way of extracting myself. I could not stand Descartes, the dualisms, and the cogito, or Hegel, the triad and the operation of negation. D. 12-14. One can discern in this passage several reactions on Deleuze's part. There is a reaction against Cartesian dualities and Hegelian triads, which is as much a personal reaction against his teachers, Ferdinand Alki and Jean Hippolyte, as a philosophical recession. There is also a reaction against Heidegger, less because of his Nazism than his role with regard to this injection of the history of philosophy into the curriculum. Heidegger tended to read past philosophers as if they were his contemporaries, and not silti apply as ltioltens in an ongoing dialectic, as did Hegel, and Deleuze certainly did the same. Yet he never shared Heidegger's, or even Nietzsche's, obsession with the Greeks and the pre-Socratics. His avowed preference for the Stoics and Lucretius was no doubt a recession against this Hellenophilia, and he himself tended to prefer 17th-century philosophers, notably Spinoza and Leibniz. Heidegger fanelously wrote little on Spinoza, which would seal Ti to be a surprising oltion, since the Ethics is a work of pure ontology that poses the problem of ontological difference in terms of the difference between infinite substance, being, and finite nlodes, beings. From this viewpoint, Deleuze's work on Spinoza can be read as his Ldeans of working through Heidegger's problematic of ontological difference in a new manner, just as difference and repetition could be read as a response to being and Tiln. For Deleuze, being is difference, and time is repetition. Where Heidegger returned to the pre-Socratics, the origin, Deleuze turned to Spinoza, the middle. 16. Finally, there is also a reaction against what he calls the scholasticism of the three H's, Hegel, Husserl, and Heidegger, which was prevalent after the liberation. Many French philosophers such as Levinas, Ricoeur, Derrida, and Lyotard began their careers with books on Husserl. Significantly, Deleuze never wrote directly on any of the three H's, though he was obviously interested in their work, and instead wrote his first book on Huine, Empiricism and Subjectivity, which was published in 1953, as if he wanted to add a fourth H of his own to the list. In fact, the decision to write on Huine as a student is a good example of the generally heterodox tendencies of the young Deleuze. Vincent Descolmbes, in his 1980 analysis of modern French philosophy, characterized the entire generation of philosophers to which Deleuze belongs, which includes Jacques Derrida, Michel Foucault, Jean Fran, Ois Lyotard, and Michel Serres by their reaction against Hegel, and in particular against Alexander Kojeev's reading of Hegel. 6 Foucault had already noted in his 1970 inaugural lecture at the Collège de France, whether through logic or epistemology, whether through Marx or Nietzsche, our entire epoch is struggling to disengage itself from Hegel. Deleuze's early work on Hume was an instance of what he himself would later call a generalized anti-Hegelianism, Dr. 9. English philosophy, led by Bertrand Russell, had already gone through its own reaction against Hegel, at least as represented by Bradley, a full half-century earlier than did the French, but for quite specific reasons, NP 9. Drawing on the recent developments in logic stemmering from the work of Freya and Peano, Russell developed the empiricist the ine that relations are external to their terms, which became one of the standard criticisms laid against Hegel, for whom, like Leibniz, relations are internal to their terms. In France, this aspect of Anglo-American philosophy had been taken up by Jean Wahl, W.H. Deleuze would often cite, in his later writings, with regard to the priority Wahl gave to the conjunction and over the copula is. Throughout his career, Deleuze remained a great admirer of Russell, and was strongly antagonistic to the effects Wittgenstein's work had had on Anglo-American philosophy, ABCW. Writing on Huine, and declaring himself to be an empiricist in the British Inold, in other words, was already a direct anti-Hegelian provocation. For Hegel, empiricism in itself was all'rnost and non-philosophy, because it tried to grasp this, that, here, and now in 1.7. An illumdiat are an anur, whereas such index are universals that can never grasp sensible experience in an unelmdiated way. 9 Deleuze dedicated his Hume book to his teacher Jean Hippolyte, a sincere and respectful homage, reads the dedication, and the provocation could hardly have been clearer, the 26-year-old student respectfully presenting to his Hegelian teacher a thesis on the greatness of empiricism. Nonetheless, it could be argued that empiricism and subjectivity occupies a somewhat marginal position within Deleuze's corpus. Deleuze would eventually turn Hume's empiricism into what he would later see to call a transcendental empiricism. This change was effected in the years between the publication of Empiricism and Subjectivity in 1953 and the appearance of Nietzsche and Philosophy in 1962, in which Deleuze's reaction against Hegel appears at its most intense. Deleuze has called this an 8-year hole in his life, 1953-6r, during which he published very little. I know what I was doing, where and how I lived during those years, he would later say, but I know it most abstractly, rather as if all no else were relating inquiries that I believe in but don't really have. That's what I find interesting in people's lives, the holes, the gaps, sometimes dramatic, but sometimes not dramatic at all. There are catalepsies, or a kind of sleepwalking through an number of years, in innost lives. Maybe it's in these holes that movement takes place, and 1/3. Externally, during these 8 years, Deleuze married and had his first child, and moved through a series of temporary academic posts, from the Lycée in Orleans to the Sorbonne and CNRS in Paris. But a profound intensive innovement of thought took place as well. Deleuze emerged pursuing a singular philosophical trajectory that would be worked out in a series of monographs on individual figures: Nietzsche, 1962, Kant, 1963, Proust, 1964, Bergson, 1966, Mazoch, 1967, and Spinoza, 1968, and that would culminate in Difference and Repetition, which was the first book in which Deleuze spoke in his own name. After I studied Hllne, Spinoza, Nietzsche, and Proust, all of whom fired me with enthusiasm, Difference and Repetition was the first book in which I tried to do philosophy, Dr. 15, having finally extracted himself from the history of philosophy. In this sense, Deleuze's early inonographs in the history of philosophy can be seen, as Michael Hart has argued, as a long period of apprenticeship to philosophy.io. Is Daniel W. Smith. The line of flight. Deleuze's situation as a student in the I-940s, however, was no different from that of any student anywhere. Students in Anglo-American philosophy find themselves faced with a similar school of intimidation, oriented less around historicism than a certain logicism and naturalism. As Michel Serres says, freedom of thought always has to be reinvented. Unfortunately, thought is usually only found constrained and forced in a context rigid with impossibilities. To be sure, Deleuze's training in the history of philosophy stood him in good stead, since he thought naturally in terms of that history, and in his seminars he would return to and reread in any of the Sanal classic texts he had studied at university. As a result, readers of Deleuze's works are often faced with the opposite challenge, constructing for themselves a familiarity with the history of philosophy that Deleuze could take for granted. But the question remains, how did Deleuze manage to escape this conformity and institutional reproduction, and make use of the history of philosophy in pursuit of his own creative project? We have to see creation as tracing a path between impossibilities, Deleuze would later write. A creator who is not grabbed around the throat by a set of impossibilities is not a creator. Without a set of impossibilities, you won't have a line of flight, the exit that is creation, the power of falsity that is truth, NI 33. Students who managed to break free of the history of philosophy did so, Deleuze suggests, by inventing their own particular methods and new rules, a new approach, and 5-6. If they wanted to do creative work in this institutional context, philosophy students necessarily had to devise inventive readings that adhered to the institutional requirements, but innoved in new directions. Fran, Ois Châtelet, a fellow student at the Sorbonne and later a colleague at Vincennes, recounts a story that illustrates the manner in which Deleuze, as a student, was already negotiating this tension between the university's requirements and his own interpretive invention. I cherish the memory of a reading by Gilles Deleuze, who had to treat I don't know what classic theme of Nicolas Malebranche's doctrine before one of our most profound and most meticulous historians of philosophy, and had constructed his demonstration, solid and supported with peremptory references, around the sole principle of the irreducibility of atoms I9. Rib. At the expression of this adopted principle, the master turned pale, and obviously had to keep himself from intervening. As the exposition unfolded, the indignation was changed into incredulity, and then, by the end, into admiring surprise. And he justly concluded by making us all return the next week with our own analysis of the same theme p. The novelist Michel Tourneur, another fellow student, similarly recounted that, while at the Sorbonne, Deleuze already possessed extraordinary powers of translation and rearrangement. All the tired philosophy of the curriculum passed through Hinel and emerged unrecognizable but rejuvenated, with an air of freshness, undigestedness, and raw newness, utterly startling and discomfiting our weakness and laziness. I3. It is not by chance, therefore, that the works of Deleuze and Jacques Derrida, for example, are frequently indexed on creative readings in the history of philosophy. Both thinkers persistently return to the history of philosophy, even after experiments such as Derrida's The Postcard or Deleuze and Guattari's 8,000 Plateaus. Deconstruction can be seen as the new approach that Derrida developed to escape from these institutional constraints, while nonetheless remaining within their parameters, an approach Deleuze appreciated, even though he himself moved in a different direction. As for the method of deconstruction of texts, he once remarked, I see clearly what it is, I admire it a lot, but it has nothing to do with my own method. I do not present myself as a commentator on texts. For a text is merely a slow cog in an extra-textual practice. It is not a question of commentating on the text by a method of deconstruction, or by a 111 method of textual practice, or by other 111 methods. It is a question of seeing what use it has in the extra-textual practice that prolongs the text. I4. Instead of asking of a text, what does it mean, Deleuze asked, how does it work, where does it take you? What comes through, and what doesn't? And 7-8. Indeed, Deleuze's explanation of his own means of escape is one of the cited texts in his corpus. I suppose the main way I coped with it at the time was to see the history of philosophy as a sort of buggery or, it comes to the same thing, as an immaculate conception. I saw myself as taking an author from behind and giving him a child that would be his own offspring, yet monstrous. It was really important for it to be his own child, because the author had to actually say all I had him saying. But the child was bound to be monstrous too. 20. Because it resulted from all sorts of shifting, slipping, dislocations, and hidden emissions that I really enjoyed. And 6. This ilnage of philosophical buggery, while provocative and easily inusused, nonetheless has a precise sense. As had often been noted, when reading Deleuze's inonographs, whether on Nietzsche, Spinoza, Leibniz, Kant, or Bergson, one has the distinct impression of entering a zone in which Deleuze's own project and that of the author at hand seem to become indiscernible. They constitute what Deleuze himself calls a zone of indiscernibility. On the one hand, there is a beckoning Deleuze of the thinker at hand, as it were, and on the other hand, there is a kind of beckoning Spinoza on Deleuze's part, for instance, or a beckoning Leibniz, a becoming Bergson, and so on. This is what Bakhtin called a free indirect style of writing, which testifies to a system which is always heterogeneous, far from one equilibrio in MI 73. This by now familiar style, however, innakes for some acute difficulties of interpretation. Where does Deleuze end and, say, Spinoza begin? Where does an explication become an interpretation, and an interpretation, a creation, to use hermeneutical terms which Deleuze avoided? These are not easy questions. Such distinctions are, as Deleuze says, indiscernible. Put crudely, in all Deleuze's readings, one innoves from a fairly straightforward explication of the thinker at hand, to a more specifically Deleuzean interpretation, which often innakes use of concepts incorporated from outside thinkers. For instance, Deleuze interprets Spinoza in terms of Duns Scotus' concept of univocity, and Leibniz in terms of the inathematical theory of singularities, although neither of these terms appears in Spinoza's or Leibniz's texts. Finally, one reaches a kind of creative point where Deleuze pushes the thought of the thinker at hand to its differential one-illet, purging it of the three great terminal points of metaphysics, God, world, self, and thereby uncovering the latent innovement of difference in their thought. This is the point where Deleuze's own system would begin. Evaluating where these different points lie is one of the most challenging and difficult tasks in reading Deleuze, precisely because there are no clear-cut points where the transition is innate. All the times, however, interpreters have contented themselves with a quite different task, identifying Deleuze with, or distancing him to certain philosophers in the history of philosophy, separating his friends his ennemis. For instance, one could easily imagine drawing up the following four lists. The first would be a list of Deleuze's canonical philosophers, those to one he devoted separate inonographs, Huine, Nietzsche, Bergson, Spinoza, Leibniz. To this, one could then add a list of secondary nouns, philosophers Deleuze loves and refers to often, even though he never wrote a separate inonograph on them: Lucretius, the Stoics, Duns Scotus, Malnon, Whitehead. Then there would be the list of Deleuze's ostensible ennemis, which would include Plato, Kant, and Hegel. And finally, one could identify certain hidden thinkers that Deleuze confronts in a fundamental manner, but who are not frequently discussed directly, most notably Heidegger. With these lists in hand, one could begin to debate, for instance, about who Deleuze's true master is. Is it really Bergson, as Alain Badiou wants to claim? I5 Is it Nietzsche? Is it Spinoza? Deleuze's own culminants in certain texts, such as the letter to Michel Cressoul, tend to encourage this approach. He says he detested Hegelianism, sought a way to overturn Platonism, thought of his study of Kant as /iabok on an enemy, and that his work tends toward the great Spinoza-Nietzsche identity, NI 25. But the distinction between Deleuze's friends and enemies, or the identification of Deleuze's true inisters, is at best a preliminary exercise, necessary, perhaps, but certainly not sufficient. The fact is that Deleuze reads every philosopher in the history of philosophy, friend or ene, in the SAINE manner, following the Sally strategy, pushing each thinker, so to speak, to their differential limit. Indeed, this is a point of affiliation with Hegel. Hegel pushes thought to its point of contradiction, Deleuze, to the point of difference. Deleuze indeed describes his Kant book as a book on an enemy, but elsewhere he notes, more accurately, that Kant was one of the great philosophers of immanence, and Deleuze unhesitatingly places himself squarely in the Kantian heritage, even if Kant was unable to push the thought of immanence to its necessary conclusion, that is, to its differential conclusion, cn 145. Conversely, and for the very same reason, Deleuze often departs from his friends. He rejects Bergson's critique of intensity in Tiln and free will. His Leibnizianisnell is a Leibnizianism minus God, his Spinozialm is a Spinozism minus substance, and Spinoza Hiln self. 22. Defined determination as negation, a position on which Deleuze broke strongly in his earliest work. But this does not mean that Deleuze is anti-Spinoza or anti-Leibniz or anti-Bergson any more than he is simply anti-Hegel. Such characterizations, while not entirely inaccurate, are far too simplistic. They miss the movement and becoming of Deleuze's thought, both in itself and in its complex relation to the history of philosophy. Philosophy as the creation of concepts. If one considers the books Deleuze wrote on the history of philosophy, abstracted from their specific contents, one can distinguish several common traits. First, Deleuze considered each of the figures he wrote on to be a minor philosopher, not in the sense that they were secondary, but that they challenged the major conception of the canon, and what Deleuze would see Ulm to call its dogmatic image of thought, Dri 3I. I liked writers who seemed to be a part of the history of philosophy, but escaped from it in one respect or altogether. I see a secret link between Lucretius, Hume, Spinoza, and Nietzsche constituted by their critique of negativity, their cultivation of joy, the hatred of interiority, the externality of forces and relations, the denunciation of power, Di 4I5, and 6. Bergson had faded into obscurity by the time Deleuze wrote on him. Levi Strauss is said to have remarked that Bergson reduced everything to a state of mush in order to bring out its inherent ineffability. I6 and Bertrand Russell had penned a number of influential critiques of Bergson, to the point where Deleuze noted, "There are people these days who laugh at me simply for having written about Bergson at all," and 6. For Deleuze, this rejection of Bergson was no doubt a sign of the importance of his heterodox work, and Deleuze's I-966 book Bergsonism is now credited with having led to a revival of interest in Bergsonism. Second, and perhaps more importantly, each book presented a systematic analysis of the thinker at hand, which considered their work as a whole. In the ABC der Interviews, Deleuze recalls that when he was quite young, he liked the idea of reading an author's work in its entirety, the complete works, whether in philosophy or literature, and that he considered literary writers to be great thinkers. As a result, he initially tended to have an affection for authors who had written little, he found enormous. 23. Corpuses, like Hugo's, to be somewhat overwhelming, ABCL. Deleuze retained this emphasis on reading complete works. Unlike Foucault, for instance, whose early work analyzed broad but historically specific epistemic phonations, Deleuze's early writings were focused primarily on the singularity of a particular author. Third, Deleuze ultimately located the singularity of philosophers he wrote on in the concepts they had created, and the linkages they established between these concepts. Is Alnatimes Drenel of a history of philosophy, Deleuze later mused, that would list only the new concepts created by a great philosopher, his most essential and creative contribution, ES9. This was the basis for the definition of philosophy that Deleuze and Guattari would propose in their late work, What is Philosophy? 1991. Philosophy is the art of forming, inventing, and fabricating concepts, WP2. Yet this understanding of the task of philosophy had already been implicit in Deleuze's earliest writings. In Expressionism in Philosophy, Spinoza, which was largely written in the 1950s but not published until 1968, Deleuze had written that the power of a philosophy is assured by the concepts it creates, or whose sense it alters, concepts that impose a new set of divisions on things and actions, EPS 321. Hume, for instance, created the concepts of habit, belief, and association. Spinoza gave an entirely new distribution to the concepts of substance, attribute, and anode. Nietzsche created the concepts of will to power and the eternal return. Bergson invented the notions of duration, élan vital, and intuition, and so on. It is this conception of philosophy as the creation of concepts that lies at the heart of Deleuze's approach to the history of philosophy, although it was only late in his career that Deleuze would finally lay out the principles, so to speak, of his approach. In What is Philosophy, Deleuze argued that concepts can be analyzed under the double rubrics of their exoconsistency and endoconsistency, WP 19-10. For Deleuze, no concept is ever simple. Not only does it link up with other concepts, exoconsistency, but each concept also has its own internal components, endoconsistency, which in turn can themselves be considered as concepts. Descartes' concept of the cogito, for instance, can be said to have three components, namely, thinking, doubting, and being. I, who doubt, think, and therefore I am, a thinking being. A concept is therefore always a multiplicity. It is composed of a finite number of distinct, heterogeneous 24. And nonetheless inseparable components or variations. The concept itself is the point of coincidence, condensation, or accumulation of these component elements, which it renders consistent in itself, and this internal consistency in turn is defined by the zones of neighborhood, voisinage, or indiscernibility that it creates between these components. But like a hypertext, the concept of the cogito is an open-ended multiplicity that contains the potential for bridges that provide links or crossroads to other Cartesian concepts. The idea of infinity is the bridge leading from the concept of cogito to the concept of God, a new concept that has three components phoning the proofs for the existence of God. In turn, the third proof, ontological, assures the closure of the concept but also throws out a new bridge or branches off to a concept of extended being, insofar as the concept of God guarantees the objective truth value of our other clear and distinct ideas. This exoconsistency of concepts extends to the history of philosophy as well. When Kant later criticized the Cartesian cogito, he did so in the name of a new problematic field. Descartes could not say under what form the I think is capable of determining the IALN, and this determinable phone, Kant argued, is precisely the form of time. In this way, Kant introduced a new component into the Cartesian cogito. Yet to say that Kant criticized Descartes is simply to say that Kant constructed a problem that could not be occupied or contemplated by the Cartesian cogito. Descartes created the concept of the cogito, but he expelled time from it as a phone of anteriority, making it a simple mode of succession sustained by a continuous divine creation. If Kant introduced time as a new component of the cogito, he did so on the condition of creating zero new concept of till now Beccolane's a phone of interiority with its own internal components, succession, but also simultaneity and permanence. Similarly, to ask if there are precursors to the cogito, for instance, in Augustine is to ask, are there concepts signed by previous philosophers that have similar or almost identical components, but from which one component is lacking, or to which others have been added, so that a cogito does not crystallize, since the components do not yet coincide in a self. WP 26. Concepts, in short, possess an internal history, a potential for transmutation into other concepts, which constitutes what Deleuze likes to call the plane of immanence of philosophy. Creating concepts is constructing some area in the plane, adding a new area to existing ones, exploring a new area, filling in what's missing. Concepts are composites, amalgams of lines, curves. If new concepts have to be brought in all the time, it's just because the plane of immanence has to be constructed area by area, constructed locally, going from one point to the next. NI 47. It is precisely through this kind of analysis that one can account for the various kinds of conceptual becomings that one finds in Deleuze's own work, and the transformations he himself introduced into concepts drawn from the history of philosophy. The history of philosophy, Deleuze writes, means that we evaluate not only the historical novelty of the concepts created by the philosopher, but also the power of their becoming when they pass into one another. WP 32. History and Becoming. In proposing an analytic of concepts oriented around their endo and exo-consistency, Deleuze was not being historicist in the usual sense of the term. He did not attempt to situate thinkers, or the concepts they created, within their historical period, though he did not deny the determinative role of their historical context. Deleuze's book on the painter Francis Bacon, subtitled The Logic of Sensation, is an interesting case in this regard, even though it is not a study of a philosopher. For Deleuze, artists and writers are as much thinkers as philosophers are. They simply think in terms of percepts and effects rather than concepts. Painters think in tens of lines and colors, just as musicians think in sounds, writers think in words, filmmakers think in images, and so on. In his book on Bacon, Deleuze therefore attempted to create a series of philosophical concepts, the figure, rhythm, chaos, force, the diagram, and so on, that each relate to a particular aspect of Bacon's paintings, but which also find a place in a general logic of sensation. Rather than analyzing a philosopher's concepts, Deleuze here created his own philosophical concepts that parallel Bacon's artistic work. The text is organized in quasi-musical fashion, divided into 17 sequences that develop concepts as if they were melodic lines, endo-consistency, which in turn enter into increasingly complex contrapuntal relations that, taken together, form a kind of conceptual composition. 26. That parallels Bacon's sensible compositions, exo-consistency. Yet readers who approach the book expecting a work of art criticism will be disappointed. There is little discussion of the socio-cultural milieu in which Bacon lived and worked, nor of his artistic influences or contemporaries, such as Lucian Freud or Frank Auerbach, nor of his personal life, his homosexuality, his lovers and friends, his drinking and bling, his nights at the Colony Roll Club, which played such an evident role in Bacon's work and in his choice of subjects. The reason for this omission, Deleuze explains elsewhere, lies in the distinction he makes between history and Bacolaning. I became increasing aware, Deleuze said in an interview with Antonio Negri, of the possibility of distinguishing between Bacolaing and history. Becoming is not part of history, history only designates the set of conditions, however recent, that one leaves behind in order to become, that is, to create something new. This is exactly what Nietzsche called the until Nelly, N 171. Bacon's personal and social cultural background constitutes the historical conditions that will make his artistic work possible, yet there is nothing in this background that determined Bacon to become a painter, or to paint in a Bacon-esque style. Others shared this background without becoming either artists or painters. In philosophical tense, one could say that history provides the necessary conditions of Bacon's artistic work, history but says nothing about its sufficient conditions, becoming. Moreover, the very search for conditions, whether necessary or sufficient, always takes place in a retrograde manner. Faced with the singularity of Bacon's paintings, one then seeks, after the fact, to explain them by elucidating the conditions that led to their production. But the reverse is never the case. One can never, through an examination of current conditions, explain that someone is about to write a certain opera or a certain treatise on astronomy. Bacon's work is the creation of all nothing new, the eruption of a becoming, that is to say, an event, in Deleuze's sense of this 10. What history grasps in an event is the way it was actualized in particular circumstances, but the becoming of the event itself is beyond the scope of history. Events cannot be explained by the situations that gave rise to them, or into which they lead. They appear for a moment, and it is that moment that matters. It's the chance we must seize. N 176. This, then, is how Deleuze wound up approaching the works of philosophers, and the concepts they had created, including his own created concepts, as events. He neither sought to explain them in tense. 27. Of their historical context, nor to extract eternal and timeless truths from them, or to critique them for not being true. In this, he took his cue from the French poet Charles Piguy. In a major philosophical work, Cleo, Piguy explained that there are two ways of considering an event. The first consists in following the course of the event, examining its effectuation in history, how it is conditioned by and passes away within history, but the second consists in going back into the event, installing oneself within it as in a becoming, growing both young and old in it at once, passing through all its components and singularities. NI 70-7 IJDDRI 89. But what then does it mean to consider philosophical concepts in their Beco-laning, in a way that is irreducible to either their historical conditions or their eternal truth? In What is Philosophy, Deleuze provides an instructive analysis of the difference between the history of philosophy and the history of science. Often, ideas of progress, the before and the after, in both science and philosophy are derived from archaic religious conceptions that are dramatized in the use of the calendar, before Christ and after Christ. At a certain moment, everything stops and we start counting over again from zero, assigning negative numbers to the preceding era. Before the Greeks, no one thought, or only thought mythically, then came the Greek miracle, which invented philosophy. The sine skulna is appealed to when one speaks of the so-called Copernican or Galilean revolution in science, reason later, unreason before. The Age of Enlightenment was instrumental in categorizing as irrational any reason not found by science. It was the bid of science to take over the totality of reason, and to remove all rationality from anything that was not science, even though reason is statistically distributed everywhere, and no one can claim exclusive rights to it. The idea of the birth of a new tiln, or the advent of a new era, is one of the most archaic and quasi-religious conceptions of temporality, yet it is also one of the most persistent. Just as we once situated the Earth and ourselves spatially at the center of the universe, we still tend to position ourselves temporally at the cutting edge, at the state of the art of development, a temporal skulna that allows us not only to be right, but to be no right than was ever possible before, since the present is always the last word on tinal and truth. P. Deleuze rejects this popular temporal skulna. Neither science nor philosophy can be reduced to a simple linear succession, but 28 Daniel W. Smith. Each can be seen to be structured by a different form of 10-1 plurality, that is, a different relation between the before and the after. Consider an example from science often invoked by Deleuze, the history of an number. In one direction, from before to after, the history of an number can be defined by a series of breaks or ruptures with previous conceptions. The fractional number breaks with whole numbers, the irrational number breaks with rational numbers, and Riemannian geometry breaks with Euclidean geometry, WPI 24 IDDR 232. But in the other direction, from after to before, one can say that the whole number appears as a particular case of the fractional number Br, 2 equals 2/I, or the rational number as a cut in a linear set of points, Dedekind, or Euclidean geometry as a case of abstract metrical geometry. From this second perspective, one can say that there is indeed a unifying progress to science, but one that works in a retrograde direction, as when Newton is derived from Einstein. Science can thus be said to operate within a temporality that is serial and ramified, in which the before designates bifurcations and ruptures to see alm, and the after designates retrospective reconnections. But the same is not true of philosophy. To simply say that Kant breaks with Descartes, or that the Cartesian cogito is a particular case of the Kantian cogito, says Deleuze, is hardly satisfying, since this is, precisely, to turn philosophy into a science, WPI 25. In science, there is no need to work through a named equation one simply uses it. In philosophy, however, Kant does not simply use Descartes' concept of the cogito, rather, he is forced to work through the concept again in order to alter its components, endoconsistency, as well as its relation to other concepts, exoconsistency, whence the praise Zion that philosophers are always starting over again. P. Philosophical tiln, Deleuze writes, is thus a grandiose tilde of coexistence that does not exclude the before and after but superimposes them in a stratigraphic order, WP 50. The temporality of philosophical concepts, in other words, is like the temporality of geological strata, layers deposited eons apart lie on top of or next to each other inter mit tent earthquakes produce dramatic breaks and ruptures in these layers, driven underneath by continuous and barely perceptible null-tenel movements that propel the surface crust, a coexistence of superimposed strata in space and multiple scales of tilde. Mathematics provides a similar model in the field of topology. I can mark out points on a flat piece of paper, but if I unfold or fold the paper. 29. Two distant points n1 I find themselves in the neighborhood of each other, or even superimposed, and if I tear the paper at certain places, 2 points that were close can be coltie very distant. Whereas metrical geometry is the science of stable points and well-defined distances, topology is the science of neighborhoods and tiers, whence Deleuze's interest in the concept of the fold. It is as if the temporality of philosophical concepts has an extraordinarily complex variety, with stopping points, ruptures, shafts, chialtines of acceleration, rifts, and lacunae, with their multifarious interactions. It was this new ideal of temporality that Deleuze utilized in his analyses of the becoming of philosophical concepts as events. Similarly, in his preface to Difference and Repetition, Deleuze commented on his until use of the history of philosophy that rejected the alternatives of temporal/non-temporal or historical/eternal. There is a great difference between writing history of philosophy and writing philosophy. In the first case, we study the arrows or the tools of a great thinker, the trophies and the prey, the continents discovered. In the second case, we try our own arrows, or gather what citi to be the finest arrows, only to shoot them in other directions, even if the distance they travel is relatively short rather than stellar, Dr. 15. The book is filled with numerous examples of topological transformations of concepts drawn from the history of philosophy, all of which are now put in the service of Deleuze's own heterogenetic metaphysics. Deleuze, for instance, develops a theory of ideas that draws on both the Platonic and Kantian notions of the idea, folding them together, as it were, into a single plane that constitutes a new concept, Dr. 68-70. Similarly, when Deleuze takes up Duns Scotus' concept of univocity, like a very old straight-iti rising to the surface again, WP 58, and claims that there is a tradition of univocity that extends Freuditi Parmenides to Heidegger, passing through Spinoza and Nietzsche, he is bringing these otherwise distant thinkers together in a single neighborhood that allows the iti to colti communicate with each other, Dr. 35-42. Conversely, when he formulates his concept of intensity, he opens up a distance between his own concept and the Bergsonian critique of intensity, which he finds unconvincing, Dr. 239. Using Deleuze's own image, the history of philosophy plays a role in the book that is roughly analogous to that of collage in painting, Dr. XXI, bringing together disparate 30 elements and tracing outlines that cross-cut history without being confused with it, WP 59. One can thus trace out a complex trajectory in Deleuze's relation to the history of philosophy. As a student, he experienced the required curriculum in the history of philosophy as a formidable school of intimidation that manufactures specialists in thought, D13, and he cultivated the confonism by choosing to write on authors who appeared to be part of the history of philosophy, but who escaped Frolnet in one respect or another, Lucretius, Spinoza, Hearn, Nietzsche, Bergson, Dr. 14. In the process of writing on these philosophers, he developed a use of the history of philosophy that was neither historical nor eternal, but eternally, and which found its first expression in difference and repetition and its theoretical elaboration in what is philosophy. Looking back on this lineup of favored philosophers, Deleuze later noted, these thinkers have few relationships with each other apart from Nietzsche and Spinoza, yet they do have them. One might say that something happens between them, at different speeds and at different intensities, which is not in one or the other of them, but truly in an ideal space, which is no longer a part of history, still less a dialogue among the dead, but an interstellar conversation, between very irregular stars, whose different becomings form a mobile block which it would be a case of capturing. DI5I6. This is where Deleuze's work in the history of philosophy and his development of a differential metaphysics became one and the same thing, since it is precisely in this ideal space that, as Deleuze puts it, philosophy is becoming, and not history. It is the coexistence of planes, and not the succession of cisterns. WP 59. Yet one must add that the trajectory Deleuze followed does not necessarily imply a prescription for others. To diagnose the beckonings of the present is the task Nietzsche assigned to the philosopher as FFTHE physician of civilization, and Deleuze often spoke of the difficulties faced by young philosophers. What part can philosophy play in resisting a terrible new conformism? Deleuze asked in a 1980 interview. The generation to which I belong was, I think, a strong one, with Foucault, Althusser, Derrida, Lyotard, Serres, Fay, C.H. Hellot, and others. What now seems problematic is the situation of young philosophers, but also all young writers, who are involved in creating something. They face the 3-1 threat of being stifled from the outset. It has become very difficult to do any work, because a whole system of acculturation and anti-creation specific to the developed nations is taking place. It's far worse than censorship. Censorship produces a ferment beneath the surface, but reaction seeks to make everything impossible. N27. But it is precisely in such ill-possible situations, with their choked passages, that creation takes place. The creation of concepts itself is an appeal to a new earth and a new people who do not yet exist. To think the past, in order to act on the present, in favor, one hopes, of a future to come, such is the task of the philosopher. But there is no general prescription. Nothing can be known in advance. D144, ATP 461. Thames Williams. Difference and repetition. Difference and repetition as transcendental. Empiricism. Press send. You know you want to. Gilles Deleuze's difference and repetition is at the center of his philosophical works, not only chronologically but also methodologically and in terms of interpretation. This does not mean it is his most important book. This depends on the problems and questions driving any given reading. Political studies are or likely to focus on the later collaborations with Felix Guattari. Interpretations more interested in art will be drawn first to Proust and Signs or to the book on Francis Bacon, The Logic of Sensation. Point 2. More pure philosophical inquiry does not have to start with difference and repetition, since the logic of sense is the better starting point for the study of Deleuze's philosophies of language and of the event. Reflection on the history of philosophy or on Deleuze's ontology need not emphasize the difference book, since works such as Nietzsche and Philosophy and the Fold, Leibniz and the Baroque offer more comprehensive accounts of Deleuze's version of those authors and, for instance, his concepts of world or creation. Nonetheless, as a reading goes deeper into any of these areas, extensive reference to difference and repetition will prove necessary. It is the keystone to Deleuze's philosophy, but as we shall see, even the notion of such a secure foundation is challenged in the book. I want to argue for the value and necessity of Deleuze's major book around two questions. First, why is difference and repetition a great work of philosophy, able to stand alongside Descartes' discourse on method, Kant's critique of pure reason, and Heidegger's being and time? One answer to this first puzzle leads to LNY's second question. These great works introduce novel and groundbreaking methods into philosophical practice. This justifies not only their influence but also their status as revolutionary in content and effect. What, therefore, is the new method developed in difference and repetition? An answer to the question of a method has now begun to be suggested among Deleuze scholars worldwide. The revolutionary method behind Deleuze's philosophy is to be called Transcendental-Empiricism. My NL here will therefore be to draw together the many strands of his book around a critical assessment of the two claims implied by this answer. Transcendental empiricism is Deleuze's methodological innovation. It is a great method worthy of comparison to the Cartesian method of doubt, to Kantian critique, and to Heideggerian hermeneutics. My guide through the first claim will be the most important piece of interpretation on Deleuze's work and on difference and repetition, and Sauvagnargues Deleuze, L'empirisme transcendental 1.4. The title explains my interest, but more significantly her book is the most deep and broad interpretation of Deleuze's oeuvre currently available. 5. It is a tour de force in Deleuze's tradition, a manner of philosophizing inherited from his RNAs Terzgerald, Wall, and Hippolyte, W.H. Olney Elnet very early on, in his last years of lycée, and then worked with at the Sorbonne. 6. This tradition is the French close reading seeking to draw a work together around its most potent conceptual and methodological innovations, yet always following the principle of the greatest possible faithfulness to an author's texts, to their place in the history of philosophy, and to the logical consistency of an author's ideas. It is an immanent reading following a thinker's concepts, arguments, and references while nihilizing external presuppositions. Yet Deleuze's influence goes well beyond this French academic practice with its remarkable scholarly and intellectual values. The French Academy has strong parochial boundaries too, not only in styles of critical method and analysis, but also in its sense of the place of philosophy as a historical undertaking situated above other disciplines, even as they infone it. Such rigorous commitments to place and internal form have the great advantage of building on classical wisdom and practice. They in one pose disciplines forn one ed and tested over tiln. They also, though, run the risk of falling behind the tilns into irrelevance or exercises designed to maintain a privileged yet elmbettled position against a changing world. One of the N1 of Deleuze's work is its mastery of disciplines, but as expanded through an exploration beyond disciplinary linguistics and through deliberately risky experimentation, for instance in Deleuze's love of adventure in English and American literature, or in his taste for those living life on the edge, such as Artaud or Nietzsche. This hybrid phone explains the style of difference and repetition. On the one hand, it is his French long doctoral thesis, his doctorat d'état, the culmination of many years of strict academic training. As such it involves extended scholarly readings of many major historical and contemporary philosophical figures around an original thesis about difference and repetition. On the other hand, it is a major work of philosophical invention, and as such it also introduces a novel style and a painting and tend of thought and ideas into philosophy. Both aspects contribute to the fears and difficulty of the book, which, like many revolutionary works, must not be dismissed with hasty accusations of obscurity or N1istification. The ideas set out in difference and repetition make heavy demands on the reader because they are radically new. They therefore enforce a break with common expectations, language, and values. This break is an intrinsic part of the book's arguments. For example, Deleuze suggests a revolutionary transformation of all of TIINE around the idea of a caesura or split in TIINE at the introduction of the new, the image of a unique and phonetable event adequate to the whole of tiln exists itself in torn form, in two unequal portions, and yet therefore it draws together the assembly of tin 1e, dr 89, translation modified. An event breaks tiln in two unequal parts, the past before the event and the future ahead of it. Yet we decode the past and the future through this event, which is therefore adequate to the whole of tiln. The split in TIINE is therefore also its assembly 9. It is a duty for interpreters and teachers to alleviate the demand of Deleuze's work, but this should not be confused with the thought that the ideas have easier phones than the ones he sets out. Each simplifying reading, like this one here, loses one ething of the richness and complexity of Deleuze's text. So those sections of this essay will follow and Sauvagnargues and other interpreters in tracing the definition of the apparently paradoxical method of transcendental empiricism, Further sections will consider critical points against this emerging orthodoxy. The conjunct of transcendental and empiricism is historically incongruous and analytically paradoxical because it combines two historical entanglements apparently at odds with each other. It links on one is philosophical empiricism and its scientific and philosophical airs with the later Kantian critique. It draws out the contradiction of a philosophy seeking to bring no subjective and dogmatic presuppositions to inquiry with a philosophy also attempting to avoid dogmatism but through the deduction of the necessary conditions for any appearance in intuition. Point 2 For radical empiricism, to hold to the existence of such conditions prior to experiment is dogmatic. Setting down one of the tenets of this empiricism, Ulm therefore states that all ideas inist follow fr own impressions, fr own experience. I2 however, for transcendental critique, to fail to take account of the a priori conditions for such impressions is to misunderstand the nature of our faculties of thought and sensibility. Every appearance in intuition requires a synthesis of time which therefore allows us to deduce universal categories for any appearance. Fr. Ulm his earliest book on Ulm, Deleuze's interest in these debates has been practical rather than abstractly theoretical. We employ faculties in all our everyday activities, for instance, in our connected feelings around a send button and our impulses towards pushing it, as our enucleus tense in expectation and dread. They are also used in our intellectually and introspectively, when seeking to understand our thoughts about the action of pressing, the significance of doing so, and the rightness, wrongness, beauty, and ugliness of our actions. Yet these faculties are the locus for ongoing and thorny questions about the priority of universal conditions or of empirical facts, captured by discussions around Deleuze's transcendental empiricism. Are there universal conditions for appearances in thought and sensation? Are we subject to a universal legislation of our faculties? Or is each faculty discovered through tentative, varied, and probabilistic experiment? Is the encountered world subject to conditions holding for any possible experience, the SAINE for all? Or is it radically pluralistic and always open to disproval by new facts, against all theoretical underpinning? Are the natural sciences the only source of knowledge or is there a place for philosophical truths in their own right? One way of understanding Deleuzean transcendental empiricism is as an it and one pt to avoid the oppositions between these options. It seeks to be transcendental and empirical but n1 ust therefore redefine both tends away from their contradiction of each another. My critical remarks on transcendental empiricism 1 will therefore span two thoughts. Is transcendental empiricism a viable candidate for a method to enarch a great philosophy? Even if it is, what are the restrictions imposed on Deleuze's philosophy in giving it the distinguishing enarch of transcendental empiricism? For both aspects of the essay, the secondary aim will be to draw in any of the features of difference and repetition that are either downplayed or discarded in the search for its defining method. These include its style, its images and examples, its inner reference points and relations to other disciplines, its governing concepts, and historical debts. I just can't do it. Count. Difference and repetition is distilled from any integer and minor involvements in the history of philosophy. The variety and number of thinkers covered in the book are demonstrated by its eclectic index of nouns and subjects. Each entry is listed with a short comment by Deleuze explaining its place in the new versions of ideas of difference and of repetition he argues for. The overall thesis is that we n1 think of difference in itself, as pure difference defined not in relation to identity, in accordance to the negation of an identity, not X, or according to a difference between two identities, X different from Y. Instead, difference is to be an ideal or virtual potential for the transformation of identities, the differing between X and Y. This pure difference does not have fixed identity. It is an ongoing variation of relations, rather than any given object, substance, or quality. For example, we could think of this virtual potential in HUN and tens as a reserve of shifting relations of pliable moods and passions we embody at different degrees of intensity. For instance, when we enact another's incapacities, we force potentials of rage, humiliation, revenge, and sadness onto Theln. These are then expressed in a singular phone. The potentials are pure differentials of relations of passions because they can be expressed differently in any individuals. The differentials transphone those individuals or reveal Theln to be processes of individuation. How could I know it would hurt you so enloten? According to Deleuze's definitions of difference and repetition, and the acc definitions of the virtual and the actual, all passions remain as pure virtual potential until they are expressed in actual processes of becolaning at different degrees of intensity. This potential is actualized in series of repetitions and determined by Theln. Thus repetition is defined as a differential variation across series. So repetition too is defined against identity and representation as repetition for itself. This is not the repetition of another SAINE thing, not the repetition of x, 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 j, but the variation along differences, x, 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 j. We could, for example, think of repetition as a variation along a series of shades of a color. For Deleuze there is repetition when there is difference in the shades resisting definition according to a fixed identity. A puzzling thought to hold, but an important one for Deleuze, is that there can never be a repetition of the SAINE thing. This is because there is always a novel SE rise of differences each time a SAINE thing is repeated. Sameness is then illusion because difference is the condition for repetition. We never encounter the same color. These statements could not compound RO in radical empiricism, given the categorical assertion pertaining to a matter of fact. It is a transcendental claim about necessary conditions. It is also an assertion at odds with even the possibility of the experimental falsification of the statement about difference in any repetition. There is hence a deep challenge to the commitment to truth as determined exclusively and probabilistic ally by the empirical sciences. I for Deleuze the real always presupposes difference in itself, and when we define reality under the opposing condition of SAINE-ness we foster an illusion. One of the aims of difference and repetition is to criticize claims which support the illusion. It is because nothing is equal, because everything bathes in its difference, in its dissemblance and its inequality, even with itself, that everything returns. Dr. 243. This statement reflects the great importance of Nietzsche's doctrine of eternal return for difference and repetition. Only difference returns and never the SAINE. Difference in repetition explains why the book names difference and repetition. For Deleuze, there is no difference without series of repetitions, and no series without difference. Another difficult claim is that these series of repetitions occur in pairs, where difference is released across series, for instance from the series of pure virtual passions to the series of actual expressions at given intensities. The rage released in the victim following a humiliating taunt runs with a twin in the increased erotic intensity felt by the tormentor. Paired differences explain the relation between two series as processes of transformation. It also explains why difference appears in a SE rise at all. This is because no series of repetitions is unique. It is in a dynamic relation to all other actual and virtual series. These ideas about series, structures, and differences are developed in us fully in the logic of sense. This explains the complex interaction between the two near contemporary books. Where difference and repetition sets out Deleuze's ontology of difference in repetition, the logic of sense shows their structural processes in moral and linguistic practice. Note the importance of the concept of explanation in understanding Deleuze, where to explain is to describe consistent connections within a system, as a response to apparent contradictions or lacunae in a part of the system. Deleuze is not only creator of a novel in methodology but also of an explanatory system. The key critical question is whether the explanatory POWER of the system as a multiple series of explanations and connections is attenuated by the ill position of the restricted logic of transcendental conditions and terms. Explain yourself. Even my dark precursor T.S. The index of names at the end of diphthongs and repetition divides thinkers according to their positive and negative stand with respect to Deleuze's novel definitions of difference and repetition. Aristotle is listed for ontological and logical difference, but where they are subordinated to the identity of species and genera. Bergson is there for repetition and non-binary, as well as biological difference, repetition in physics, and the important concept of intensity. Difference is differentiated by Deleuze according to differences of intensity, such as the intensity of light in shades of colors. Freud earns a place thanks to his work on repetition and the unconscious. While Hegel, like Aristotle, is known for a logic and ontology of difference as negation, opposition, and contradiction. For these brusque distinctions between the saved and the DMNNED are a perplexing facet of Deleuze's writing. This abruptness need not be seen as a flaw. It is a sign of two important aspects of his philosophy and live practice. Deleuze values the fraught and passionate relation of minister to apprentice. He also values inner, above what he sees as oralnantic and ultimately nihilistic subject-centered irony, due to the way irony reflects back onto the privileged position of the ironist, which its ELF proves to be hollow. Often, Deleuze's tough judgmental statements are innerous lessons for apprentices, inient to strike back later filtered by the unconscious. How stupid of me to have sought and found a final judgment on Hegel. A fascinating problem is then how far we should take account of humor when reading Deleuze and how far humor and other affects are designed to be seated in our unconscious for later effect by a playful master, killing our stupid seriousness with stealthy blows to the unconscious. To develop a sense of these problems about interpretation, humor, provocation, and ambivalence in difference and repetition, we can look at the place of error in the work. It might seem that Deleuze's critique is aimed at the error of adopting a dogmatic image of thought, that is, of received ideas and of known sense. Deleuze, though, writes of the problem of stupidity. Ideal problems have a very important role in his philosophy. They generate questions which seek to respond to the problem but instead transform it and bring it into actual worlds around questions of who, why, how. The questions can be answered, but the problem will recur in a different form. An ideal problem is then an irresolvable driver of creative responses in individual situations. This is all nothing like the dialogical search in the Socratic method of Elon Chus, taking us on an endless philosophical practice around the discovery of stupidity but not with an arrival at secure truths. These would be but another stupidity for Deleuze, which is why I treated even the foundational role of difference and repetition for his work with caution. In difference and repetition he draws Socrates towards the sophists and Nietzsche and away from Plato. Like Socrates he wants to show how error is at its most dangerous when we think we have done with it or are immune from it. But the sophist does not distinguish himself from Socrates, and thereby calls into question the legitimacy of such a distinction. Twilight of the icons. Is this not to designate the point where the identity of the model and the resemblance of the copy are errors, where the same and the similar are born from the function of the simulacrum? Dri 28, translation modified. There is a critique of judgment in accordance with external images, idols, and standards in difference and repetition. They are false idols present in philosophy when it gives itself timeless images and postulates of what constitutes true and good thinking. The third chapter of the book charts 8 postulates defining this image of thought. These can be summed up as postulates of the natural goodwill of the thinker and rectitude of thought, of a shared sense, of a faculty of recognition regulating all others according to an object, of representation as defining the object, of error as the negative of thought, of designation as determining the truth of a proposition, of solutions as resolving problems, and of knowledge as the result of thought, as opposed to an endless apprenticeship to thought. Dri 6-7. Accordingly, thought is defined as inherently good and as well directed when it proceeds as a sense which recognizes its proper objects. These objects must in principle be representable and are designate by true propositions. When exercised properly, thought avoids error and solves problems, arriving thereby at knowledge. For Deleuze, these propositions of thought are to be criticized. They are guided by false idols because each one serves to deny the role of difference and of repetition in thinking and in the constitution of the real. These images and idols will return even in a philosophy designed to be critical of Thel. So philosophy inist think upon the conditions of possibility of error, rather than towards its eventual elimination or about a pure thought free of it. It would have been enough for philosophy to adopt this problem with its own liens and with necessary modesty. To consider stupidity not to be that of others, but rather the object of a properly transcendental question. How is stupidity, and not error, possible? Dr. 151, translation Lodified. Error supposes an opposite, error-free truth. For Deleuze, truth and error are instead intertwined due to the ever-present possibility of stupidity. This arises for all the way in which individual thought has to construct itself on an obscure and indistinct ground of unconscious drives and processes of becalling. The unavoidable relation of thought to error is replicated in Deleuze's account of subjects of thought. Subjects are determined by dark precursors connecting conscious acts and representations to determination by an unconscious, shifting, and insecure ground. This allows for a transcendental critique of the subject that Sauvagnargues places at the core of Deleuze's transcendental empiricism. Instead of a subject defined through a transcendent identity, for example, thanks to a self identity remaining the same through till, Deleuze argues for a subject thought in function of immanent coordinates, and not a transcendent substance. It does not pre-exist its lateral conditions of individuation, and must be thought as variable and plural. This plurality and multi-ability is shown through concepts such as dark precursor. We call the dark precursor disparate, that difference in itself, at the second degree, putting heterogeneous or disparate series themselves into relation. Dr. 120, translation Lodified. All things are processes of individuation, individual becalling, which are themselves series of repetitions communicating through dark precursors, that is, through a lens crossing all one series to another, though recognized in neither, precursors of change the system cannot foresee or represent. Deleuze owes Lani of his ideas on unconscious processes not to Freudian psychoanalysis, but to Nietzsche's will to power. In the Index to Differenz and Repetition, Nietzsche receives the high praise of a citation for the ontology of difference and repetition, whereas Plato is listed for the ontology and logic of difference. It is important to note Deleuze's special use of logic, here, as practical art of the systematization and selection of different processes according to difference and repetition, rather than simply formulae. Rules of implication. Duns Scotus is included due to the importance of his work on illness for Deleuze. Schelling provides the opportunity to cover the relation between difference and power, but also the ideas of ground, renouvel of ground, founding and foundation in difference and repetition, as we have just seen in relation to error and stupidity. Kierkegaard is accorded a place for repetition and difference in positive senses related to freedom, though this is indicated by the necessity of Kierkegaard's leap of faith. Heidegger, a thinker in the background of many parts of the book, is cited for his ideas of ontological difference close to Deleuze's point 1s. Levi-Strauss and the distinction between static and dynamic repetition testify to Deleuze's continued interest in transforming rather than denying structuralism, where static repetition in a system in balance does not allow for the movement afforded by repetition in dynamic systems. Deleuze's contemporaries also play key roles, notably Lacan around the death drive and Klossowski for his interpretation of Nietzsche's eternal return. Michel Foucault, Deleuze's friend, is present because of his critique of difference, resemblance, and identity through a positive use of difference and repetition in the idea of the simulacrum, a thing that is always beckoning what it is not and whose identity at any given point cannot be referred to an original. Point 19. Derrida allows Deleuze to connect repetition and the unconscious to language and to the work of art. Point 20. Whereas Milner, Leclerc, Ricoeur, and Miller all demonstrate Deleuze's work on repetition in psychoanalysis, an interest that becomes more oppositional in the later works with Guattari. Althusser, and Balibar, Esteblet, Mockery, and Rancière, extend Deleuze's quite short reference to Marx's 18th Brullner. This extensive list of philosophical references is testimony to Deleuze's astonishingly productive engagement with philosophy, past and present. Point 2. It is a distortion, though, because to refer only to philosophers is to miss for all important sources for Deleuze: literature, biology, physics, and mathematics. The last three are perhaps the least well known, partly due to the uptake of French thought primarily in literary and critical theory disciplines outside France. Many English-language interpreters of Deleuze are based in literature or politics departments, rather than in the sciences or philosophie. However, the importance of the sciences for the understanding and influence of Deleuze will grow once more interpreters register the function played by differential calculus, dynamic systems, and the biology of individuals in Deleuze's account of the determination of difference and genesis. In Inatheonetics, this is developed in relation to singularities in the work of Wronski, Abel, Carnot, and Bordas-Ternulin. However, it is arguable that questions of structure and problems in annulmber theory and Inatheonetics are equally influential through the works of Plato, Fevrier, Geica, Haiting, Russell, and, above all, Laughton. In biology, the Inager figure is Synunden, for his work on individuation, set critically alongside other works by Lalande, Osborne, Dalk, and Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire. Point 22. The index and text of difference and repetition also testify to the importance of novelists and poets and of the literary imagination for Deleuze. It is tempting to cite Blanquat as the Inager figure here, due to his influence on Deleuze's understanding of literary theory and his ideas about death. However, other writers are equally important, notably Borges, Guillaume Brouys, Artaud, Proust, Rob Grillet, Tourneur, Buter, Solers, and Joyce, as well as literary philosophers such as Piguet. Literature is not included in the book's imply as a source of examples or as a topic of study. It is thought itself, as the imaginary, that Deleuze values and turns to in literature. For instance, when Borges allows him to explain how all worlds subsist beyond the selection of a particular one according to a dice throw, itself driven by a death drive, DRII 5-16, or when Gombrowes allows him to determine the relation between ideas of cosmos and chaos. Point 23. According to Deleuze's metaphysics, it is an illusion to hold the common sense idea that we can either have the real or fiction, as if they are clearly delineated and to be valued differently. For him, the virtual is real and it is accessed best through expressive signs encountered in art and literature. This virtual and the expressive fictions communicating with it are in more real than any set of possible scenes traced on a well-identified and well-represented actual world. It would be easy to conclude from the admixture of authors, topics, and disciplines covered in difference and repetition that the book cannot take in all of the perhaps any, with a high degree of depth and seriousness. The book would then be dilettante, an essay in spurious and self-indulgent mentory. That this is not the case is due to the fit of style, critical and creative inodes of thought, and set of ideas achieved by Deleuze. These can be summed up through the concepts of variations of speed, inultiplication of nodes of thought, and consistency within novelty of ideas. RHYTHN1 is very important for Deleuze. Heilnians a variation of different speeds such that each one enhances and expresses the others while undermining any claims to self-sufficiency or supremacy. Thought is about great speed in slowness and great reach in intense concentration or contemplation. His book includes intricate tangles of long and slow passages of critical exposition with Thlnuka shorter, faster, and condensed definitions and insights. To follow the speed, it is often important to observe its effects over the critical and expository emoluments, for instance, where Deleuze's definition of difference allows for a critical reflection on the concept of being in Aristotle, Dr. 30-35. Or when the whole of chapter 3 of the book, on the image of thought, unfolds and explicates how error and illusions are a necessary side of any node of thought, yet one we should seek to avoid through the critique of representation. The 8 postulates of the image of thought crush thought under the image of the SAINE and of the similar in representation. This image is the deepest betrayal of what thought signifies, which is to ally the two powers of difference and repetition, of philosophical commencement and recommencement, DRR 6-7, translation modified. In order to avoid this crushing way of thinking, Deleuze drops lines of escape within each critical reading. To work with these powers of escape and flight, it is necessary to multiply modes of thought and create novel concepts, in order to free thought from the determinants of any one of theon. This explains the alternation of poetic expression, conceptual clarification, philosophical interpretation, the glossing and transformation of scientific and mathematical ideas, and the borrowing from all of the arts. This accounts for why dramatization is an essential idea for difference and repetition. Yet even after taking account of this rhythm of styles and enodes, the question remains, how do all these different speeds and topics cohere? To use one of the ideas from the book, how do they create a cosmos? Given Deleuze's commitment to difference and repetition against forms of established yet illusory order, this must be a cosmos teetering perpetually on the edge of chaos, yet a cosmos nonetheless. The answer is that whichever part of the cosmos we select must dramatize or replay all the others in its own way. Deleuze's book and his style do not conform to the idea that there should be one proper style or that a book should set out the steps of an argument without repetition or redundancy. On the contrary, his work repays interpretations combining aleatory seletions with jailn and connections across sections, topics, and ideas. Does it mean it lacks the seriousness, teleological economy, ontological parsimony, and logical consistency expected of philosophy? No. It involves a rejection of all of these, if they are taken as settled and natural, because they fail their own tests once exclusions, consonants, and omniscience are revealed. One of the greatest strengths of Deleuze's apparent eclecticism and preparedness to throw subjects and ideas together is to dramatize the errors and illusions implied by claims to their independence, purity, or natural hierarchies. Historical selections and the problem of interpretation. What are you afraid of? It is never how, it is why, who, and how. A further point to make when considering difference and repetition as the keystone of a new method of transcendental empiricism is about selection among its historical influences and antecedents, given the range and style of Deleuze's work. The book was first published in French in 1968 by the preeminent academic presses Universitaires de France in a collection edited by Jean Hippolyte. It is the SAINE collection in which Deleuze published his first book, On Ulm, in 1953. Difference and repetition is a turning point in Deleuze's published works, since it is the first not written as an essay on another philosopher, with the exception of the books on novelists Proust and Sacher-Masoch, though arguably they are also read as philosophers of, respectively, sensation and subjection under the guises of eros and the sensual apprenticeship to signs. All the books prior to Difference and Repetition were single-subject works, on Hume, I-953, Nietzsche, I-962, Kant, I-963, Proust, I-964, Bergson, I-966, and Sacher-Masoch, I-967. Each of the philosophers studied in Deleuze's LIER works appears again in Difference and Repetition, but each time in a more restricted and precise role. It is important, though, to note Deleuze's early lessons and essays, alongside his published books. A gifted teacher, Deleuze was a master of dense yet suggestive and far-sighted thought when speaking and when writing. His recorded lessons and essays show the development of his ideas and the extraordinary range of interests leading to difference and repetition. Among these, the most important for the understanding of the later in Astor work might be the essay The Method of Dramatization / It is a difficult yet rewarding paper, demonstrating Deleuze's thinking about the original nature of his philosophy as method but also as conceptual and practical innovation. This line of thought continued after Difference and Repetition and attained a further level of conceptual clarity in the book co-written with Guattari, What is Philosophy? It is tempting therefore to interpret the earlier book through the more clear distinctions of the later, For instance around art, philosophy, and science, or through the concepts of plane of inenance, geophilosophy, and conceptual personae. This is not an approach I favor, because the later book adopts negation and definitions according to conceptual identity for polemical reasons around conflicts within philosophicae innovements and with the sciences. These characteristics make it a more accessible but philosophically less innovative book. The profound influence of Deleuze's encounters with Höllen, Nietzsche, Kant, and B. Erikson mean difference and repetition enters into a critical and creative dialogue with them. There are three more to add to the list determined by Deleuze's earlier works: Plato, Leibniz, and Spinoza. The latter was given a book in parallel to Difference and Repetition, Spinoza, and the Problem of Expression, 1969. Leibniz renamed Unfinished Business Until the Fold, Leibniz and the Baroque, 1988. Plato is discussed at length in the appendices to the Logic of Sense but, like Marx, Deleuze's definitive encounter with him is lacking. There is a plausible case to be made for the many significant references to Plato in Difference and Repetition to constitute Deleuze's final view on his reversal of Platonism / 24. It is instructive to remark upon Deleuze's references to Plato, alongside Nietzsche, in the closing passages of two of the main chapters of his book and at the heart of two others. Though transcendental empiricism places Kant at the heart of a filial dispute with Deleuze, another interpretation could argue for the importance of his creation of a fearsome hybrid of Nietzsche and Plato. The setting within the history of philosophy is problematic, therefore, since each interpretation of difference and repetition and each account of his inethid implies a selection within his forerunners. More significantly, each of these readings is also a selection within possible versions determined by Deleuze's Hume, or Deleuze's Bergson, or his Nietzsche, or Plato. However, as soon as Deleuze's N1 is defined as transcendental empiricism, Kant takes on the central role. This consequence is not without its difficulties, since as Sauvagnargues demonstrates, although Deleuze owes his dedication to transcendental critique to Kant, this is at the cost of a critical reading. In giving one of her inane definitions of the inethid of transcendental empiricism, Sauvagnargues stresses both the debt to and departure from Kant. Transcendental empiricism is defined thus: to recast transcendental critique while expurgating its confonism, to dissolve Kantian idealism in a renewed empiricism. 125. According to this definition, the point of the new inethid is to preserve critique based on the transcendental conditions of the given, while avoiding Kant's phonal presuppositions. If we accept Sauvagnargues' account, Kant remains an idealist through these presuppositions because they commit him to the ideal phone of any possible experience, which in turn sets Lilith's categories for the given point. 26. Instead, Deleuze's empiricism is to be radically experimental in seeking to be struck by the given by going beyond the limits set by an orthodoxy. Point 27. The given is therefore not some thing appearing within a general pure form of representation and in the identity of the appearance, but rather an event occurring when such phones break down, as experience, as actualized performance, according to its proper inode. Art realizes that which a philosophy fascinated by identity and unity has such trouble achieving, a critique of representation, condition for a transcendental empiricism. 28. This language of revolutionary purification is therefore not mere rhetoric. Transcendental empiricism is a reaction against a perceived philosophical confonicitl, which is literally a cornelnitment to phonal presuppositions, but also, socially and politically, a colnitlement to a stab li shed phone set by Olnan sense and cliché. 29. Expurgation is to be attained through an experimental method where experiment is taken in the strong sense of adventure and creativity outside the boundaries of established knowledge and against a true and proper image of thought. 3 degree here, the experimental is extended beyond its association with the empirical sciences and into artistic and aesthetic creativity. Transcendental empiricism is therefore presented as a true transcendental aesthetic, simultaneously a science of the sensible and a philosophy of art, or, as Deleuze will say in I98I, a logic of sensation. 31. This extension is guided by other thinkers from Deleuze's early books, Höllen and Nietzsche, Proust, Bergson, and Spinoza are the successive interlocutors of such a transformation of Kantian critique. The selection of Kant as the N1 and protagonist in the Devil's Eroplant of Deleuze's thought and inethid is not therefore done through the exclusion of other thinkers, but rather occurs through an ordering of Thellen in terms of priority and function. According to Sauvagnargues's complex and authoritative definition of transcendental empiricism, Kant Becolaines the central figure in Deleuze's philosophy, both saint and sinner. Other thinkers then occupy roles in relation to the struggle with the Kantian legacy. This in turn shows some of the risks in interpreting difference and repetition through its historical relations in philosophy but also in relation to the rest of Deleuze's oeuvre. The dialogue entertained with the tradition has inane voices and the voice selected as d'Aulnon and then conditions not only the place of all the others, but also our understanding of the intents of the book. There is a difference and repetition when Nietzsche, Bergson, Plato, or Hume is taken as the an influence or opponent. There is also therefore the potential for different accounts of Deleuze's inethid. I will go on to show many of these possible readings while following Sauvagnargues's analysis closely in relation to the subject and to time. If we take Plato as the an inheritance and opposition for Deleuze, then the notions of condition and the concept of transcendental take a lesser role in his philosophy. This does not in these notions disappear. Instead, Deleuze transforms Platonic idealism through a reversal where Plato's ideas switch into pure Becolaining and intensities. This inians the idea no longer fulfills the role of timeless anchor and test for PO or copies and false pretenders, such as the idea of virtue against which virtuous citizens are found wanting. Instead, the idea generates difference and dissimilarity, rendering true copies obsolete and legitimate pretenders illegal. Among Plato's most strange pages, manifesting the anti-Platonism at the heart of Platonism, there are those suggesting that difference, the dissimilar, the unequal, in short, Becolaining could not just be false affecting the copy, as a cost of its secondary quality, a counterpart to its resemblance, but would themselves be Liddell's, terrible models of the pseudo where the power of the false is developed. Dr. 128, Translation Modified. In this passage, Deleuze is discussing 6 of the most important themes of difference and repetition. First, difference is to be seen as preliminary and resistant to representation and to identification. Difference is dissimilar in itself and hence ill possible to represent. Difference is always unequal, it cannot be equated to its identity. Second, difference is change. It is always in a process of becoming. Third, difference is generative. It forces things to become different, thereby making them different to what they are. The being of a thing, past or present or future thereby becolaines a falsehood. Fourth, then, everything is il nodel, not a copy of an original but rather a simulacrum. So, fifth and sixth themes, such simulacra exist in ever-changing series, not regulated according to the repetition of the Sarn, but rather by the creation of difference through the repetition of beckoning. Deleuze allies this reversal of Platonism not to anything found in Kant, but rather to Nietzsche's model of eternal return. Plato operates according to a circle based on the truth and identity of the idea. Over time all new false pretenders to virtue are found out by the recurrence of the true idea. This circle is replaced by Nietzsche's eternal return, according to which only difference returns and never the same. The Kantian focus on the given and on its conditions then becolaines a moment in a wider set of metaphysical processes, such as eternal return. The process is very hard to interpret in post-Kantian transcendental terms because the return of difference cannot be deduced but is instead posited speculatively. The return is the only process that remains the same, lilt is not the SAINE that returns. It is not the semi-LAR that returns. The SAINE is the return of that which returns, that is of the different. The similar is the return of that which returns, that is of the dissilni LAR. Dr. 384. In this passage, as elsewhere in the book, the use of capital LS indicates the idea rather than any particular manifestation. Taken on this Nietzschean and Platonic basis, Deleuze's method becomes speculative. It is still elm per eikel in Sauvagnargues sense. Now, though, it is so right down to Deleuze and one ethod itself, which instead of being characterized once and for all as transcendental idealism, becomes a succession of creative speculative systems. No doubt this has the disadvantage of losing the self-critical and anti-Don Juan-atic rigor of radical critique. It has a double gain, though, of releasing the concept of experiment from its post-Kantian conditions and of allowing interpretations of Deleuze and of his work with Guattari as a series of intophysical experiments, rather than a single line on transcendental empiricism, from its birth pangs in Deleuze's historical studies to its refined apogee in his last essay, Hnelnaens, A Life. There is still place for Kantian critique, for instance where Deleuze introduces Kant's idea of a transcendental illusion for types of thought after Plato, where representation takes over from the copy and the anodal, our representation is the place of transcendental illusion. This illusion has inaniphones, four interpenetrated phones, corresponding particularly to thought, to the sensible, to the idea and to being, Dr. 265, translation modified. Against the ubiquitous application of transcendental empiricism TL to Deleuze's work, the transition from Platonic copy to Aristotelian representation shows each critical method to have a well-defined role. A slippage occurred from the Platonic world to the world of representation, which is why, there too, we could present Plato at the origin, at the crossroads of a decision. Every method, every system, and hence every critical innov is the result not of a transcendental deduction regarding legitimate conditions, but rather of a dice throw at a crossing. They are selections rather than deductions. For Deleuze, a transcendental illusion, for instance regarding thought, involves the ill position of illusory figures on a process. These figures deny the essence of the process while claiming to embody it. In continuing to interpret Deleuze in the transcendental line we release the full potential of this critique and renew the line of empiricism drawn from H. The problem remains, though, of whether this allows the full force of Deleuze's other methods to see through, notably, though not exclusively, his pragmatism and his creative and speculative legacies. Did you press send? It will never have been me. 3. The Deleuzean Reversal Platonism. Of the many books that Deleuze devoted to the history of philosophy, none focuses on ancient philosophy. And yet, one could argue that few thinkers of the 20th century have engaged with ancient philosophy, and drawn from it, as much and as systematically as Deleuze. Naturally, one could think of Heidegger as another 20th century philosopher whose thought was shaped through his confrontation with Greek philosophy. But where Heidegger eventually mobilizes the pre-Socratics against Plato and Aristotle, and seeks to extract Froenthelm possibili ties of thought beyond the closure of metaphysics, Deleuze doesn't envisage the history of philosophy in the same terms, and simply refuses to identify what he calls the metaphysics of representation, or Platonism, with metaphysics as such. That being said, it would be difficult to ignore that his entire philosophy, up until logic of sense at least, unfolds under the Nietzschean injunction to reverse, overturn, and oversee Platonism, stressing all the while the need to construct another image of thought. Most striking, perhaps, is the extent to which his effort to produce another image of thought requires a new thought of the image, one that he finds already at work in Greek philosophy itself. My goal, here, is threefold: to return to the source of Platonism by following the thread of the image, and show the extent to which philosophy is, from the start, and irreducibly, a matter of ethics, aesthetics, and poetics, to reveal the extent to which Deleuze saw resources to overturn Platonism in ancient, and even Platonic, philosophy itself, to indicate the manner in which, drawing on those resources, Deleuze develops an anti-Platonism based on the concepts of difference and repetition. Before we can understand why Deleuze equates the task of philosophy with that of the overthrow of Platonism 11, and how he intends to bring it about, we need to begin by asking what defines Platonism. The idea and the task of inverting or reversing Platonism 11 initially CAI 11 EFROL 11 Nietzsche. In an early sketch for the birth of tragedy, Nietzsche writes, "My philosophy an inverted Platonist Nell, the further L110 VEDFROL 11 true being, the purer, the more beautiful, the better it is. Living in cell 11 Blanschine as Goa L." As is well known, Nietzsche later COL 11 plicate this task by asking about the sense and status of cell 11 Blanche itself, once it has been freed from its subordination to the supersensuous. For Hill 11, the question becal 11e1 of knowing how to think and live in a world that is only and purely sensible, we have aboli shed the true war world, Niskefai 110 usli clail 11 si and the section oftw elite of the idols entitled How the True World Finally Becal 11 ea Fable 2. Having announced the abolition of the true world, he asks, what world is left? The illusory one, perhaps. To which he responds emphatically, but nol we got rid of the illusory world along with the true 1/3 following Nietzsche's own clue. Deleuze insists that Platonism 11 is not reducible to the 111 distinction between the world of essences and the world of appearances, or the intelligible and the sensible. There is another, 1110 fundamental distinction, which characterizes Platonism proper, and which is to Beck ol 11e the object of the reversal. It is that distinction which, alternately, reveals the fundamental motivation behind Platonism 11 as a whole. The distinction, internal to the war LD of appearances, is that between icons and phantasms or images and simulacra. 4 We should note FROL 11 the start that Plato introduces this distinction in Book IO of the Republic, that is, in the very specific context of a critique, and even the outright condel 11 nation, of L11 IL11 etic art in relation to politics and the construction of the ideal city-state. The distinction, along with its eminently political context, is of an 11 ed once again in the Sophist, 236b, 264c. To that distinction, we need to add another, between the copy and the model, which Plato introduces only to be able to distinguish between true and false 211 ages, or between icons and simulacra. We should be careful, then, not to confuse the two types of 211 ages. Likeness N1 aching, such as that of the cabinetal nacre, which produces an image CLKC0V or illation by following the proportions of the original, of the paradigon, and by giving the right color to each part, and near semblances, which require a technique that Plato characterizes as fantastic, whereas the copy is defined in relation to the original, which it resembles more or less, or which it ilitates to a greater or lesser extent. The simulacrum is defined by the fact that it CLTIS to conform to the original, or the anodal, but in reality unfolds outside the relation between original and copy. It is of the utmost importance, then, to emphasize the essential ambiguity of the image itself, which has the power to disclose the original, or the anodal, but also to conceal it, and deceive us into believing that it is the original. The iltigs of the artist, like those of the sophist, only simulate being. Republic, 596 they are nothing, real, yet pretend to be, thus giving rise to the problem that Plato seeks to solve. Between the two types of images, there is not so much a difference of degree as of kind. The task of Platonism is to reveal that difference and provide the philosophical tools that will allow one to discriminate between them. What characterizes Platonism, at least that of the Sophist and the Republic, is that, whilst recognizing the existence of such untold differences, or such a multiplicity without tutelage, it sees it as a threat to thought, morality, politics, and art, and finds in it the seeds of anarchy. The will to eliminate simulacra or phantasms has no motivation apart from the inaural, Dr. 265. To be more specific, Platonism is a response and a solution to a problem brought about by the birth of Athenian democracy, in which, in the words of a Nentator, anyone could lay claim to anything, and could carry the day by the force of rhetoric. Such is the reason why Platonism seeks to nip this anarchy and rebellion in the bud, by hunting down, as Plato says, Siltiolacra and rogue in one ages of all kinds. At the heart of Platonism lies the desire, which Deleuze will not cease to attack and try and overturn by revealing another type of desire, and another type of life, to introduce judgment in philosophy, in the plane of in one manence, and give it a, preferably bad, conscience. Platonism is the effort to establish a definitive authority and a transcendence, different, Deleuze insists in Essays Critical and Clinical, from the imperial or inethical transcendence 171. That predates the emergence of the Greek polis and philosophy, to which ultimately everything can be referred. The poisoned gift of Platonism is to have introduced transcendence into philosophy, to have given transcendence a plausible philosophical meaning, the triumph of the judgment of God, ECCI 37. Like Nietzsche, Deleuze sees in Platonism the source of our sadness, our decadent values, and our in us deeply entrenched illusions, extended and radicalized in Christianity, which Nietzsche defined precisely as Platonism for the P.E.O.6. But, Deleuze argues, transcendence should have no place in philosophy. It is not a philosophical invention, but a religious, immoral, and political distribution of power. Deleuze goes even further by claiming that the distinct opportunity or destiny of philosophy is bound up with the emergence of INNANS as a political event in the broad sense of the ten, which presupposed the advent of derlocracy as a society of equals, and of philosophy as a society of friends, WP 43-44, 86-88. Point 7. It's that political transformation which, in the absence of the old hierarchy, generates the problem of Platonism, and it is to that potential anarchy and crisis of power that Plato responds by turning philosophy into the ultimate source of authority. Subsequently, Deleuze insists, the world of representation will more or less forget its moral origin and presuppositions, Dr. 265. But that origin will continue to shape and orient it, and even determine its inast into physical concepts and onto theological hierarchies. If there is a forgetting at the heart of metaphysics, then, it is not that of being, but that of the moral values and attitude underlying it. As a result, the overcoming of Platonism is itself a matter of moral genealogy and political critique, not ontology, or at least not preliminarily. How, exactly, does Plato manage to avoid anarchy and exorcise simulacra? With the help of a remarkable tool, a concept, which is also, and above all, selective. It is precisely with a view to bringing a certain order and hierarchy in the visible world, including the world of the city, for which, I and the Republic, Plato is concerned to provide an ideal constitution, that he creates the inast phonatable and arguably successful concept of the entire history of philosophy, namely, the idea. In doing so, however, he reintroduces transcendence in philosophy. The force of the idea, which any anti-Platonism will have to reckon with, and substitute with another, equally powerful concept, is that it is at once a political weapon, an oral tool, and an aesthetic. Idea L. Ideas designate beings, objects, and their truth. Semblances, on the other hand, are nothing real. As such, the idea is the principle of selection that allows one to distinguish between images, and especially between likenesses and semblances. The idea enables one to discriminate between, and select, those images we can count on, as they set us on the way to truth, and those images that lead us astray and onto the path of error and illusion. In other words, ideas help us distinguish between those images that resemble the original, and those that are near semblances of the original. The idea is itself the origin of all appearances. It is itself not an image, but the model after which all images are forged. To the extent that it can be apprehended, it is not through the senses, vulkreltens, as an image, but through thought, v61 LCNS. If all images are derived from the original, which they imitate, or only simulate, it is only fitting that the only type that can distinguish between images and simulacra by looking at the original, namely, the philosopher, be the custodian of that order that extends between the visible and the invisible. It is only fitting that the philosopher rule the city according to that natural order and hierarchy. Artists, sophists, and other simulators, on the other hand, whose power of deception is a source of corruption for all citizens, will be banned from the city, or closely watched. 8 For once in the grip of such deceiving images, the souls are riveted to non-being, and oblivious of truth. They, in turn, become a danger and a threat, to truth, and to the possibility of constructing a city that would be built on truth. With Platonism, philosophy becomes a police operation. And the greatest police operation we find in Plato, one that involves a strategy of shadowing, tailing, and results in a relentless in and hunt, is against the sophist, considered to be the greatest enemy of the ideal city. But the no less remarkable feature of Plato's sophist is the extent to which the sophist, precisely as a shadow or semblance of truth, as a false pretender, continuously escapes the hunt, snare, or trap of the Eleatic stranger, and in such a way that, at the very end of the dialogue, after what seems like an interminable chase, the innature of the difference between the sophist and the philosopher isn't entirely resolved. 9 Still, the raison d'etre of the idea is its ability to discriminate, eliminate, select, and choose. It is only superficially that the Platonic method involves dividing all nothing according to its natural articulations, that is, according to genus and species. 10 In other words, the operation of specification, fr01 and genus to species and all the way to what Aristotle calls differences, with which Plato's work is S01 net and 1 es associated, is only a preliminary step towards a more significant goal. Or, to put it differently, the Aristotelian operation of division and specification is itself an effect of, and a response to, the image of thought that Plato had identified for philosophy. The Platonic one-ethod is a dialectic not of contradiction and contraries, antithesis, but of rivalry, antithesis. It is concerned with the need to select rivals and suitors. The ultimate goal of the division is to distinguish the real thing fr01 and the illusion of the ill posture and to establish a hierarchy between types. And where there is no longer a genuine relation of ressemblance or imitation, but only a simulation or simulacrum of imitation, the philosophical, inoral, and political procedure of exclusion of the claimant is introduced. Once the idea, of the good, justice, beauty, love, the statesman, etc., has been established, it becomes a question of presenting the rivals before its tribunal, and asking the extent to which they resemble the idea, or participate in it. 2 The greater the degree of participation, the purer or inner authentic the claim and the pretender. Undoubtedly, one must distinguish all sorts of degrees, an entire hierarchy, in this elective participation. Is there not a possessor of the third or the fourth rank, and onto an infinity of degradation culminating in the one who possesses no more than a simulacrum, a mirage, the one who like the sophist is himself a mirage and simulacrum? LS 255. But the idea alone possesses S01 nothing first hand, and it's only in relation to it that the hierarchy can be established. What are the constitutive features of the idea? How does it world by contrast with the image, which is only an image, that is, secondary, derivative, and always changing? The idea is the thing itself, in its being and truth. It is itself and nothing else, auto cath auto. In other words, the idea is the very figure of sameness, or self-identity, and defines being as identity. It is also characterized, from the point of view of the image, by a relation of internal resemblance and likeness. Identity defines not only the original, but also the relation between the original and the copy. Only the relation of flow icanus, and thus of identity, is recognized as a genuine relation. The thread of those images that Plato defines as simulacra C01-ness precisely FR01 and the fact that they cannot be contained within such a paradigm. The only differences that can be recognized, in every sense of the ten, are those differences defined as non-identities, or as situated at a distance FROL11, but still in relation to identities. Pure differences, or simulacra, can only be rejected, expelled, or neutralized. And yet, Deleuze's entire enterprise consists in showing how such pure or oceanic differences continue to proliferate and bubble beneath the surface of fixed identities, an entire I11 multiplicity NLL11 bless underneath the salnaness of the idea, Dr. 274. The challenge that Deleuze set for thought was that of ACCOL11 modating, and subordinating itself to, those differences, thus altering its eyelage and goal, and reversing its course. Thirdly, because the resemblance is internal, the copy must itself have an internal relation to the true, or being, which is itself analogous to that of the nodel. Finally, the copy I11 must be identified by I11 of a method which, given two opposed predicates, selects the one that agrees with the L11 odel. The copy, then, can be distinguished syst I11 adequately from the sil 11 ulacrum by subordinating its own difference to this fourfold principle of the same, the similar, the analogous, and the opposed, Dr. 265. To be sure, Deleuze goes on say, with Plato these instances are not yet distributed as they will be in the deployed world of representation, from Aristotle onwards, Dr. 265. No doubt, in the transition FROL11 the Platonic world to the world of representation, a slippage occurs, Dr. 265. The Sal 11 ENESS of the Platonic idea, guaranteed by the good, gives way to the identity of the concept, orient towards the form of identity in the object, and grounded in a self-identical thinking subject. But, Deleuze insists, it is the L110 RAL vision of the world that is thereby extended, Dr. 266, and if an 11 ed as see only sense, the 211 age of thought as recognition, requires the concordance and collaboration of all faculties, perception, I11 ori, reason, IL11 agination, judge I11 ent, etc., in the presentation of the same object, or the object in the FON11 of self-identity. Far FROL11 breaking with the Daza, and Beck OL11 ing paradoxical, the Dole 11 in and IL11 age of thought inherited form Platonisal 11 solidifies into an orthodoxy, all the L110 re difficult to shake off in that its hidden, underlying presupposition is L110 RAL through and through. It is the discourse that says or, more often, implies, everybody knows that. Or recognizes that. Nobody can deny that. As if thought were the I110st natural and consensual activity, as if a bit of goodwill and the right L11 ithid were enough to arrive at the truth. This is how the alloral vision of the world, which grants thought a good nature, and the philosopher with goodwill, continues to orient and shape the ILOST abstract philosophical concepts and systems, and to generate transcendental illusions. How to overturn Platonism? Having established the origin and fundamental meaning of Platonism, we need to ask about its possible irreversal, what can it possibly alien, and how can it be brought about? How can one distinguish between appearances without subordinating all the start to the self-sameness of ideas, and introducing the problematic of imitation and participation? How can one select without judging, or at least without introducing a transcendent point of view within the immanent plane of appearances? How, in other words, can one think without ideas, and overturn the doxic earnage of thought? If, as I have tried to show, the Platonic idea is a political tool, a LTL oral concept, and an aesthetic ideal, the question is one of knowing what ilnage of thought, and what concepts, can be developed as a genuine alternative. Those questions take us to the very heart of the Deleuzean project and intonate the extraordinarily difficult task that awaits those who wish to create an image of thought, and a philosophy, devoid of idealism and transcendence. It cannot be a question, here, of providing a detailed account of such a project. Nor can it be a question of reviewing the various attempts that, according to Deleuze's Hiltal self, have developed in the margins of Platonism, threatening it all along, opening up possibilities of thought and life unknown to it. Whilst dominant, and deeply entrenched in Western thought, Platonism is a porous substance, for all which thought escapes in all sorts of ways. In a way, the overturning of Platonism begins to unfold in the Platonic text itself, and in the sophist in particular. For there, we arrive at the paradoxical and eminently open-ended situation where the art of the sophist is brought to a point of almost absolute proximity with that of the genuine philosopher. The conclusion that we are invited to draw is that, ultimately, there is no absolute criterion for the distinction between images and simulacra. Deleuze doesn't fail to mention the irony, pushed to its very liolits, that is, to the point of humor, which is at work in the Platonic dialogue. Plato is the first to indicate this direction for the overthrow of Platonism 1//LS295. By confronting sophism as its NLY, but also as its LIN1 it and its double, EEE136L, Platonism reveals a force it cannot contain. It is precisely for all that standpoint, internal to Platonism, that Deleuze will attempt to overturn it. Deleuze's strategy, then, is not to construct a system of thought outside Platonism. Rather, it is to show that its reversal takes place at the very moment at which it is set up, and to see the entire system for all the point of view of the simulacrum itself. Some have gone as far as to describe the Deleuzean project as a rejuvenated and even a completed Platonism /I3. Ultimately, I would like to suggest that Deleuze's own formidable philosophical activity and creation of concepts in the 1960s, and those of difference and repetition in particular, can be attributed to such a strategy and to the need to invent new possibilities of thought and new forms of life. As a preliminary stage, however, I would like to indicate how Deleuze identifies resources to overturn Platonism within the post-Platonic age of the Greeks, and LLLOST notably in the naturalisms of Lucretius and Stoicism. Lucretius' Naturalism. In his essay, The Simulacrum and Ancient Philosophy Deleuze presents the naturalism of the author of De Rerum Natura as a speculative as well as practical enterprise that is specifically anti-Platonic. It consists of an investigation into the nature of things, and THIRD-WORLDISM of nature, the ultimate goal of which is to identify the conditions under which the Hirn can achieve the highest degree of fulfillment, which Lucretius defines as pleasure. The speculative object and the practical object of philosophy as naturalism, science, and pleasure, coincide on this point. It is always a matter of denouncing the illusion, the false infinite, the infinity of religion and all of the myths in which it is expressed. To the question what is the use of philosophy, the answer must be, who else would have an interest in holding forth the image of a free man, and in denouncing all of the forces which need myth and troubled souls in order to establish their power? One of the most profound constants of naturalism is to denounce everything that is sadness, everything that is the cause of sadness, and everything that needs sadness to exercise its power. From Lucretius to Nietzsche, the same end is pursued and attained. LS 278-79, translation modified. On one level, Lucretius' point of departure is remarkably close to that of Plato, and everything happens as if he placed himself on the very terrain that Plato had chosen for philosophy. Like Plato, Lucretius develops a theory of the image, and emphasizes the need to distinguish between different types of images. As in Plato, the ultimate goal of such a distinction is inaural, or, better said perhaps, ethical. Yet the context is entirely different from that of Platonism. The image is not opposed to the phantasm or the simulacrum, and is not thought in relation to an original, a inodal, or an idea. In fact, by translating the Epicurean ELOWAOV with the Latin simulacrum, which he also refers to images as ingens, effigia, and figurae, Lucretius blurs the distinction that Plato had introduced between copies and simulacra. Insofar as simulacra are everywhere and we do not cease to be inearst in theon, and to be battered by the in as if by wave s, ls 27.5, the question beckolanes one of knowing how to see through theon, and of identifying the criterion by which such a distinction can be innate. If there is a need to distinguish between such semblances or impressions, then, it is not with a view to establishing how far FR or how close to an original, PO cited as idea, they are, nor indeed to separate images FR simulacra, but to distinguish between images and illusions, or false representations. By contrast with the Platonic account, Lucretius' explanation doesn't consist of a comparison between an image, and its, in or less successful, imitation of the original, and the simulacrum, as bearing no relation whatsoever with the original. Rather, it consists of an inaniant and purely immaterialist method, which innoves from the core and depth of the natural entity in question to its surface, and what can be apprehended at the surface. In place of a vertical and transcendent structure, governed by the idea's relation to its inane instances, we have an immanent structure, governed by a complex play of depth and surface. In place of an eidetic core, apprehended through our faculty of intellection, we have a material core, apprehended through the senses. In addition, the relation between depth and surface, atoms and effects, is not one of innotation and resemblancy, but of production through combination. Every body produces images and simulacra which do not reproduce the externalapperance of its signalist constitutive element sj. Although we do not see or perceive matter at the atomic level, we always perceive it as it is, in the way in which it is coltrabined and composed. Near the beginning of Book 4 of De Rerum Natura, Lucretius writes the following: here exist what we call images simulacra of things which, like filaments enlilbrani drawn from the outermost surface of things, flit about hither and thither through the air. 4:30-32. Insofar as those effects, produced by things at their surface, affect the inand, animus, and the soul, anima, they account for sensible qualities. To be or precise, and in Deleuze's words, sounds, signals, tastes, and temperatures refer especially to the elnitions fro in the depths, whereas visual determinations, phones, and colors refer to the simulacra of the surface, ls 27.3. In fact, the situation is even in or complex, since each sense combines information of the depth with information of the surface, and elnitions fro in the depth necessarily pass through the surface, ls 27.3. In any case, Deleuze goes on to write, elnitions and simulacra are grasped not as atomic compounds, but as qualities apprehended at a distance on and in the objective. The distance is given by the stream of air that elnitions and simulacra push before theon, as it passes through the sensory organ, ls 274. In other words, it is all a matter of the speed with which those elnitions traverse space. Many images, Lucretius writes, arise in brief space, so that there is good reason to call the origin of these things rapid. 4:159-60. It is moments of turn itself that we feel and apprehend. Simulacra, for example, are swifter than elninations, as if there were, in the case of sensible tiln, differentials of diverse orders, ls 27.5. There is yet another kind of images that enjoy a high degree of independence with respect to objects and an external inability. It is as if, with those in one ages, and as a result of their independence, a certain confusion could arise, and thus, also, a certain danger. Clouds, for example, of which Lucretius recognizes that no one can say what they are an image of, 4:174-75, as they are carried by the wind, can take on various shapes, such as that of a giant, or a monster, 4:136-42. Being very far fro in the objects fro in which they emanate, and having lost with them any direct connection, clouds form these grand autonomous figures, in which we are tempted to read all sorts of signs and project false ideas. Our belief in gods, in a hidden lianing and wool, Stein's FRO in such false conclusions regarding physical impressions. Equally deceiving and misleading are those in one ages that are innate of particularly subtle and agile simulacra, coining FRO in various objects, and able to emerge together. Condense and dissipate, LS 276, translation inaudified. No doubt, Deleuze goes on to explain, they are too swift and too tenuous to be actually seen, yet stable enough to supply the animus, or the inint, of which Lucretius says that it is itself thin and wonderfully easy to move, 748, with visions of its own, centaurs, sea Erebirus-like creatures, and ghosts all of the illages which correspond to desire or, again, and especially, drieln images. I4. I1 nages produced by the imagination, then, or by drams, aren't of a different nature froln those that we imply see, they too are simulacra that emanate froln objects, the only difference being that they are inner subtle and thinner than those of vision rapidly passing through the senses, they reach the mind more quickly, and affect it more vividly. The third and final type of image, also potentially deceiving, which Deleuze emphasizes, broaches the question of erotic desire and its problematic relation to pleasure. In a passage froln de natura ren, Lucretius compares the thin images of love with a thirst that cannot be quenched. Whereas the desire of water or bread is easily fulfilled, from man's aspect and beautiful bloom nothing comes into the body to be enjoyed except thin images simulacra tenvia, as when in drielns a thirsty in and seeks to drink, and no water is forthcoming to quench the burning in his frame, but he seeks the image simulacra of water, striving in vain, and in the midst of a rushing river thirsts while he drinks, so in love Venus mocks lovers with images simulacris, 4, R084 roar. In the case of erotic love, then, we succumb to a certain illusion, which makes us believe in the reality of all-nothing, and the possibility of a satisfaction, when the image that we hold onto is actually severed froln what we seek to achieve. We seek all-nothing stable, definitive, which we hope to achieve by grasping the most fleeting images. Those three types of simulacra or, better said perhaps, of phantasms, and the illusions to which they lead, are all due to the fact that we project infinity into something finite, and are unable to relate the visions of our into perceptions of actual simulacra or surface and depth images. Lucretius Immaterialis Aliel is a systematic effort to dissolve all illusions religious, drieln-like, and erotic, and denounce all uses of the bad infinite. In the end, everything comes down to this distinction, which is also the basic principle of selection, between the infinite and the finite, as well as the true infinite and the bad infinite. As Deleuze puts it, simulacra produce the nitage of a false infinite in the images which they they give birth to the double illusion of an infinite capacity for pleasure and an infinite possibility of tunti ant, LS 277. Stoicism 1. The naturali siti of Epicurus and Lucretius is often opposed to the Stoic tradition. There are historical reasons for such an opposition, whereas the UNC on 1 Prolt 2 Singer Naturalis and 1 of Epicureanis did to an open war against religion, Christian theology, and irality at use of Stoicism and of its asceticism in particular. On Deleuze's reading, however, Stoicism and Epicureanism share a coltern ground and aspiration, nalti their anti-Platonicity, and a coltiti on question, nalti that of the relation between bodies and their surface, effects of surfaces, and events. In the second series of Logic of Sense, Deleuze clarity is that, with their theory of the event, to which we shall turn very shortly, the Stoics bring about the first great and radical reversal of Platonism LS 6, translation iti edified. In the Sal tie series, we are told that the Epicureans themselves had a theory, albeit never fully developed, of the event, which was very close to that of the Stoics. With the Stoics, then, we encounter once again the question of the surface, and its relation to depth, a question which the Epicureans suitiized with their concept of the silti, and which the Stoics refer to as inserporals, or events/I. Let itie begin by suitiizing the Stoic theory of the event, before turning to the philosophy of THIRD that Deleuze extracts frolti, and which will open up the distinctly Deleuzian concept of repetition. I6 Stoicity also begins with a distinction, which Deleuze sees as a powerful alternative to the Platonic distinction between iltiges and siltiolacra, or ideas, and phantasites. The distinction in question is that between bodies, crwf_ada, and the effects produced by those bodies, effects that are theltiselves incorporeal entities, okrv_ada. The crucial point, with respect to our overall problematic and goal, is that, ultimately, this distinction corresponds to a telti-iperal distinction, or a distinction between two idealities of tilti. Let N1e elaborate further on the distinction between bodies and incorporeals, and weave the telti-iperal distinction into it. Firstly, then, there are bodies, with their tensions, physical qualities, actions and passions, and the corresponding states of affairs. LS4. States of affairs, etas de chases, here translates the Greek to nixavov. These states of affairs, actions, and passions, are the result of the various ways in which bodies mix together. The tiln of bod ies is the present, the living present is the exact temporal extension, or the duration, which accompanies and neasuries the action of the agent and the passion of the patient. Bodies are connected together as causes, but not as effects, which exist, vttopxe1, in space and in the living present, and the unity of which is called destiny. The nodally of being of bodies is existence. Another way of saying this is to say that all that exists is corporeal. Such a statement would seem to point to an irreducible materialism. And yet, as we shall see in a moment, bodies don't exhaust the real. Secondly, bodies, insofar as they are causes, produce effects, which are of an entirely different nature. The effects are incorporeal entities. It is this difference in kind between bodies and incorporeals that Deleuze is concerned to investigate. Formulated in such a schematic way, however, the distinction seems dangerously close to the Platonic distinction between images and ideas, or the Aristotelian distinction between substances and essences. And, as we shall see, Deleuze increases the potential misunderstanding when he equates the incorporeal with the ideal. It is all the more important, then, to show how radically different the two distinctions are. Their difference is ulti 111 temporal, whereas the Platonic and Aristotelian distinctions aim to grasp the permanent and stable behind the fleeting and beckoning. The Stoics understand the incorporeal as the eventful, which opens up a different nodally of tinal. Of incorporeals, we cannot say that they exist, nor even, and especially not, that they are. Rather, we need to say that they insist or subsist, vcpecjtovcxl. Besides existence, then, which designates the reality of bodies, there is at least another sense of being, that of the incorporeal. Incorporeals are neither agents nor patients, but effects of actions and passions, impassive results. Because they are neither substances nor simply accidents, we need to treat them not as substantives, or adjectives, but as verbs. This distinction between the corporeal and the incorporeal draws on the Stoic theory of causality. Following the Platonic definition of being as power, 5vval-us, 17 the Stoics understand the body as what can act or be acted upon. By contrast, they define the incorporeal as essentially inactive and impassive. According to Theon, the incorporeal neither acts on anything, nor is acted upon by anything else. This view implies that whilst incorporeals do not interact with bodies, nor bodies with incorporeals, bodies do interact with another. Yet a body can cause an incorporeal effect in another body, such as being burnt or being cut. It is clear, therefore, that the Stoics draw a radical distinction between two planes of being, on the one hand, real or profound being, force, 8-SB on the other, the plane of effects, which take place on the surface of being, and constitute an endless inultiplicity of incorporeal beings, which the Stoics refer to as attributes, and distinguish own properties. This new dualism between bodies or states of affairs and incorporeal events carries decisive consequences for the intaphysics of representation. For the Aristotelian tradition, all categories are said of, and in relation to, being. Difference itself is recognized and located between substance as the preliminary sense and the other categories which are related to it as accidents, LS7. For the Stoics, on the other hand, accidents, states of affairs, qualities and quantities are, or are a part of substance. They exist like the substance. In that sense, like the Epicureans, the Stoics can be seen to force the simulacrum back onto the substance, or, should we privilege the Platonic vocabulary, the image. Their distinctive innov, however, consists in understanding the effects produced by bodies as incorporeals, and therefore as outside or otherwise than being, or existence. This is how, for Theon, the highest ten is not being, but all nothing, allocid, not in the sense of a being, or entity, but in the non-personal sense of the event that precedes and exceeds every subject or substance, and every noun. This apparently innocuous innoven tenons, as already suggested, to the first inaugural reversal of Platonism, LS7. Why? Precisely insofar as the idea, which Plato posited as primary and permanent, and in which the image and the sensible world as a whole energies, through ionitation, is now identified with the incorporeal, which is nothing but an in one passive, sterile and inefficacious effect that takes place at the surface of bodies, substance and accidents, image and simulacra, without resembling theon, LS7. In other words, the incorporeal, or ideal, is only secondary and produced by the immaterial interaction of bodies. In this new configuration, it is no longer a question of neutralizing the simulacra that elude the ground, the idea, and leave. Socrates perplexed regarding their ontological status, in response to Parmenides, Socrates claims that it would be absurd to think that things as vile and paltry as hair, dirt, and even lnud could each have a corresponding idea. And yet, he goes on to adlit, all natilns get disturbed, and begin to think that there is nothing without an idea. I9. The Stoic concern, by contrast, is to free those effects that manifest themselves and unfold at the surface of things, without ground, or lilith, LS7. It is the open and unlilithid totality of those effects that are not only causal, but also sonorous, linguistic, visual, etc. that Deleuze now calls idea, or ideality. With the Stoics, simulacra cease to be subterranean rebels that the idea needs to hunt down and suppress, they rise to the surface and thrive at the surface, freed from all paradigms and norms, and are now able to unfold, to insist, not as particular instances of universals, of categories, but as singularities. To reverse Platonism is first and foremost to remove essences and to substitute events in their place, as throws jets of singularities. By distinguishing between states of affairs, and their corresponding essences, and events, the Stoics are able to point to an entire dimension of reality, populated not by substances, accidents, and essences, but by what, following the language of mathematics, and of Lautmann in particular, Deleuze calls singular, as opposed to ordinary, or sensitive points. 20 boiling point, points of fusion, condensation, crystallization, points of tears and joy, illness and health, hope and anguish, etc. In the margins of the logic of states of affairs and actual bodies, there is a logic and chain of events, which is not causal. In that chain, all events seal nulnunicate and are held together in a single event, which bodies, including our own, arrest, freeze, and divide up, thus giving the impression of a world that is discontinuous and fragmented, oblivious of the fact that it is a continuous multiplicity. This is the point at which we need to turn to the Stoic theory of Tiln. To the classical view of Tiln, which sees past, present and future as three parts of the SAINE Tiln plurality, and privileges the present as the origin of Tiln, the Stoics oppose two different and mutually exclusive temporalities, a Tiln plurality of depths, chronos, and a temporality of surfaces, ion. On the one hand, there is the always limited present, which assumes the action of bodies as causes and the state of their mixtures in depth, chronos. On the other hand, there is the essentially unlimited past and future, which gather incorporeal events, at the surface, as effects, ion. ls6r. Point 21. The present incarnates itself in a state of affairs. It is, quite literally, an ladder of incorporation. Incorporeals, on the other hand, are not living presents, but what escapes and eludes the present by dividing Tiln infinitely in past and future. Pure events are always about to take place, and have already taken place, at the same time. The two regimes of time are always intertwined, yet ontologically distinct. The Tiln of succession, which defines being as existence, is chronological, but traversing that Tiln, or cutting through it, is the Tiln of becoming, which defines being as insistence, or subsistence. Since, according to Chrysippus, Tiln is a pure continuum, and can thus be divided ad infinitum, it is never present strictly speaking. It always escapes the present. This, in turn, means that the present or the instant is itself nothing temporal, but is always limited. It is, if you will, the limit or liaisure of time, and of action in particular, as Aristotle claimed before the Stoics. Such is the reason why the Stoics say that Tiln doesn't exist, that it is incorporeal, or that it is nothing actual. According to Deleuze, those two readings of Tiln are as necessary as they are mutually exclusive. Point 22. This means that they do not correspond to two different interpretations of Tiln, but two different temporalities, all nothing that, once again, the Stoics would dispute, insofar as, for Theon, the order of the present is not a temporal order. According to the first reading, it will be said that only the present exists, that it reduces or contracts in itself the past and the future, ls6r. The only reality, then, would be that of the present, and of its contractions. From contraction to contraction, and with ever greater depth, the present reaches the limits of the universe and becomes a living cosmic present, ls6r. Tiln is composed only of interlocking presents. But then, if all the presents contract in one living cosmic present, the order is entirely reversible, and, from relaxation to relaxation, the universe can start all over again, and its infinity of presents can be restored. This is how, whilst limite, the Tiln of the present, as Deleuze calls it, is infinity. Its infinity is cyclical and animates a physical eternal return of the Sanal, ls6r. According to the second reading, which Deleuze is not concerned to emphasize, it will be said that only the past and future subsist, that they subdivide each present, ad infinitum, however essential it may be, stretching out over their LT line 23. This novelment is exactly opposed to the contraction of past and future in the living present. Every present is now extended, stretched out, in two directions at once, and ad infinitum, like Alice in Wonderland, who becomes shorter and taller at the SAINE Tiln. It is not the cyclical, yet limited, infinity of the eternal return of the Salm, but the unlimited infinity of a line that extends and spreads outward, from the middle. The eternally neutral, LT, and infinitive form one of TINE undoes the material, cyclical, and linonite phone of actual Tiln. Through its unlimited subdivision in both directions at once, each event runs along the entire ion and becomes coextensive to its straight line in both directions. Do we then sense the approach of an eternal return no longer having anything to do with the cycle, or the entrance of a labyrinth? LS64, translation modified. Tiln is still a line, and the line is still native points. But the points are the singular points of events, and not the ordinary points of states of affairs. This is the point at which the line Beco-Lanes far and tenre labyrinthine, uncanny, and threatening, far in are difficult to accept, and lower difficult still to affirm, than the infinity of the recurring present. As will become apparent in the following section, this is the point at which, extending the Stoic conception of tin-one-e, and connecting it with Nietzsche's concept of eternal recurrence, Deleuze sees tiln as the object of a new kind of affirmation, a new test, and a new principle of selection, opposed to the neural image of thought of Platonism. The new principles of selection, difference, and repetition. Deleuze's own systematic to overturn Platonism draws on the Stoic theory of incorporeality and tiln, as well as on the naturalism of Lucretius, and his theory of the simulacral ti in pa articular. Deleuze celebrates the philosophy of pure bcolting and affination of the Fahner, whilst characterizing the latter as the sensualism connected with the joy of the diverse, and this critique of all mystifications, ls. 279. In his own way, Deleuze seeks to liberate philosophy from sadness, from the illusions and traps generated by the transcendent image of thought and the power of Jun 1 and difference and repetition goes as far as to define itself as a system of simulacres / that is, as an analytic and fluid system of differences freed from the grip of ideas and the logic of identity. The question is still one of knowing how to think diversity and multiplicity. It is still, as Deleuze says, a matter of knowing how beings are distributed or organized, how being is distributed among beings, Dr. 285. Playing on the Ilani meanings of the word distribution in French, which applies also to cardinals, Deleuze raises the question of the rule of the GAIL that presides over the dealing of beings as a whole. Is the rule of the game given in advance, and once and for all, or is the rule the very object of the GMLLE? Is being distributed among beings through imitation, participation, or even analogy, that is, ideally and categorially, in what amounts to a elovalent all diversity, multiplicity, and difference, to increasing degrees of unity and identity, and culminating in the good and God? Or is it distributed univocally through chance and the endless, inexhaustibly repetition of difference? Is philosophical thought oriented towards the identity of the object, or towards the differential system of multiplicities? 24 Deleuze defines the simulacrum as the system where different i.e. different relates to different through difference itself, Dr. 277. To the formula, only that which resembles differs / he opposes the formula, only differences can resemble each other, ls. 261. Each corresponds to a different reading of the world, and a different perspective. The first, connected with the thoughts of Plato and Aristotle, thinks difference from the standpoint of a previous similarity or identity. The second, on the other hand, suggests that we think of similarities, and even identity, as the product of a deep disparity, ls. 261. By saying that identity is a product of difference, Deleuze not only reverses the tenets of Platonism. He also, and illost significantly, replaces the metaphysics of representation with the metaphysics of production, which Lucretius had already intillated. Difference, he claims, is essentially productive, and the only engine or principle of production. The world does not unfold through iolitation and reproduction, but through a rigorous dynamic of production. If there is an origin of production, it is not identity, but disparity. It is as a result of disparities between elements and series, and at every level, physical, biological, psychological, aesthetic, social and political, etc. that the world is shaped and events take place. It is only because of differences and differentials, of potential, energy, pressure, level, temperature, tension, in short, differences of intensity too, that new phenomena emerge. The first formula defines the world as a world of copies or representations, and posits it as image. The second formula, on the other hand, defines the world of simulacra and posits the world itself as phantasien 2. 6. According to this reading of the world, Phen all nina are not the N1 manifestation of a hidden essence, which they would reveal and conceal at the san 1 etine, but the expression or product of a con 1 N1 unication between heterogeneous and disparate series, which results in a temporary solution. In such a reading of the world, there is no longer any rune 1 for icons or images, the only reality is that of simulacra, that is, phenol nina generated through difference. The silnu iacruin is no longer a degraded copy. It is no longer a inatter of distinguishing between essence and appearance, or inodal and copy. Rather, it is a N1 atter of distinguishing between copies and sin 1 ulacra, but with a view to affining the rights of the latter, and subverting the distinction constitutive of representation. Crowned anarchies are substituted for the hierarchies of representation J non 1 adic distributions for the sedentary distributions of representation, Dr 278. The systeme of simulacra does not force one to choose and judge between appearances, but to affin the world of appearances and celebrate it as a condensation of coexistences and a simultaneity of events, LS 262. In place of the systeme of representation, de-alienated by the paradigm of imitation, resemblance, and participation, and the SYS 10 Latic exclusion of sin 1 ulacra, Deleuze construes a systeme of difference, insisting all along that such a systeme is the only real ity, and that the world of representation is itself an illusion. Were it not for the connection between difference and repetition, however, the reversal of Pietanissen would remain incomplete. Why? Because representation itself presupposes a concept of repetition. Whether in the Platonic theory of imitation, the Neoplatonic theory of participation, or the Aristotelian theory of truth, a certain type of repetition is at stake. It is the repetition of the SAINE in the other, the identical in difference, or the inodal in the copy, but in a way that signals a loss, however in 1 al. In other words, it is a inodal of repetition as degradation. The Deleuzian concept of repetition is entirely different, and aimed at wresting production from representation. Repetition, he claims, is opposed to representation. If the two concepts share a prefix, its meaning is radically different in both, Dr 57. In the first instance, difference is said only in relation to the identical, whereas in the other its being itself the being of the simulacrum, which is said in relation to difference. That which is repeated, or returns, in the cistern of the simulacron, and that which innakes, difference, is not the self-identity and self-presence of the paradigm, but difference itself. All that returns, and returns always, and always differently, is difference. Were it not for this return, the world would repeat itself identically, or perhaps slightly differently, but always as the world that unfolds fr on an identical origin. There would be no possibility of anything new emerging in the world, no possibility of creation or evolution. In that sense, repetition is opposed to reproduction. The world is produced as a result of a principle of difference that never ceases to return. The only thing that reproduces itself, and always differently, is difference. In following Nietzsche's effort to overturn Platonism, Deleuze also follows Nietzsche's most extreme and demanding thought, namely, that of the eternal return. Yet, as with the definition of Platonism, Deleuze interprets Nietzsche's thought of the eternal return in a specific way. If Nietzsche's thought of the eternal return is able to reverse representation and destroy the icons, as well as the model, it is to the extent that he does not presuppose the same and the C-I-niller, but shows them to be produced by the system of the simulacruin, and thus, at the same time, reveals the illusion of the SAINE as the origin and foundation of everything that is, as the being beneath beings. But the only being is that of difference, and its productive repetitions. Returning is being, but only the being of becoming. The eternal return does not bring back the same, but returning constitutes the only same of that which becomes. Returning is the becoming identical of becoming itself. Returning is thus the only identity, but identity as a secondary power, that is, the identity of difference, the identical which is said of the different, or which gravitates around the different. Such an identity, produced by difference, is determined as repetition. Dr. 41. It is a mistake, therefore, to claim that everything, every single thing, every being, returns. Insofar as what returns is difference. The power of the simulacra in, the chaos of a world without beginning or end, repetition is itself a principle of selection, albeit a paradoxical one. W hat is selected are all the procedures opposed to selection, LS 265. What is excluded is election in the sense of Platonism, selection based on similarity and identity. Not only does the eternal return not innate everything return, it causes those who fail the test to perish. The identical does not return. The SAINE and the similar, the analogous and the opposed, do not return. Dr. 299. Everything that doesn't withstand the test of the eternal return is expelled, excluded, negated. What returns, what is selected, is precisely everything that Platonism excludes, namely, that which pretends to correct divergence, to recenter the circles or order the chaos, and to provide a nodal or make a copy, LS 265. Far from being merely a theoretical representation of the world, then, repetition carries out a practical selection among differents according to their capacity to produce, and this means, ultimately, their capacity to pass the test of the eternal return, Dr. 4I. Difference returns insofar as it can produce. Production is itself a result of a process of differentiation. The new principle of selection is one that affirms the reality of becoming, or chaos, over the fixed order and hierarchy of representation. And if it is practical, it is not just in the ontological, but also in the ethical sense of the ten. As Nietzsche himself emphasized, repetition is a test for us, and a principle to which our entire existence should be subjected as the renastelnanding, extern, and beautiful thought. For it is the thought through which we affirm the reality of becoming and difference over the illusion of being and identity, the desire for a world of creation over the world as imitation, the love of the abyss over the longing for secure foundations, the celebration of new values over the reproduction of old values. Repetition is selective in the ontological and ethical sense. But the point is that, for Deleuze, as for Spinoza or Nietzsche, there is no longer any difference between the ontological and the ethical. The ethical is nothing outside our ability to realize or inaxilnize our ontological potential, nothing, that is, outside our capacity to extend ourselves to the limit of our puissance, to reach that external limit or point at which our energy is able to transform itself. As such, repetition signals the possibility of a life that is no longer governed by the ordinary and the average, but by the external, the linguinal, the singular. Those categories aren't neural, but, first and foremost, ontological, physical, mathematical, as well as ethical. If they can be understood as values, it is not insofar as they belong to a faculty of judgment, but insofar as they correspond to a type of existence, and signal l'niassure, a desire to l'niassure and describe intensities, or energies. They signify a life beyond good and evil, an existence that is no longer defined by its ability to judge. To live, to exist, now Beccolane's nature of experimenting, creating, in short, Beccolaning. By focusing on Deleuze's account of Platonism, and his effort to overturn it, we were able to extract the origin of, or the fundamental motivation behind, the metaphysics of representation, and reveal another image of thought, which is at once genealogical and constructive. Platonism is the noun of a solution to a problem that is at once neural, aesthetic, political, and metaphysical. The notion of image, especially as distinguished from that of the simulacra, crystallizes all those aspects, initially unified. The Deleuzian overturning of Platonism rule doesn't remain content with reversing the terms of the Platonic distinctions, nor even, as the tradition has done, with disannulling the distinction between appearance and essence. Rather, it extracts from Platonism that which the Platonic text sought to neutralize and set aside, but which keeps returning, disrupting that text, undermining the efforts of representation. It doesn't offer a different solution to an old problemel, how to select genuine images and exclude simulacra, but reverses the tense of the problem itself, and asks, how to select simulacra and reveal the extent to which they escape the play of the original and its copy. How to think images outside the framework of representation. How to produce an image of thought that is based on a different thought of the image. How to think and live without transcendence. In the end, we can wonder whether those questions, initially triggered by Deleuze's confrontation with the history of Platonism, continued to orient and shape his thought, despite the fact that the notion of simulacral more or less disappeared from his work after the publication of Difference and Repetition and Logic of Sense. 27. Even though Deleuze's later thought no longer focuses on the distinction between copies and simulacra, and the need to select the latter in place of the former. It is still concerned with the possibility of distinguishing between images, of drawing a typology of 7-8 images, to which specific images of thought correspond. Whether in connection with Francis Bacon or the history of Sinelna, it is now a matter of distinguishing between inner clichés and genuine images, between organic images and fragmentary or crystal images. It is a matter of revealing the gap that separates the orthodox conception and practice of art and philosophy as representation, that is, as the effort to produce an organic and harmonious image via the convergence and accord of all faculties, and the hetero or paradoxical image of thought and art, which is set in illusion, and quite literally provoked, through the experience of an image that tears the world of familiar images apart, brings about a conflict of the faculties that results not in harmony and beauty, as symbols of the moral good, but in an unsettling pathos that draws thought out of its dogmatic sleep, laziness, stupor, and stupidity, and opens the way to what, in his later thought, Deleuze calls the body without organs, or the life of pure illness. For Deleuze and a _. How are things determined to be what they are? Kant's answer to this question defines transcendental idealism, and forms the core of Deleuze's lifelong fascination with Kant. He criticizes Kant for reducing determination to the external application of concepts to the given. Yet what preoccupies Deleuze is a deeper account of determination in Kant, the determination of the being of the self, I am, by its own thinking activity, I think. Because this determination happens in time, the being that is determined is different from the being that is determinable. The latter, by definition, is not thought and cannot be thought, and yet it is precisely what is to be thought. Here is what, above all, fascinates Deleuze about Kant, the very act in which the I thinks its own being requires that being to squirm out of thought's reach. Through its thinking activity the I generates difference from its being, indicating that the being of thought is both what must be thought and what cannot be thought. The difference of thought from its being recurs throughout Deleuze's writings on Kant. An early version of it appears in Empiricism and Subjectivity, ESIII. In an essay of the following year, Deleuze speaks of Kant in terms of the difference internal to the being which thinks itself, D 17, translation inodified, 2 It is a rich presence in difference and repetition, Dr. 58, 85-86, 276, in the essay on four poetic formulas that might summarize the Kantian philosophy, EE 27-35, D. Kep 713, and in his 1978 lectures. Finally, this difference is evoked in terms of the plane of immanence. Perhaps this is the supreme act of philosophy, not so much to think the plane of immanence as to show that it is there, unthought in every plane, and to think it in this way as the outside and inside of thought, as the not external outside and the not internal inside, that which cannot be thought and yet must be thought, which was thought once, as Christ was incarnated once, in order to show, that one time, the possibility of the impossible. Thus Spinoza is the Christ of philosophers, and the greatest philosophers are hardly more than apostles who distance themselves from or draw near to this mystery. WP 59-60. Deleuze appears to be an apostle among apostles, attempting to draw ever nearer to the lanistery of thought that thinks its own being. This activity both makes possible and relies on the difference of being and thought. Thought thereby generates its own differing in itself, its own unthought or outside that is nevertheless internal to it, as if thought was worked over from the inside by all nothing that it cannot then else for. This is significant for Deleuze's understanding of philosophy itself, the non-philosophical core of which is the origin of thought that necessarily escapes thought. This may seem as a surprise to those who take Deleuze's relation to Kant to be largely critical, partly on the basis of Deleuze's own Remarks.5. Certainly Deleuze is disparaging about Kant's empiricism and his idealism, and he is eager to break the bounds within which Kant restricts the transcendental and ideas. Incontestably, Spinoza, Nietzsche, and Bergson do more than Kant to advance a philosophy of difference. Yet a strong body of critical literature presents Deleuze as a post-Kantian, and for good reason. Deleuze's work extends Kant's critical project and Copernican revolution. 6 With respect to the discovery of this specific problem, that of how thought is to think its own being, Kant is second only to Spinoza in Deleuze's estimation. We cannot reduce the Deleuze-Kant relation to one of rivalry or criticism, but should instead see Kant as Deleuze's co-apostle, trying to reveal the sound lanistery. In this chapter I will show how Deleuze upholds Kant's recognition of the difference of being and thought as an internally determining and ontologically productive difference. It is because of this discovery that he criticizes Kant's tendency to conceal this difference and to make determination an external, merely epistemic procedure. Kant discovers the differing of thought in its own being, but covers over this internal difference with the identity of the subject, leading him to affirm only the external separation of conceptual thought from the being of the given. Thus a pure, productive, internal difference is suppressed in favor of a restrictive external separation reliant on a self-identical subject. This separation, a defining innov of transcendental idealism, is for Deleuze a betrayal of transcendental philosophy, which on Kant's inodal does not delve deeply enough into the differential conditions it briefly identifies. This tension between revealing and concealing difference is the subject of the first two sections. 8 In the third section we see how this tension is indicative of both the Kantian plane of immanence and of Deleuze's conception of what philosophy is. Kant's critique of pure reason aims, among other things, to destabilize the rationalist assumption that thought is necessarily adequate to being. For the rationalist, to be is to be conceived in a complete concept by God's infinite intellect, and to be thus conceived is to be brought into being. Rationalism thereby provides a unified account of the genesis of beings and of their determination to be what they specifically are. Fundamental to transcendental idealism, by contrast, is the denial of the intelligibility of the genesis and complete determination of beings, DKCP 13-14. The finite thought of a end is not only inadequate to being, it cannot even be certain that there is an infinite intellect that would generate, determine, and know being adequately. The end has an idea of such an intellect, and ideas about how being is generated and C0111 completely determined. These transcendental ideas, as Kant calls theon, can be thought but not known. Such ideas regulate the procedure by which the end overcomes its intophysical ignorance, the procedure of applying concepts to intuitions. For the end is not like the idea of an infinite intellect, which would produce its objects in thinking theon, the end can only think, and it must apply its stock of concepts to given things that affect it from the outside. 9 Pure a priori concepts, Kant's categories, neither generate beings nor internally determine them to be what they are. The categories are applied externally to the given, determining it as an object in general that can be represented and known. Determination is a inatter of applying to intuited immaterial the concepts which make it an object of possible experience. The genesis and internal determination of that material are inaccessible to us, and in ist reinen undetermined. Io. Deleuze criticizes transcendental idealism on the grounds that in separating thought and being, it blocks every attempt to investigate the genesis of being. Deleuze is critical of Kant's empiricism in considering structures of thought only as they are applied externally to received givens. Neither the concept nor the idea has any internal connection to being. Kant's transcendental idealism is not transcendental enough for Deleuze, because it cannot show how the structures of thought are really and internally connected to the given, nor how thinking can apply itself to anything other than its own representations. Thinking, trapped amongst its concepts, is fundamentally at odds with the being whose aeons of production it cannot know. The transcendental aesthetic, the science of the sensible/Beccolanes founded on what can be represented in the sensible/ and not on the being of the sensible, Dr. 56-57. This problem was identified in Kant's own day by Solomon Mailnon, a critic of Kant and an important source for Deleuze. In Mailnon's 1790 essay on transcendental philosophy, the claims of the critique of pure reason are subjected simultaneously to rationalist and empiricist scrutiny. 2 Mailnon argues that Kant has established neither the fact of experience, quid facti, nor our right to apply concepts to it, quid juris. The fundamental problem is the separation of sensibility from understanding. How can the understanding subordinate all nothing, the given object, to its power, to its rules, that is not in its power? In the Kantian system, namely where sensibility and understanding are two totally different sources of our cognition, this question is insoluble. D. Mailnon believes that to overcome this problem, transcendental idealism must investigate not the conditions of possible experience, but the conditions of real experience, the genesis of qualitative sensations. Drawing on Spinoza and Leibniz, Mailnon argues that the finite understanding is a mode of the infinite intellect and operates in the SAINE way, producing its objects in intuiting film. Real experience is thus the product of a genesis that takes place within the understanding, based on rules for generating qualities called differentials. From these pure differences flow intensive qualities called ideas of understanding, which are finally fixed as objects of sensibility through imagination and representation. There is no problem about applying concepts to the content of sensibility, since the latter is produced by the finite understanding and is not fundamentally different from the content of thought. Mailnon reinstates the adequacy of thought to being in order to assert that being is the product of thought, and pushes transcendental philosophy further by investigating the genesis of the real from the idea. It might be contested that this is rationalism in the service of absolute idealism, but Mailnon is knitted to the transcendental nature of experience, and so is Deleuze. Mailnon's essay is therefore an important source for difference and repetition, which takes on this same project while avoiding its idealist conclusion. I3 Deleuze says that it is Mailnon who proposes a fundamental reformulation of the critique and an overcoming of the Kantian duality between concept and intuition, Dr. 173. For Kant, the concept is applied to the intuition from the outside, such that the transcendental element is one of conditioning, and the requirement to account for the genesis of the given is renounced. The determination of things through concepts is, similarly, a process external to those things that relies on inner empirical differences. These differences enable us to determine things relative to one another or negatively, but they do not account for how they are positively determined in the first place. Through their external differences things differ inherently in degree, because they all resemble each other at some level of generality. Kant's categories are the tens of highest generality that render objects of experience the same in their objectivity in general, but different in the degree of their spatial extent, temporal duration, qualitative intensity, causal efficacy, and so on. The determination of the given takes place through applying the terms of highest generality to it from the outside. It is in this sense that the take of empiricism is to leave external what is separated, while that of dogmatism is to fill it, Dr. 170. Dogmatism fills the gap between a determinable object and its conceptual determination either by arguing for the a priori complete determination of the Phaner by the latter, Leibnizian rationalism, or by showing that they necessarily collapse into a new indeterminate unity, Hegelian idealism. But empiricism leaves the determinable object and its conceptual determination separate, such that the determinable determinant relation is external to the thing to be determined. A more profound transcendental philosophy must consider how determination, and the crucial relation Deleuze and Kant between determinable and determinant, operates internally to the thing, such that the determination of the thing is no broader than the thing itself. Externally determining conditions will only give us objects in general that differ in degree, and the inness of possible experience. Kant's approach is too empirical, investigating merely the superficial relation of concepts to representations, and never delving into the depth of what makes those representations what they are. Deleuze's transcendental empiricism is worked out in contrast to this. For it is concerned with what is immanent to the empirical, the transcendental conditions that generate the real, where real is understood in the Kantian sense of qualitative or intensive, that which can only be sensed and not known a priori. In seeking what lies within and gives rise to real experience, Deleuze wants to recover a inner-determinate version of Kant's noumenon, one that does not have a transcendent relation to phenomena. He seeks the noumenon closest to the phen-01 which is internal to it and produces it immanently, Dr. 222. Whereas Kant's noumenon is the indeterminate thought of an intelligible ground, Deleuze is the being of the sensible which is both determinable and determining, and which can only be sensed or encountered, not represented. The object of encounter which forces us to think is not a sensible being but the being of the sensible. It is not the given but that by which the given is given, Dr. 139-40. The sensible is Kant's empirically real world of possible experience, whereas the encounter is the real of sensation, just that element which cannot be anticipated. The encounter is forced into the sensible realm by intensity, a real, but not empirically real, transcendental condition, but not of possible experience. Intensity is insensible in terms of representation, and unthinkable in terms of concepts. But the fact that it cannot be grasped by the empirical exercise of the faculties of common sense does not render it unintelligible, rather, the intensive condition of the given is internal to thought and must be thought. This is not conceptual thought applied to an already given object, it is the thought that is forced on us in the encounter, in the giving of the given, Dr. 192-94. Deleuze makes the Kantian real of sensation the product of a Malnonian genesis immelnaean to thought. For Deleuze as for Malnon, the real transcendental conditions of the given are ideas, within which intensities flow and surge. Kant also locates the conditions of the given in ideas, our thoughts of what produces and completely determines being are the transcendental ideas of the infinite intellect and the in total of reality. These ideas are conditions that cannot be experienced, but that force then oneself upon our thought. But while Kant's ideas can legitimately be thought as the conditions of our thinking of the genesis of being, they cannot be assumed to be the real conditions of that genesis. Furthermore, transcendental ideas are legitimate only when they regulate conceptual thought. For Kant, attempting to investigate the genetic conditions of being brings us to transcendental ideas whose explanatory power is limited to the realm of concepts of possible experience. Once again we are closed off on the conditions of the real of sensation. Kant's transcendental ideas are important but frustrating for Deleuze. Point 16 They are problems concerning the genesis of being, expressed in the paralogisms, antinomies, and ideal of pure raison. But these problems are solved only in relation to represented appearances and concepts of understanding. Problems that cannot be solved in relation to these external conditions are false problems that generate transcendent objects as their illusory solutions, Dr. 168-70, 161-62, point 17 The antinomies, for instance, are insoluble if we assume their ideas relate to the real being of a complete universe, first cause, and so on. They are resolved only when their ideas are restricted to regulating our thinking about possible experience. Deleuze thinks this makes the truth of the Kantian idea dependent on the possibility of finding a solution in its external relation to representation, and not on its internal power, Dr. 16I-62. The constitutive power of the idea to determine and generate being is distrusted and suppressed by Kant, leaving it only a regulative power to determine thinking. It is not that transcendental idealism is unwilling to investigate the conditions of being in the idea, Deleuze thinks, rather, it is unable to do so, for it cannot trust the power of ideas except insofar as they are considered not to be constitutive of being. Deleuze's criticism that Kant's transcendental idealism is too empirical has four targets: Kant's failure to account for the genesis of beings, his external account of determination, his reliance on a conception of difference in degree, and his denial that the idea has any real constitutive power. Deleuze's transcendental empiricism. Deleuze and Kant is proposed as a corrective to these limitations. It looks into the depth, interior, or being of experience and does not remain on its surface. Deleuze wants to find there a concept of difference in itself, where differences in kind definitively determine and individuate things, and ideas are the internally determining conditions that produce intensive real objects that differ in kind. Difference must be internal to determination, which takes place between determinable and determinant elements in the idea. The relation will then not be one of externally conditioning the object of experience, but of internally generating and determining the real object, yet without relying on an infinite intellect. Internal difference and determination. Deleuze's critique of Kant risks the objection that it misses the point. Kant's intention, indeed his innovation, is precisely to instate the external determination of judgment in the place of the internal ontological determination of rationalism, which relies on dogmatic claims about the infinite intellect. What makes Deleuze a significant reader of Kant is his insistence that Kant does the innatize internal determination, in a way that avoids dogmatism and approaches transcendental empiricism. In Chapter I of Difference and Repetition, Deleuze says, rather than being concerned with what happens before and after Kant, which amounts to the same thing, we should be concerned with a precise moment within Kantianism, a furtive and explosive moment which is not even continued by Kant, much less by post-Kantianism. For when Kant puts rational theology into question, in the same straw he introduces a kind of disequilibrium, a fissure or crack in the pure self of the I think, an alienation in principle, insurmountable in principle. Dr. 58. Kant puts rational theology into question by making God a regulative idea in the transcendental dialectic. God no longer has the power to think the in total of reality, nor to generate or determine being internally in thought. Instead, the subject has the power to think the idea of God, and to determine objects externally through the categories. It has this power thanks to its spontaneity, the active part of the subject that applies concepts to the given objects taken up by the subject's receptivity. Thus, in asserting the spontaneity of the subject, Kant puts rational theology into question, and gives the power of internal determination to the subject. The element in question is one that makes the spontaneous self an other to itself. In section 25 of Kant's B. edition, transcendental deduction. Is here, the difference between the given and the concept that grounds the external determination of possible experience reveals a lower profound difference between being and thinking that grounds the internal determination of the real. The transcendental deduction is where Kant justifies the application of the categories to the given. He does this by way of an analysis of the complex noves through which experience, and both the subject and object of experience, are found. The sections under consideration here concern how the manifold of intuition, including intuition of our own existence, is synthesized, and thereby determined, by our spontaneous understanding. In section 24 Kant shows that inner sense on its own contains only the phone of intuition without a combined manifold, and therefore contains no determinate intuition. The understanding, through the spontaneous act that relates the manifold to the I think, combines the manifold and determines it. In this way, indeterminate intuitions are produced as determinate representations that can be thought. Even time, the pure form of inner sense, cannot be represented, determined, or thought unless its manifold is combined, in the drawing of a line for instance. The self, insofar as it is intuited in inner sense, is equally indeterminate innate unless its manifold is combined by the understanding. The indeterminate self and the self that determines it are the same subject, and yet they are distinct. But there is no difficulty here, Kant says, since I am an appearance in space and time, I must be given to my own passive receptivity, and synthesized by my own active spontaneity, just like any other object. I9 The complexity of this position is drawn out in section 25. In the activity of combining the manifold, I am conscious of myself, not as I appear to myself, nor as I am in myself, but only that I am in. This representation is a thought, not an intuition. 20. That is, the I think, which is responsible for detailing intuitions, involves the indeterminate thought of my existence. My existence is not immediately determined by the I think, for it can be determined only through a combination of the manifold of inner sense. The consciousness of LNY existence that arises with the I think gives no knowledge of LNY existence. Accordingly I have no knowledge of myself as I am but nearly as I appear to myself to I. Deleuze rightly points out that this is Kant's response to Descartes' cogito, which states that determination, I think, directly implies an undetermined existence, INL, determinable by it, in a thing that thinks. The entire Kantian critique amounts to objecting against Descartes that it is impossible for determination to bear directly upon the undetermined. The determination, I think, obviously implies something undetermined, I am, but nothing so far tells us how it is that this undetermined is determinable by the I think. Kant therefore adds a third logical value, the determinable, or rather the form in which the undetermined is determinable, by the determination. This third value suffices to make logic a transcendental instance. It amounts to the discovery of difference, no longer in the form of an empirical difference between two determinations, but in the form of a transcendental difference between the determination as such and what it determines, no longer in the form of an external difference which separates, but in the form of an internal difference which establishes an a priori relation between thought and being. Dr. 85-86. In Kant's rejection of the immediacy of I think therefore Ln, Deleuze finds that Kant adopts transcendental empiricism, just for an instant and discovers the pure difference internal to the relation of determination. This difference establishes an original relation between thought and being that is deeper than the relation between concept and given. To understand Deleuze's point, we need to look at Kant's import and footnote to section 25. Kant reiterates that while my existence is already given with the I think that determines it, LNY existence cannot be immediately determined. For the node in which I din to determine LNY existence, that is, the manifold to be combined by the I think, is not immediately given. It must be intuited in tiln, which makes my indeterminate existence determinable by the I think. But the I think thereby determines all nothing different fr all itself, it determines its existence as it is given in time. Thus I cannot determine 111y existence as that of a self-active being. All that I can do is to represent to myself the spontaneity of my thought, that is, of the determination. 22. The I think, in the act of determining its existence, prevents the determination of its own activity. And so the determination of any existence is an ten-valent of self-differing. Determination is not here one atter of subselning s alm given being in general under an external concept that would determine it as any being. It is in a ter of producing any being by internally differentiating it from any thinking. This is the annulment in which Kant approaches a theory of and differential genesis. The I think generates itself in its own differential relation to itself. The difference n1 means there is no possibility of adequately thinking illy spontaneity, it can only be represented insofar as receptivity experiences the spontaneity of my thought being exercised upon it, as if from one outside it. The self cannot enact or be its own thinking activity. For this reason, Deleuze characterizes this annulment with Rimbaud's phrase, I is an other, Dr. 86, Kep 7, EE 29. Tiln is the condition of detenability of the self, and the hinge on which I generate any difference from myself. I cannot experience or know the spontaneity of my thought, I can only experience its effects in time. Kant's fractured I grounds determination in an original difference of undetermined being and determinate thinking. The fractured I is undetermined being, the determinability of that being, and the activity of determining it. In this sense, it has the SAINE problematic unity as the idea in Deleuze's sense. Ideas. Present three moments, undetermined with regard to their object, determinable with regard to objects of experience, and bearing the ideal of an infinite determination with regard to concepts of the understanding. It is apparent that ideas here repeat the three aspects of the fractured cogito, the I am as an indeterminate existence, time as the form under which this existence is determinable, and the one think as a determination. Ideas are exactly the thoughts of the cogito, the differentials of thought. Dr. 69. This passage, fr the opening to chapter 4 of Difference and Repetition, suggests that Deleuze's idea has its roots not only in Kant's transcendental ideas but also in the fractured I and Merlian's ideas of understanding. The spontaneous activity of Kant's fractured I remains undetermined as it determines its being, thereby producing itself as that which can only be represented as an other. Correspondingly, Deleuze's idea, in its activity of determining itself with regard to objects of experience, remains undetermined with regard to its object. The object of the idea is the virtual problem, and its self-determination is its integration into actual solutions. As the idea determines itself through actual solutions in the realm one of the sensible, its virtual object, the problem, must be represented without being able to be directly determined. Dr. 69. The problem one Becquelane's determined by analogy with the objects of experience it relates to. So the idea is its differing from itself. It produces itself as the determined one innate solutions, singularities and events, that'll make its problematic being fundamentally undeterminable, and thinkable only in terms of representation. As a result, problems can be represented in terms of experience and concepts, though the problematic being of the idea is fundamentally undetermined and unrepresentable. Just as Kant's passive self receives the activity of its own thought as an other, EE 30, Deleuze's actualized idea receives the activity of the problem one as an other. This other has a powerful capacity to shock, it is the being of the sensible that can only be sensed, the unthinkable that must be thought. Dr. 99-200. The idea, like the fractured I, indicates the priority of Tiln in the determination and genesis of real experience. Ideas are exactly the thoughts of the fractured cogito because they enact the active ity of thinking determining its own being as the unfolding of Tiln. Tiln is the form of the determinability of being by thought. For Kant, it is the phone internal to the I that continually produces the I as differing from itself. For Deleuze, Tiln is internal to the idea, its unfolding is the activity of the idea determining itself and preserving its own indeterminacy. Time is understood here as the pure difference that establishes the a priori relation between thinking and being. Dr. 86.23. It is not that thinking determines being in time, as if thinking and being were concept and object standing opposed to one another in a temporal container. Rather, tithe is the difference internal to both the fractured I and the idea. Thought determining being is the unfolding of Tiln and the operation of difference. Tiln itself unfolds instead of things unfolding within it. Dr. 88. This indicates an original and irreducible relation that does not merely condition but generates experience, the relation of the difference of thinking and being that can be formulated thinking Tiln being or determinant determinable undetermined one int. Ideas contain these desilnumbered LN0111 ents as an internal problematic objective unity. Dr. 70. it is clear that this determination does not take the form of a judgment between a concept and an object, and that the thinking and being spoken of here do not refer to a subjective mind or actual objects. Rather, this is a deeper ontological relation that foreknows the internal structure of Deleuze's virtual, pre-individual idea and Kant's pre-subjective one. The original relation of the determination and genesis of the real is the relation of being and thinking differentiated by tilde. Deleuze thinks Kant is wrong to locate this differential relation in a subject, where the difference and its generative power become covered over. The fracture in the I is quickly filled by a new phone of identity and obscured by the external difference between spontaneity and receptivity, Dr. 87. Yet in this moment of the transcendental deduction, which even the post-Kantians do not recognize, Kant discovers pure difference. For a brief moment we enter into that schizophrenia in principle which characterizes the highest power of thought, and opens being directly onto difference, despite all the lineations, all the reconciliations, of the concept, Dr. 58. Thus the fractured, self-differing I is, for Deleuze, the essence of Kant's Copernican revolution and constitutes the discovery of the transcendental, Dr. 86. For here Kant discovers the genetic condition of real experience in the pure difference of being and thinking. In this, Kant overcomes rationalism and even supersedes Malenon. For without this difference, experience and determination would be grounded I and the identity of an infinite intellect for which there is no being that cannot be thought. Actual experience would be nothing more than a copy of a possible reality determined in advance. Both the content of experience and the space in which it plays out would be predetermined, and the future would be foreseeable, Dr. 198, DLS 105-6. Where experience is grounded in the pure difference between being and thinking, however, either in Kant's fractured I or in Deleuze's idea the sensible is determined as it is generated. Experience is produced as surprising and unforeseeable, our own pure difference elnurge the real encounters that cannot be anticipated and that shock us into thinking. Orientation on the plane of immanence. Kant's Copernican revolution rests on the discovery of internal difference, but also on the transcendent subject that covers it over. Kant both reveals and conceals that experience is transcendentally conditioned by pure, determining difference. This tension between revealing and concealing is intrinsic to transcendental idealism. The concealing of conceptual judgment is necessarily grounded in the fractured one. But the internal difference of the self cannot remain openly revealed lest the whole critical enterprise collapse in on itself. A Kantian critique requires a self-identical subject that can reliably think about itself and its projects. The subject, in order to be a subject, necessarily conceals the differential conditions of its own genesis. No wonder, then, that Kant cannot, or will not, inquire into the genetic conditions of the real. This interplay of revealing and concealing announce to the Kantian plane of immanence, a discussion of which will see Olmplett the Deleuzian portrait of Kant. 24 In What is Philosophy? Deleuze and Guattari tell us that the history of philosophy is comparable to the art of the portrait. It is not a matter of looking lifelike, that is, of repeating what a philosopher said, but rather of producing resemblance by separating out both the plane of immanence he instituted and the new concepts he created. WP 55. The Kantian plane of immanence needs to be separated and isolated from Kant's new concepts, a task which is partly achieved in the diagram of a proposed Lacanic portrait of Kant, WP 56. In this diagram, the I think, an ox head, loudly proclaims its self-identity by repeating self equals self while whirring a water wheel that generates experience through categories. Neither the machine nor the diagram includes the difference of the I think all its being, for even if that difference could remain open, it could not be represented inarticulately or diagrammatically. However, immanent to the I think and binding the image together is a broken line representing the transcendental field of possible experience, a line which unifies the portrait and draws a boundary around it, WP 57. Significantly, the transcendental ideas extend outside the boundary. Immanence and the transcendental are neatly conjoined for Kant. Things that appear to us have conditions of possibility that are transcendental pertaining to representational and conceptual thought, but not transcendent. This means that the principles that serve as transcendental conditions, and our search for and use of those principles, are immanent in a Kantian sense, they remain. 96 BETH Lord. Within the bounds of possible experience. 25 principles that profess to pass beyond those bounds are transcendent, and generate transcendental illusions. So for Kant, concepts and representations are immanent as long as they apply only to objects of possible experience, and ideas are used immanently as long as they only regulate and determine thinking. The act of externally determining givens through concepts is immanent, but an attempt to account for their genesis would not be. This sense of immanence is almost the opposite of Deleuze's. Yet the plane of immanence is a partly Kantian idea, discussed in What is Philosophy in Kantian tense. Distinguishing the plane from the concept, Deleuze and Guattari state the plane of immanence is not a concept that is or can be thought but rather the image of thought. The image thought gives itself of what it leans to think, to innate use of thought, to find one's bearings in thought, WP 37. As becomes explicit in the next paragraph, this refers to Kant's What is Orientation in Thinking, / the 1786 essay in which he stresses the importance of recognizing the limits of reason. Kant draws an analogy between spatial and logical orientation. We orient ourselves in an unfamiliar landscape or room by relating fixed objects to the difference we feel within our own subject between left and right. 26 We similarly orient ourselves in thought by aliens of a subjective principle of reason where objective principles of reason are inadequate. 27 When reason ventures beyond the frontiers of possible experience, it too orients itself by aliens of a subjective feeling, in this case, its own need for a concept of an unconditioned being to ground the concept of possible experience as a whole. Instead of left and right, reason makes use of a distinction between its own theoretical and practical employment, which determines whether an object is a inatter of knowledge or rational belief. With the understanding that God is a inatter of rational belief and not knowledge, a regulative and not a constitutive idea, the thinker has a compass with which to orient himself on his rational wanderings beyond possible experience. 28 Kant's image of what it means to find one's bearings in thought is spatial and geographical. It is the image of reason wandering in a field, crossing the boundary line of possible experience into the dark and unfamiliar land of the supersensible. Orienting itself by means of its need for the unconditioned and the internal compass that tells it how to reflect upon it. Put otherwise, reason gives the orders as to what is immanent and includable in conceptual thought, and what is transcendent and excluded. Kep 14, NP 92. This is the Kantian plane of immanence. The image thought gives itself of what it means to think, thinking means excluding that which cannot be thought in representational and conceptual tense. These excluded things can be thought they are ideas, but they are objects of speculation and symbolization. Every element of the plane is in the subject constitutes the field, the conditions of what appears inside the boundary line, where the boundary line is drawn, the need to venture beyond it, and the tools for orientation. Danger, 2, Carnes fr. The subject, thought is no longer threatened by error or holes in the path as it was for Descartes, but by illusions that issue from reason's own internal arctic zone where the needle of every compass goes in ad. WP 52-53. Kant's assumption that reason can identify and assess its own conditions, structures, and errors is known as immanent critique. The notion that reason can orient itself without reference to anything outside it. Rep 3, NP 91. 19 The Kantian plane is an image of immanence as the transcendental. This plane is constituted by the subject, as the condition of possibility of all cognitive thinking as such. Kant says at the end of his life, transcendental philosophy precedes the assertion of things that are thought, as their archetype, the place in which they must be set. 30. Kant called his plane transcendental philosophy and believed he had thereby avoided transcendence and illusion. But by reducing the plane in and an to a subject, Kant discovers the modern way of saving transcendence, the transcendence of a subject to which the field of alienance is only attributed by belonging to a self that necessarily represents such a subject to itself. WP 46. What the subject transcends is the unthinkable, which is either L11 thinkable through synthesis and judgment, or is pushed off the plane. In ahining itself as the center and legislator of immanence, in deciding what is to stay inside conceptual thought, Sun creates an outside to which it is transcendent. Yet there is another outside at work here. The best plane of immanence, perhaps discovered only by Spinoza, is one in which immanence is not in to anything, transcendence is not restored, and the unthinkable outside of thought is not external to thought itself. WP 59-60. The SAINE idea is expressed in Deleuze's essay Ernelnayence, A Life. Without consciousness the transcendental field would be defined as a pure plane of immanence, since it escapes every transcendence of the subject as well as of the object. Absolute immanence is in itself, it is not in something, not to something, it does not depend on an object and does not belong to a subject. In Kant immanence is deformed and ends up being contained in the transcendent. Immanence does not relate to a something that is a unity superior to everything, nor to a subject that is an act operating the synthesis of things. It is when immanence is no longer immanence to anything other than itself that we can talk of a plane of immanence. 31. Just as Deleuze criticizes Kant's suppression of difference, he criticizes Kant for deforming alienance and containing it within a transcendent subject. But equally, just as the suppression of difference conceals an original discovery of internal difference in the fractured I, the subjection of immanence conceals the unthinkable at the heart of conceptual thought. Deep within the transcendent subject indeed, immanent to it, is the impossibility of thought thinking its own being. This unthinkable is not an idea to be cordoned off by reason into the realm of rational belief, it is an unthinkable that originates all conceptual thought, that LTIUSTBE thought if representation and concepts are to get off the ground in the first place. Kant's plane of alienance reveals and conceals the plane of alienance, the one that is, at the same time, that which must be thought and that which cannot be thought. It is the non-thought within thought. It is the base of all planes, immanent to every thinkable plane that does not succeed in thinking it. It is the most intimate within thought and yet the absolute outside, an outside LTI or distant than any external world because it is an inside deeper than any internal world, it is immanence. The incessant toing and froing of the plane, infinite movement. WP 59. In this toing and froing is the rhythm of revealing and concealing. The non-thought within thought, the very being of thought, is precisely what Kant finds at the heart of the transcendental, which cannot represent or conceptualize this being and so does not succeed in thinking it. The unthinkable is revealed in the process of the self analyzing its own conditions, iln one anent critique but inest necessarily be concealed in order for critique by a self to be possible at all. The condition of possibility of critique is that the being of thought, that which cannot be thought, and one be concealed in order to be revealed, and vice versa. Kant's critical philosophy itself rests on this paradox. Deleuze's own conception of WHAT philosophy is far too complex to solnelnerize here. But I want to close by suggesting that it is related to the revealing-concealing structure at the heart of Kant's critical philosophy. The condition of possibility of philosophy is smithing that cannot be thought and inest be thought, sun one ething non-philosophical that colns fr oln outside. The non-philosophical is revealed in the shock o' the encounter, and cannot be accommodated to representation or conceptualization. Thought can only give itself an image of what it means to think, an image of what it is to be affected by the unthinkable. For this reason, the supreme act of philosophy is not to think the plane of alienance but to show, in an image, that it is there. WP 59-60. Philosophical showing reveals that which cannot be thought and yet inest be thought, but this act of showing and thinelden the unthinkable is surely also a consonant of the unthinkable spur to thought. The dimension that shapes thought most decisively is also the dimension that escapes thought, that thought is never quite able to bend backwards towards its own presupposition, and inauls its own image transparent to itself. All that thought could ever hope to do would be to intimate its own image, to approach it, asymptotically as it were. Why? Deleuze and Guattari's What is Philosophy? Shows us what philosophy is by playing out the ill possibility and the exigency of thinking its own unthinkable sources. Kant's critique of pure reason silly larly shows us at philosophy is in a Deleuzean sense. This is also at philosophy is in a Kantian sense, asking into the conditions of possibility of thinking as such. Kant and Deleuze n1 mutually illu n1 innate each another's thought through their shared alnaniton one and to the unthought that generates thought. For this reason, Kant is crucial for understanding Deleuze, and Deleuze is a significant interpreter of Kant. Leonard Lawler. Fragility of Deleuze. Deleuze is frequently characterized as a critic of phenomenology. Yet, Deleuze's thought cannot be understood unless we recognize its similarities to phenomenology. There are in fact three similarities. First, phenomenology takes up what Deleuze in difference and repetition calls the task of modern philosophy. That task is to reverse Platonism, Dr. 59. Through the epoche, phenomenology reduces any transcendent world or transcendent thing in itself to a phenomenon. Anything transcendent colons to be located within experience. Second, through the preposition within, we see that the reversal of Platonism mounts to a reduction to illnance. No greater debt to phenomenology appears in Deleuze's thought than in his use of the word immanence. L'immanence in both Deleuze and in phenomenology refers to a transcendental, but not transcendent, ground. A third similarity appears in the fact that the grounding relation in both phenomenology and in Deleuze's thought is paradoxical. All transcendental philosophy results in a paradoxical relation, the ground of experience inest remain within experience, the ground inest not be separate from the grounded, and the ground inest be at the san one etern different fr on what it grounds, the ground inest not resemble what it grounds. In other words, the ground inest remain illnant and yet, as illnant, not result in a vicious circle. It must be the case that what is being grounded is not presupposed in the ground. It is in relation to the third similarity, the paradoxical relation of ground and grounded, that we can see Deleuze's specific criticism. 1 developed. Both phenomenology and Deleuze seek the elimination of all transcendence, both seek to arrive at a plane of in one and one anance. Despite the similarity, however, phenomenology defines I in one anance by a dative relation. It relates the plane of illnance back to, in this too, we have the dative relation, a subject or consciousness that constitutes the given, WP 46. 2 in order, however, for there to be a pure plane of I in illnance, a plane with no transcendence whatsoever, there inest be no dative relation. In other words, the plane of illnance inest not be an illnage of all nothing else. In particular, it must not be an illnage of what it is attempting to ground. There must be a difference or a heterogeneity, a non-resemblance relation, LS 99, between ground and grounded, between condition and conditioned, or between origin and derivative. According to Deleuze, the phenomenological reduction literally removes the phenomenologist from the natural attitude, Dasein, back to what Husserl calls Dasein. In other words, there is a reason one balance of opinions, with no difference between natural opinion and proto-opinions, WP 149-50, Dr. 137. Despite Husserl's attempt to escape, phenomenology falls into a vicious circle, LS 105. Deleuze's criticism of phenomenology resembles those found at roughly the same time in the works of Foucault and Derrida. 4 Although Deleuze is unique among his generation of French philosophers because he embraces, at least at the annulment of the end of the I-960s, the 10 structuralism, his criticism of phenomenology arises, like Derrida's and Foucault's, own reflections on structuralist concepts like the floating signifier. 5 Moreover, like Derrida, Deleuze links the criticism of phenomenology to the criticism of metaphysics, of the old metaphysics. Once again, the task of modern philosophy is to reverse Platonism. However, unlike Derrida, Deleuze criticizes both phenomenology and metaphysics together, phenomenology as metaphysics, Bylneans of the concept of the event, to reverse Platonism, for Deleuze, is first and foremost to depose the old into physical essences with events, ls 5.3. Yet, the concept of event appears not only as a reaction against phenomenology and into physics. It is also a reaction against, a counter-effectuation of, chaos. Deleuze's thought is always in a two-front battle, at once against already formed ideas and concepts, clichés. This is the battle against phenomenology and metaphysics. But his thought also battles against the undifferentiated abyss of chaos, such as the experiences of schizophrenia, alcoholism, and madness disclose. Hence, the title of this essay, Phenomenology and Metaphysics, and Chaos. However, it is the subtitle on the fragility of the event that indicates the preliminary thesis of this essay. We shall argue that the event, in Deleuze's precise sense of the ten, is unlimited, he says eternal. The unlimitedness of the event will lead us into the problem of potency and ill-potence, power and inability. Despite its singularity and novelty, the event does not end, it is incessant. Deleuze negates the French verb, cesser, at crucial points in his discourse. Point 6. The event has a potency that cannot be stopped, il ne cesse pas. As the word cannot already implies, what calls forth the event's unlimited potency is the fragile ity, indeed, the ill-potence of the event, the inability to make it stop. What cannot be stopped is dying. What cannot be stopped, nevertheless, must be stopped. Petty. What cannot be grasped must be grasped. And that imperative, given in a vision, tells us that all events are like battles. As we shall see, Deleuze wages a two-front war on CHES and chaos because he is precisely a thinker of the event as a struggle. We shall be able to see this two-front war develop only if we examine Deleuze's 1969 The Logic of Sense. In fact, the entire following essay takes place within the confines of this book. In The Logic of Sense, we find Deleuze's most explicit criticism of phenomenology, of Husserl's 1913 ideas coupled with his strongest appropriation of the idea of structure. More importantly, however, in this book, we find Deleuze's last developed concept of event. In fact, as we shall see, the concept of event that Deleuze invents in The Logic of Sense contains four inseparable features: I, novelty; 2, effectuation; 3, counter-effectuation; and 4, unlimitedness. It is the last feature, unlimitedness, that will lead us to the battle. As title of Deleuze's book indicates, we shall be able to reach the concept of event as struggle, and therefore reach Deleuze's two-front battle. Indeed, we shall be able to reach his very concept of philosophy, laying out a plane of illness and creating concepts, only if we pass through the logic of sense. This is a logic inspired by phenomenology and structuralism. The logic of sense, or the requirements for a true genesis, to write a logic of sense. Sense is the French word, sin in Journlan, both turn leslny and lianing as well as direction, and both are connect to words like sensibility, Inians to write a transcendental philosophy, ls los. Above, when we spoke of the paradoxical grounding relation, we sun L1 narized what we'll might call Deleuze's principle of all principles for transcendental philosophy, the principle of all principles being a phrase coined by Husserl. Here is the principle in our detail: the ground, sense, or what is expressed by a proposed ion or a sentence must not be posited as existing outside of the grounded or expression, and at the same time the ground must not resemble the grounded. See especially ls 21 and ls 99 for the two clauses of the principle. The first clause of inseparability rule no sense fr on the old in ataphysics, while the second clause of Reseln-Blansrolnov sense froln anything subjective such as universals or general concepts and froln anything objective like things or states of affair. This principle of all principles is the principle of immanence. The ground cannot be a second world, a world of essences, it cannot be separate froln this world, it must be within, ilnayant. Yet, as ilnayant, it must not be ilnayant to anything else, not grounded on anything, not copied off anything else. For Deleuze, this principle is not a principle of conditioning, as in Kantian transcendental philosophy, but a principle of genesis. The logic of sense is a logic of genesis, and for Deleuze as for Derrida there is no conflict between structure and genesis. Point 8 Indeed, what is at issue in the logic of sense is what Husserl calls the donation of sense or constitution, ls7i. What is at issue is the determination of the transcendental field, ls105, or true genesis, ls98. What is required for true genesis, according to Deleuze? Sense must generate the other Dilnanzions of the preliminary element in discourse, that is, the proposition. In other words, sense must generate, I, the state of affairs denoted by the proposition, denotation, 2, the signified concepts and classes of the proposition, signification, and, 3, the states of the subject manifested by the proposition, manifestation. All of these aspects of the proposition are aspects of belief, of Dasein. As the genetic source, however, sense must not duplicate Dasein, or opinions. Sense must be neutral in regard to all the lities of the proposition, and yet it must be productive, it n1ust generate those propositional ilities. Fen 0111 Enology, or Deleuze's criticism of Husserl's theory of constitution in ideas I. Deleuze is interested in phenomenology because, as he says, phenomenology might be the rigorous science of sense for which he is seeking, ls2i. Point 9 to 10 whether phenomenology is this rigorous science. Deleuze focuses, as we said, on Husserl's 1913 Ideas 1.10 Husserl styles to discover sense in ideas I through the idea of the noia, ls96, also ls32.2 as the Greek word indicates, froln noin, to think, the noia is the thought object, which is correlated to what Husserl calls noesis, thinking. At first glance, it seems, according to Deleuze, that the noema, the entire apparatus of intentionality laid out in ideas I, satisfies the requirements for a true genesis. The noema in Husserl looks to be independent and neutral because Husserl distinguishes the noelna from the physical object, from the psychological or frl lived experience, frl mental representations, and frl logical concepts, lsioi. In other words, the noema seems to differ from denotation, manifestation, and signification. It does not seem to resemble what it is supposed to generate. As the word seems suggests, however, Deleuze argues that Husserl's genesis occurs only in appearance, ls lau, it is a sleight of hand, ls 97. In fact, Deleuze's criticism of Husserl's genesis takes place in 3 steps. First, Deleuze notices that, when Husserl discusses the noelna, he uses the illage of a core, the noema or sense has, according to Husserl, a nucleus. I2 as Deleuze says, nucleus metaphors are disquieting, they envelope what is in cation, ls98, also ls212. What Husserl has done, according to Deleuze, is determine the nucleus of sense as a predicate, ls97. Defining sense as a predicate, the greenness of the tree in the proposition the tree is green, Husserl understands the nucleus as a concept or a generality. If sense is a generality, then it gives itself, ready-made, the phone of signification, rather than generating it. The nucleus of sense, being determined as a generality, is related, for Husserl, to a something equals x, which is an object in general. So, as Deleuze stresses, just as signification is given ahead of tiln ready 111 aid, Denotation is given ahead of tilde ready in aid. In relation to both signification and denotation, the donation of sensual names within a vicious circle, LS 105. Second, Deleuze stresses that Husserl determines the soul 11 ething X as an idea in the Kantian sense, an approxil 11ation to an ideal. The idea in the Kantian sense maintains reason as the basic FON 11 of Genesis. More precisely, by 111 maintaining reason, Husserl seems to be presupposing an originary faculty of COL 11111 on sense I. The originary faculty of common sense accounts for the identity of the object in general. The identity is what is held in COLN by all the possible objects, LS 97, also LSII 6, LSII 9. According to Deleuze, Husserl even seal 11s to be assuming a good sense. This is the ideas in the Kantian sense as a telos, accounts for the process of identification of all the objects in general to infinity. The process is always seeking the identification of all objects as if that identification is the good, LS 97.13 always seeking the same monality, always seeking the SAINE identification. The Genesis once again falls into a vicious circle. Finally, third, Husserl maintains the form of consciousness, LS 102, also LS 122.14 according to Deleuze, Husserl divides consciousness, a radical separation between actual doxic, or believing, consciousness, which is productive, it posits that something exists and makes judgernance, and a 111 early thinking of consciousness, which is neutral and non-productive. Its neutrality means that it posits no existence and 111 aches no judgernance. Point 15 Actual consciousness, or the actual cogito, is under the jurisdiction of reason, while the consciousness that 111 early thinks is not. Deleuze stresses that Husserl determines the relation between the two kinds of consciousness as a relation of proper and improper, and he provides an I111 age of this relation. For Husserl, the neutral, that is, IL11 proper consciousness is the shadow, while the proper and rational consciousness is the thing that casts the shadow. Thus, according to Deleuze, Husserl, through the separation, enacts a disjunction within consciousness, endowing the phone of actual consciousness with the potency of genesis, productivity, while the neutralized consciousness has no productive potency. However, in order to have a genuine genesis, the generating sense 111 must be at once neutral and productive. In other words, Husserl's genetic source is not neutral in relation to the generated forms of consciousness that are actually manifested in the proposition. Once again, Husserl falls into a vicious circle since he renakes one actual F or I11 of consciousness, the rational form J, be the genetic source of those FON11s of consciousness that are I11 manifest. Overall, therefore, in these three steps, what Deleuze shows is that the F or I11s of Dasein, a nucleus of proto-Dasein, of reason, con L10 sense and good sense through the idea in the Kantian sense, and of consciousness, proper consciousness, are used as the genetic source, and then these psi-11 ephones appear in what is generated. In other words, although the Noel-11 is Husserl's great discovery, it is not truly neutral. Structuralism, or TRUE genesis. In the logic of sense, Deleuze clearly takes inspiration from the entire apparatus of intentionality that we find in Husserl's Ideas 1. As have seen, however, there are three ways, according to Deleuze, in which Husserl, or phenol 11 analogy, I11 aches transcendental genesis, constitution or sense donation, false or be only apparent. First, by giving high 11 self the forms of the object and the concept, generality, ready I11 aid, genesis in Husserl remains a vicious circle. Second, by maintaining the FON11 of reason and the direction of an idea in the Kantian sense, Husserl presupposes a COL11 in own sense and a good sense, the THIRD-WORLDISM. Thanks to the THIRD-WORLDISM, genesis functions by means of identity and teleology. What is produced is distributed hierarchically in relation to the identity and oriented purposively. Again, the vicious circle appears. Finally, by denying neutral consciousness as only a shadow, only as improper consciousness, Husserl maintains the phone of consciousness as the anodal for what is generated. Funda I11 Intally, the criticis I11 that Deleuze levels against the apparatus that Husserl sets up in Ideas I is that Genesis is a kind of copying. The noema is not neutral in relation to the di11 ensions of the proposition. Based in intentionality, Genesis is not an event, sense is not a singularity. As Deleuze says, only when the world, teeming with impersonal and pre-individual singularities, opens up, do we tread at last on the field of the transcendental, LS 103, translation inodified. We now enter into one of the 1110 STCOL 11 plex parts of Deleuze's thought, the determination of the transcendental field. In order to designate the transcendental field, Deleuze employs several negative tense, nonsense, paradox, anti-generality, informal, incorporeal, indetermination, indifference, infinitive, aconceptual, anonylness, inlandiate, impersonal, impenetrable, impassable, non, or pre-individual, counter-God, unlimited, and unconscious. These negative tense function as a guardrail to steer us toward the fact that the ground in Deleuze does not resemble, no copying relation, the grounded. And yet, their negative function is supposed to open onto S all-nothing positive, LS 136, 123. What the negative function opens out onto is something smaller than beliefs, Dasein or opinions arrived at by consensus, generalities, forms, bodies, smaller than determinate, differentiated, or finite terms and concepts, smaller than what has a name, smaller than an ideation, persons, individuals, than what can be penetrated, than what is either active or passive, sinaler than God, or inan, alienate, and consciousness, LS 63 to 64.16. What is a singularity? It is no larger than a point or an instant. Husserl, in Deleuze's eyes, remains at the level that is too large, as it is itself constituted by the slow-knoller processes of singularities. But, insofar as Husserl does not reduce to the sin all, he also does not reach the really large, that which does not stop, the eventum tantum, LSLSI. For Deleuze, the singularities that populate the transcendental field form a structure. Deleuze tells us that there are three minimal conditions for a structure, LS 50. First, there must be two heterogeneous series, a single series does not make a structure. Here, as to be expected since the logic of sense appears in 1969, Deleuze makes use of structuralist terminology, saying that the one series is the signifier, a repeatable phonic or graphic form, while the second is the signified, what the form means. Throughout the logic of sense, Deleuze refers to dualities such as signifier signified, but also word thing, and, as we shall see, bodies incorporeals. The heterogeneity of that WO series is due to a perpetual relative displacement or perpetual disequilibrium. The two series are always out of step with one another, decalage, LS 52-54. The decalage ensures that, fundamentally, there is no resemblance between the two series. Second, as in structural linguistic, the tens in the series are detenel1 and in relation to one another, that is, by the difference in value between the tens. To these relations or to the value of these relations very particular events correspond, that is, singularities, LS 50, Deleuze's emphasis, dot. Each series, then, has a distribution of singular points, that is, of events. As already indicated, mentioning Derrida as well, Deleuze stresses that it is a mistake to oppose structure to event. What a structure registers is events, and what a structure produces is more events. Structure is genesis. The third condition concerns genesis. The two heterogeneous series converge toward what Deleuze calls a paradoxical agency, instance paradoxal, also paradoxical instance, paradoxical last court of appeal, ls 40, 9-8. 18. The inspiration for what Deleuze calls a paradoxical agency comes fr on Lacan. One example of the paradoxical agency, then, is a fantaselm, that is, a child's real or unreal representation of the parental coitus, ls 7, 210. The psychoanalytic example indicates that the paradoxical agency is a representation of all-nothing real but separated from that reality, it is imaginary too. Another example, this time fr on Levi-Strauss structural anthropology, is the floating signifier, ls 48-49, point 19. A signifier, a phonic or graphic phone, such as the Polynesian term m.ana, does not possess a determinate signified, or meaning, not having a determinate signified. The signifier floats between the series of signifiers, it differs from the rest of the signifiers since it lacks a determinate signified, and the series of signifieds, it seems to be its own signified. The paradoxical agency belongs, then, to neither series, neither the real nor the imaginary, neither the signifiers nor the signifieds, although it is situated between or, just above, the two series. The paradoxical agency articulates or differentiates the two series, reflects the one into the other, makes them communicate, coexist, and resonate, ls 5-1. In short, the paradoxical agency donates sense onto the two series. The paradoxical agency is able to endow the two series with sense because it is equally present in the signifying series and in the signified series, it is two-sided, at once word and thing, noun and object, ls 40. The paradoxical agency, by its very nature, is split apart in relation to itself, incomplete. As Deleuze says, there is nothing stranger than this two-sided thing with two unequal or uneven halves, ls 41, point 20. What makes the agency strange is the fact that it is in default, defective, or lacking, default. The paradoxical agency is defective, the signifier floats because it lacks a determinate signified, it includes nonsense, ls 68-71, point 21. Since it includes nonsense, the paradoxical agency lacks ultimate determination and a unique direction or one sense, ls 77. Precisely because it lacks sense, it is able to give to Lenuka sense. The combination of not enough and too. Lenuka explains why, for Deleuze, the paradoxical agency is defined by a question with two inane answers because there is no one ultimate answer, ls 5-6. The combination also explains why the paradoxical agency is problematic, it is a problem with too many solutions because there is no one ultimate solution. Most importantly, the paradoxical agency does not stop circulating, ne cesse de circuler, within the two series, ls 40. It never stops, it has no end, no determinate direction, the paradoxical agency is unlimited, infinite, and therefore it has, as Deleuze says, an eternal truth, ls 63. Because the paradoxical agency is two-sided, it is neither denotation nor signification. Lacking a determinate sense, the paradoxical agency is a all-nothing equals x, but this x is not an idea in the Kantian sense, ls 66. The paradoxical agency destroys both good sense and con 11 nonsense, ls 3. Finally, because it is a structure, and an unlimited structure, it does not have the phone of consciousness. The paradoxical agency does not endow sense only apparently, but truly. Structuralism's discovery of the paradoxical agency results in the idea of true genesis. It produces sense as an event. Thus structuralism for Deleuze in the logic of sense belongs to the innovement of reversing Platonism. What is an event? Earlier we claimed that Deleuze had taken inspiration from Husserl's phenomenology in his logic of sense. Then we saw how he appropriates structuralist thinking, Lacan's psychoanalysis and Levi-Strauss anthropology. The real inspiration for Deleuze's conception of sense as an event, however, comes from Stoic logic, which he sees operating in Lewis Carroll's writings. As he says, the Stoics undertake the first great reversal of Platonism, The radical reversal, ls7. The genius of Stoic philosophy, according to Deleuze, lies in the new cleavage it enacts in the causal relation. Unlike Aristotle and Kant, who distinguish types of causality, the Stoics dissociate the causal relation. They enact a border where there never was one before, between cause and effect. On the one hand, this is one of the inane dualities in the logic of sense we have already noticed. There are bodies and admixtures of bodies, the admixtures are the causes. The interaction between bodies is called admixture because the interaction is accidental. It is, however, the accident that turns what happens into an event. But the accident itself is not the event. On the other hand, there are the effects that the causes bring about. Being dissociated from the causal bodies, the effect is not bodies, ls19. The effects of the corporeal causes are non-bodies, what the Stoics call the incorporeals, ls4. The incorporeals are ideal or irreal events, ls5-2. The Stoics not only enact a cleavage between cause and effect, they also enact a cleavage between accident and event. Accidents are corporeal, while events are incorporeal or ideal. Point 22. Deleuze uses the word event in two ways. That Deleuze, in the logic of sense, uses the SAINE word to refer to two phenomena indicates how closely connected, inseparably connected, the two are. Indeed, Deleuze distinguishes between the two uses only by aeons of lowercase and uppercase, event versus event. Event, with an uppercase E, is not depth, it is opposed to the abyss of chaos. Chaos is the unforeseen admixtures of bodies, the numbling of bodies in the depths, ls 164, I06-7, 156-57. The event is the surface. The word surface appears countless times in the logic of sense. Insofar as it is the surface, the event is an incorporeal. Or, in precisely, it is the limit between bodies and incorporeals. Deleuze always qualifies the event, with an uppercase E, with the phrase one and the SAINE, un selet in elm evenement, LSII, 64, II4. Even though the event of the surface being laid out happens as one and the same, it ramifies into many dualities, inner than the ones that we have seen, between bodies and incorporeals, between signifier and signified, there is always inner than one surface. This claim one about multiple surfaces explains why Deleuze says that what is at issue is neither inonism nor dualism, ls24. The ramification of dualities eneans that one and the SAINE event contains potentially a multiplicity of events, now with a lowercase e. Written with a lowercase e, events are not the surface, not the event, but surface effects of the admixtures of bodies. Yet, as we have seen, the Stoics enact a cleavage between cause and effect. What makes the surface effects differ in nature from the causes is that events, still written with a lowercase e, in Deleuze are always events of language, or of expression, ls12. The linguisticality of events is what makes the events ideal, it is what gives them a many-in of being, a kind of extra being, ls22, 180, 7. The many-in of being, however, is not separate being. The events do not reach the height of intaphysical essences and Platonic ideas, they are not generalities or universals. Events, with a lowercase e, do not exist, but rather insist. Not being facts, or bodies, and not being generalities, events, lowercase e, according to Deleuze, are verbs, ls3, 21, 214-15. For example, the event expressed in the proposition the tree is green is not found in the predicate green, but in the infinitive to green, ls 214. Since the event is expressed in an infinitive, the verb has the potency or power to divide itself into other tenses and numbers. This power, it is this power that defines a pure event for Deleuze, ls 136, makes the event unlimited. Unlimited, the event, still written with a lowercase e, follows the border or skirts along the surface, ls 10, Point 23 Then, the event, lowercase e, is virtually identical to the one and the same event. The event is always said twice, ls 3-4. We anticipated these TWO senses of the event in Deleuze, event as surface and event as surface effect, when we spoke of the paradoxical agency. In fact, there is no difference in Deleuze between paradoxical agency and event. The event is paradoxical, it is two-sided, it is always both incorporeal and corporeal, ideal and factual, surface and surface effect at once, ls 8. Despite the doubleness, what, first and foremost, defines the event, just as for the paradoxical agency, is singularity. This is the list that Deleuze produces of what counts as a singularity, turning points or points of inflection, bottlenecks, knots, foyers, and centers, points of fusion, condensation and boiling, points of tears and joy, sickness and health, hope and anxiety, sensitive points, ls 5-2. On the basis of the list, we see that what innakes sol netting be a singularity lies in its being caused, effectuated, or realized by innixtures of bodies. Point 24 Bodies innix and there is contagion, which causes illness, bodies mix and there is heartbreak, which causes tears. That an event results from an effectuation means that an event is always at first an effect, always at first a fact or an accident. For Deleuze, there can be no event, no singularity that does not begin as an accident. What happens, what has happened, is that, when bodies mix, again contagion or poison, the mixture has an effect. Then, it is possible that something of the effect is selected, ls 151. What is selected is what there is in principle or by right, android, in the event, ls 22, 17. For instance, and we shall return to this example below, what is selected from the accident of a wound is the idea of a scar that at once disjoins and joins. These two features, referring to a no longer whole and referring to a not yet whole, are made consistent in the selection. Point 25 In other words, the selection transphones the factual accident into an ideal event, Beck-Olaning neutral, indifferent, in relation to the ways it is effectuated through bodies. Yet, because the selection of what is by right is within the effect, inseparable from the effect L the event remains at once corporeal and incorporeal. Most importantly, for Deleuze, this doubleness affects the temporal status of the event. The event is a singularity because it is effectuated in the present instant. In this regard, the event is really singular, unlike anything else, unlike any other event, it is a novelty. Yet, when the by right features of the event are selected, when they are expressed, the nin ilnum of being that those features acquire turn the event into a counter-effectuation. The event is against effectuation because the features selected have, as we mentioned earlier, eternal truth / or the temporal status of being eternal. They are eternal not in the sense of an eternal present that never changes or of a circle of tilm that constantly returns to the present. Events, lowercase e, are eternal in the sense of being non-present, that is, they refer, like a verb, to an unlimited past and future, ls 6-1. Point 26 Once more, it is necessary to stress that the event is a singularity, a novelty. However, even though it is not separable from the cause, it is once again not a Platonic idea, it has only extra being, the effect is expressed in language. For Deleuze, linguistic expression means minimally that the effect takes on a form. The minimuin of being inians a ininuin of language, nothing inner than the stuttering of the infinitive, ls 24. Nevertheless, the ininal formalization differentiates the event ro in the effect. When phonalized, the event becomes repeatably. It is a caused, factual, by chance accident, and, at the SAINE time, all nothing that can be repeated. The repeatability is the POWER or potentiality of the event. With this power it skirts along the surface, and becomes almost identical to the event, with an uppercase E. As almost identical to one and the SAINE event, the event Becquerelians larger than any of its corporeal affectations. Then, the phone of the event supervenes, servient, on bodies and their innixtures, ls 24. The relationship of supervenience inians that the event, now ideal, an ideal phone, takes on the characteristic of being an a priori condition for its own factual or empirical effectuation. It appears to be originless or self-originating, having no beginning, opening out onto an unlienite past. The event is, nevertheless, itself a singularity and thus caused. The event is a first that is a second and a second that is a first. Being caused and yet prior to its own cause, the event is a repetition without an origin. Like the paradoxical agency, the event is based on a lack, on nothing, on no sense. The lack explains why Deleuze defines the event in this way: the event is the identity of phone and emptiness, ls 136. It explains his use of all the negative tens that we have seen, but especially this one, the inforinal, ls 107. It is phonal, ininalnally formal, although it lacks an ultilnate phone. The emptiness or void refers to the surface having no limit in the past, having no stopping point in that direction. But, the event is always bidirectional, it has no good sense or known sense. It is a question for which the answer was not given ahead of time and for which no one answer will ever fully respond. Not only does the event supervene on the innixtures of bodies, functioning as their prior condition in the past, but also the event soars over, survolar, the mixtures, functioning as what exceeds them into the future, lsiss. In this second direction, into the future, the event's power is excessive. It never stops being able to be repeated beyond any leonid or over any stopping point. It is incessant and endless, ls 40, 51, 62, 63, ISO, 167. Instead of one determinate end, it possesses an unlimited number of ends. See Onclusion, Phenomenology yn Metaphysics, and Chaos. We are able to summarize the concept of event that we just developed in the following way. The event is a singularity, it is a novelty. What makes the event new is that it is caused, accidentally or by chance, by a mixture of bodies. The event is always effectuated. The source of effectuation is chaos, depth, or the abyss. However, it is possible that all nothing of the effect is selected. The selection of what is by right or in principle in the effect is not effectuation, it is no longer what is by chance or accidentally, but counter-effectuation. Counter-effectuation makes what was in the depth rise to the surface. Counter-effectuation produces the surface and the surface effects, the one and the sine event and ideal events. Although above the depth, the event and the ideal events are still lower than the height of Platonic ideas and generalities. We have seen that Deleuze's concept of ideal events resembles the psychoanalytic fantaselm and the structuralist floating signifier. But Deleuze, in fact, innodles the concept on literature. The one and the salm event is a story, unhistoire, composed of turning points, boiling points, points of crisis, ls 50. The question posed by the paradoxical agency is the question of the tale and the novella, ls 63. What happened, what is going to happen, 27. These questions cannot be answered with causes. Even more, we inist recognize that the event implies that there are no ultimate answers to these questions. These questions remain answerless because the event or paradoxical agency is eternal or, more precisely, unlimited. The paradoxical agency is a repeatable phone that lacks a determinate origin. Lacking a determinate origin, it becomes repeatable incessant till yj it has a potency that is endless. To be as concise as possible, we can say that the Deleuzian concept of event contains these four inseparable features, are, novelty j, 2, effectuation j, 3, counter-effectuation j and, 4, unlimitedness. 28 Schnillerly, here is the list of the examples of the Deleuzian event that we have seen so far, are, the psychoanalytic phantasm j, 2, the structuralist floating signifier J, 3, the infinitive, the verb, J and now, 4, the tale and novella. Besides these 4 examples, there is one in or. Indeed, it is the most important example. We anticipated it above when we spoke of the wound and the scar. Deleuze says, the battle is not one example of an event among others. It is the event in its essence, ls rue. The battle is the event in its essence because it fits the definition of the event that we have seen so far. Due to the chance inextures of bodies on the battlefield, each battle is novel, singular, and different from all the others. The inextures of bodies cause or effectuate the battle. But also, the battle fits the definition because the battle soars over, survole, its own battlefield, ls rue. That the battle soars over the battlefield means that it can be the subject of a counter-effectuation. The counter-effectuation, the selection of by right features, makes the battle be neutral in relation to all its effectuations in the present, indifferent in regard to the victor and the vanquished, the brave and the cowardly. Because counter-effectuation takes place in language, Deleuze mentions famous novels about war by Stendhal, Hugo, Tolstoy, and Stephen Crane. The counter-effectuation in the novel makes the battle eternal. It is no longer simple. The present of effectuation, instead, the battle is always to see all and already past, ls 100. That is, as an ideal sense, battle appears to lack an origin, but also, as an ideal sense, it exceeds all possible fulfillments. Deleuze says that the non-present temporal status makes the event all the more terrible, ls 100. It is all the more terrible because the linguistization of the battle, as in a novel, the grasping of the battle, as in a philosophical concept, is the unlimiting of life, or, in or precisely, the unlimiting of life in its struggle with death. The example of the battle, but really the battle shows what the event truly is, therefore provides us one more feature of the event. This feature is really why it is the event in its essence. It shows that every event is like a plague, war, or death, ls 151. For Deleuze, the battle's effectuation and counter-effectuation. Indeed, effectuation and counter-effectuation in general are like the ambiguity of death. Here, in regard to the ambiguity of death, Deleuze follows Blanquet. 29 Blanquet had shown that death is not only personal, me dying, any life being too weak when the moment comes, it is not only a, so to speak, big death. But also, death is impersonal, without a relation to me, with me being too weak for life which as it exceeds limits is like a series of little deaths. In other words, there is the portion of the event that is accomplished and realized, personal death, me, as a soldier, with a proper name, IAL and dying, then there is the portion that cannot realize its accomplishment, I impersonal death, other soldiers whose nouns I do not know, they are dying and never stop dying. The lack of accomplishment means that impersonal death is incessant, they never finish up with dying, on an infinite pot in ls 152. Behind the emptiness of the question, behind the answerlessness of what happened and what is going to happen, there is always dying. It is this endless death that has risen up from the depths of the battle's chaos to the surface. The surface is fragile, ls 82, 94, 120, 167. It is fragile because the soldier is inertally wounded, personally in his own flesh, ls 101, see also ls 156. He has risked his life in the abyss of the battle. In this moment of grace between life and death, however, the battle in its unlimitedness hovers above the battlefield enough for the soldier to see IPO. What does the soldier see? It is the vision of so many singularities dying, not just soldiers with unknown nouns dying, but also animals perishing and countrysides and cities being destroyed. It is the vision of life in its endless struggle with phenomenology and N1 metaphysics, and chaos II9. Death, chaos, or, as Deleuze sometimes calls it, Bischas Zone 3I. It is this vision that cannot be grasped, LSI 5-6. It is this vision of death never ceasing, never ending, never accomplishing itself, never innaking itself be over once and for all, this vision cannot be thought. The inability to stop, ilne ses pa, ne ses jalneus, is the impotence of the event. And yet, from this powerlessness comes power. The unthinkable innest be thought, the ungraspable innest be grasped. Responding to the vision, the inertally wounded soldier, in a single act of violence includes all violence and all inortal events in one single event, in a plane of immanence that denounces and deposes all violence and all death, LSI 5-2-53. The inertally wounded soldier must write the story of the battle in order to liberate it always for other times and to make us go farther than we would have believed possible, LSI 6I. 32 as Deleuze, and Guattari, would say in A Thousand Plateaus, the vision of the battle is grasped, all part of it, in order to innake us become. Perhaps the mortally wounded soldier's vision of the battle's surface, the vision of this plane of immanence, is like a phenomenological intuition. We do not know. 33 What we know, however, is that Deleuze connects his criticism of phenomenology to another criticism. Like Derrida at the same annulment, Deleuze associates phenomenology with metaphysics. Deleuze says, metaphysics and transcendental philosophy, that is, phenomenology, have reached an agreement, LSI 06. Metaphysics and phenomenology set up an alternative, LSI 06. On the one hand, intophysics has God as a sovereign being, completely and infinitely, analytically, determined by its concepts. Yet, still on the first hand, transcendental philosophy, that is, phenomenology, has the finite phone of the person which synthesizes representation. We see what is on the first hand, it is God and Inon. What is on the other hand, in distinction from God and man, is an undifferentiated ground, a groundlessness, phoneless non-being, an abyss without differences and without properties, LSI 06. It is this alternative, either the analytic form of the sovereign being plus the synthetic form of the person or chaos, that Deleuze is criticizing, and continues to criticize throughout his entire career. Only if we recognize Deleuze's rejection of this alternative do we understand the philosophy, and the conception of philosophy, that emerges from his criticisms of both phenomenology and the old intophysics. Philosophy, in Deleuze, is a two-front fight, against already constituted phones, CLICHES, and against the chaos of no phone at all. What energies form this two-front fight is the conception of philosophy presented in What is Philosophy as concept creation and the laying out of a plane of in 11 naents. But only with this two-front battle in an end do we see that the purpose of concept creation lies in the fight against clichés, while the purpose of the laying out of a plane of immanence lies in the fight against chaos. What is still at issue in What is Philosophy is surface effects and the surface. The purpose or end of philosophy, for Deleuze, really means that what is required in philosophy is to grasp the event in its singularity, a singularity that verges on the formless chaos on the one hand and on the forms of the ready-made on the other. Philosophy's specific POWER is to create concepts, to grasp the event, but this power is based on a vision of illness that cannot be grasped. 34 As Deleuze says in What is Philosophy, with Guattari, we will say that the plane of immanence is, at the same time, that which must be thought and that which cannot be thought. It is the non-thought within thought, WP 59. Imitating Deleuze's capitalization of the plane of immanence, we are tempted to write this final sentence, the plane of immanence, it cannot be thought. Introduction. In the years between I-966 and I-969, Deleuze was close to the work of the structuralists, while at the same time he was aware of their impasses, rejecting any closure of sense or any reduction to a binary node of thought that would be closed to both the process of temporalization and the pragmatic dimension of language. Deleuze's encounter, in I-969, with his friend Félix Guattari itself constitute the veritable war in Achine against structuralism. Guattari, as a Lacanian and a member of the Freudian school, participated fully in the propagation of structuralism in his form of psychoanalysis. As for Deleuze, his desire to leave the history of philosophy made him very receptive to the ongoing T-Ulnult in the H-Ulnanities. For HHN, the figure of the schizophrenic became a question in both its clinical form and its literary phone. But neither Deleuze nor Guattari could be satisfied with the simple adherence to the de-Ulnanant theories of the THNI. Just before their encounter in 1969, the position they were both expressing was already a lively critique of structuralism. By the time Guattari spoke before the members of the Freudian School of Paris in 1969, he had already broken with Lacan's for analyst and logicist development of it. He was no longer the heir apparent of the master, who preferred his son-in-law Jacques-Alain Miller and his circle at the École Normale Supérieure en Rue d'Ulron, which had just launched the Cahiers pour l'analyse. Guattari called his talk, whose title alone evokes his target, machine and structure, although it might as well have been called machine contra structure. In his lecture, Guattari locates blind spots in the grid of structural analysis, and he puts forward the notion of the Lacan in an attempt to think what has been repressed by structuralism, namely, the joint processes of subjectification and the historical event. This is the first text by Guattari that references Deleuze, one he has not yet lit, although he had read and enjoyed Deleuze's doctoral thesis, Difference and Repetition, 1968, as well as his Logic of Sense, 1969, which Guattari cites at the beginning of his paper, utilizing the Deleuzean definition of Struktur. Against structure, which is defined by its ability to exchange its particular elements, the machine would stress repetition, but in the sense in which Deleuze understands it, that is, repetition as difference, as a conduct and as a point of view that concerns non-exchangeable and non-substitutable singularities, DRI. Given his reading of Deleuze's thesis, Guattari feels that he needs the concept of Lacan in order to introduce this differential element that reintroduces the event and mouvement. Temporalization penetrates the machine on all sides and can be related to it only after the fascion of an event. The emergence of the machine remarks a date, a change, different fra la structural representation too. One is struck here by the proximity of their positions and their discourse, which already exists before Deleuze and Guattari even meet. Guattari is the spokesman for a philosophy of the event, which is the primary topic of Deleuze's Logic of Sense. Within the latrix of this lecture, we find another concept, derived from the concept of the Lacan, which will also become central to the Deleuze-Guattarian system, the concept of the Wahrlichkeit. Guattari takes up, in his own manner, the Deleuzean orientation toward a philosophy that breaks with the idea of representation, and he situates his concept of machine within this point of view. The essence of the Lacan is precisely this function of detaching a signifier as a representative, as a differentiator, as a causal break, different in kind from the structurally established order of things 3. In order to escape the il passé of the panlinguistle of structural semiotics, Guattari suggests restoring the speech act as a signifier. The voice, as speech Lacan, is the basis and determinant of the structural order of language, and not the other way round. 4. He therefore completely reverses the structuralist perspective, which upheld the system of language as the only scientific level, thereby excluding speech, which was dishonest as purely contingent. What interests Guattari is the subject, and he sees it as split, torn, at the intersection, in the in-between, in tension between structure and machine. The human being is caught where the anachine and the structure innate s. Still remaining within Lacanian categories, while trying to put them in e-notion, Guattari takes up Lacan's analysis of partial objects, the objecte, and uses it as a war anachine against structural equilibrium. The objecta in effect creates an eruption where one least expects it. Like a true infernal Lacan //6, the objecte becomes what is irreducible or inassimilable in the structure, and is renamed by Guattari the objet Lacan Petia //7. It is the inelpiting elan lent of circular thinking, Penzer and Ron // and the deconstructor of structural balances, which undenies attempts at self-representation and disintegrates the individual outside itself, on the boundaries of the other eight. Guattari's search for a type of connection that would be a group connection, or a connection of collective entities, not only links his thought to one of Deleuze's primary concerns, the question of the institution and its ambivalent relationship with desire, but would turn out to have a fecund future in Deleuze-Guattarianism with their notions of the group subject and the collective assemblage of enunciation. For Guattari, this critical putting into perspective of structuralism had a significance that was not only speculative but also eminently political. It was necessary to draw lessons from May 6/8, and to revitalize the structures that had been shaken by the eruption of the event. How can one revive the revolutionary anarchism whose capacity for creating openings was clearly demonstrated in May 68? This was Guattari's specifically political question, the revolutionary programme, as the anarchism for institutional subversion, should demonstrate proper subjective potential and, at every stage of the struggle, should make sure that it is fortified against any attempt to structuralize that potential. If May 6/8 facilitated the institutional triumph of structuralism at the University or City, the 68 event also gave rise to a 6/8 thought that would have nothing structuralist about it, and that on the contrary would put into crisis, in a decisive manner, a paradigm that was rather quickly abandoned by those who had seen in modernity the expression of a new worldview, and who now claimed never to have dined at the structuralist banquet. If Guattari found material for his arguments in the two books published by Deleuze in I-968 and I-969, it was because Deleuze's philosophical orientation distinguished him from the dominant and undivided paradigm of the Tiln. In his thesis, Difference and Repetition, Deleuze had remained vigilant with regard to any reduction of the event to insignificance, as was practiced by structuralism. He argued instead for a refusal of the alternative between structure and event, in favor of their joint articulation. There is no more opposition between event and structure or sense and structure than there is between structure and genesis, Dri 9I. Deleuze nevertheless recognizes the effectiveness of structuralism in accounting for multiplicities. His theater has nothing to do with representation, it is rather a theater of multiplicities, Dri 92, which, rather than seeking an ideal synthesis of recognition and representation adequate to the identical, tracks the problems at the very heart of the movements of experimentation. According to Deleuze, however, structuralism remains a prisoner of the categories of identity and opposition, and fails to pose the right problems. Thus linguistics, the pilot science of the structuralist paradigm in its Saussurian-Jacobsonian form, which turned the rules of phonology, in their structural aspects, into a heuristical model, is enclosed in a binary logic, and privileges negative terms by assimilating the differential relations between phone lanes to relations of opposition, Dr. 204. Saussurian structuralism inutilates the potential positivity of difference, and Deleuze opposes to it the work of another linguist, Gustave Guillaume, who was one original in the world of linguists, but on whose importance Deleuze would constantly insist. The fundamental lesson of Guillaume's work is the substitution of a principle of differential position for that of distinctive opposition, Dr. 205. In Guillaume, there is a veritable transcendental exploration of the idea of the linguistic unconscious which, in Guillaume's case, does not lack its object. In his Semester on the Semiotics of the Synelna on March 1, 1985, Deleuze offends his enthusiasm for Guillaume's theories. W hat is the signified of power for Guillaume. It is innovelment, what confination. It is a day of celebration. What an encounter. He presents Guillaume as the last of the great linguistic philosophers, whose thesis, rejected by most linguists, is to maintain that a word, as the nominal signifying unit, has only one sense, which he calls the signified of power. 3. This dimension refers to an ideal material that pre-exists discourse, but which we cannot avoid, This is the resurrection of a philosophy that arrives behind the back of linguistics, and is detested by linguists. I4. Guillaume, as the psychoanalytic of language, is indeed not far, in his hypotheses about language, from Deleuze's own Chine, and he constantly reproached other linguists for remaining at the level of visible facts. The affination of an ontology of difference led Deleuze, in his thesis, to take careful account of the theories advanced by those thinkers who had presented themselves as the inastors of structuralism, in all its facets, during the 1960s. He recognized the inrit of Freud for having insisted on a pregenital sexuality consisting of partial drives, and of Lacan for having extended this discovery with his objecte. For Deleuze, Lacan also had the inrit of separating the relation with time of the real object and virtual object, the latter having the property of both being and not being where it is. Yet despite these advances, psychoanalysis, according to Deleuze, remained the prisoner of a philosophy of the representation of the subject, subordinating its theory of repetition to a principle of identity in the past or a principle of analogy of resemblance in the actual. Just as Hec Olin did the contribution of Lacan, Deleuze also welcomed the reading of Marx's work found in Althusser and the Althusserians. Althusser and his collaborators are, therefore, profoundly right to show the presence of a genuine structure in capital, and in rejecting the historicist interpretations of Marx's sin, Dr. 186. The relations between Althusser and Deleuze were rather good. In 1964, Althusser invited Deleuze to teach at the École Normale Supérieure at the Rue d'Aulnay. Deleuze declined the offer because he was moving to Lyon. Thank you for your letter and your proposal. Alas, alas. I have not been appointed in Grenoble, who received me badly qui m'accueillit mal. I am doing an about-face and going to Lyon to take up the strange position of a professor of morals. I'm going to move there. So although I would have loved to, I will not be able to teach a course at the École. I am touched that you sent me your 3 books. You could not have given me greater pleasure. I am not finished yet, but already, not only articles I had read and admired, but everything I did not know, your elucidation of the concept of problem, a common concern of mine and yours, and then the fetish and the analysis of the exact role of alienation, it all seems so important that I feel its influence. Of your collaborators, I knew Macquarie a little, whom I hold in some esteem. All 3 of these books and your style impress me. Yes, I think these books are of a great depth and beauty. I would like very much to talk about them with you. I6. The beautiful text by Deleuze, How Do We Recognize Structuralism 1, which his friend François Châtelet published in his Histoty of Philosophy in I-972, was in fact written in I-968 and sublimated to Althusser. I am sending you enclosed the text, which I told you about, on structuralism. I had told you that my ambition here was for a more rigorous popularization than is usually done. But I am not satisfied with it, even modestly. For sometimes it seems that everything is totally obscure, and sometimes that it is complete bullshit de decanter completement, particularly in the final paragraph on the last criteria. But I am sending it to you because, on the one hand, it concerns you, and on the other, for you to tell me if it's publishable. Do me the favor of reading it, in a very personal manner. To write something bad can always be formative, but to publish it, no. Maybe the final part should be removed. Published in I-972, but written before I-968, and thus before his encounter with Guattari, what Deleuze published in Châtelet's History of Philosophy was an extraordinarily fundamental text in which he analyzed the structuralist paradigm in a text he had sublimated in advance to Althusser. Is beyond the diversity of the areas explored, Deleuze attempted to identify a number of one on criteria for structuralist studies, which at the time preoccupied the linguistic, literary, anthropological, sociological, and psychoanalytic fields. The first characteristic is the centrality of the Syln Belicht in one Enchen, which forens the link between the real and the in one agenary, and Deleuze attributes the discovery of this third to structuralist en. In this Deleuze, ASIN others, ITIS linguistics that played the role of a pilot science. The second criterion is localization or position. The meaning of the elements of the structure is due solely to their position, and Deleuze hails the rigorous Lewin in W. H. Levi-Strauss has shown this. One can find here the very foundations of structuralist and one-bition, which is to Beccoliu topology, a logic of relations. On this point, Deleuze feels very close to this way of valorizing what he would later call the plane of illimanence. The third and fourth criteria, the valorization of the differential and singular, demonstrate even lure Deleuze of an ity with the structuralist paradigm. Every structure is a multiplicity, de 177, says Deleuze, who on this basis provides a reading of the structural paradigm that brings it close to his own ontology of difference. This is evident when he says that of structure one will say, real without being actual, ideal without being abstract, de 179. He praises Levi-Strauss for conceiving that the unconscious is always elliptic and tributary to its own structural laws. Here again, we are far from the negative assessment that will be given later, after Deleuze's encounter with Guattari, when both thinkers would stigmatize Levi-Strauss' structural ilu by describing it as the anorexic conception of the unconscious. We are still at a moment when structuralism is being presented in its positivity. The fifth criterion is seriality, which gives moveltlent to a structure. On this point, Deleuze feels Hillesself to be close to structuralism, and he will organize his book, The Logic of Sense, into 34 different series. The sixth criterion, extraordinarily important for structural ilu, is the principle of the elliptic case, the famous degree zero of both language and the unconscious. Deleuze notes that it lacks in its own place, and that it is this lack that causes the l'évaluant, no structuralism is possible without this degree zero, de 186. In the 1969 Logic of Sense, one can sense the ambivalence towards structural ilu that was already present in the 1968 thesis, which is looked with a fascination for a lueta that allows sense to circulate, on a surface plane, around a zero point or an elliptic case. Deleuze still sees structure as equivalent to a line. Guattari's text, Machine, and Structure, would fascinate Deleuze all the more in that its illud far more advanced in its critique of structuralist ilu. In 1969, Deleuze was still saying, structure is in factor keen for the production of incorporeal sense, LS71. These linguistic, anthropological, and psychoanalytic studies that turn around an empty case, which can also be the place of death, the zero value, the floating signifier put into question the skulna of causality, since the cause is absent fr in its place. Deleuze thus proclaims that the importance of structuralism in philosophy, and for all thought, is that it displaces frontiers, ls7i. It is thus pleasing that there resounds today the news that sense is never a principle or an origin, but that it is produced. It is not all nothing to discover, to restore, and to re-employ, it is all nothing to produce by a new imaginary. It belongs to no height or depth, but rather to a surface effect, LS72. Deleuze sees in this orientation a liberation fr transcendence, a valorization of the plane of iln one anance, and finds in it the possible productive imaginary of sense that he wants to see deployed in a free proliferation in order to enake pre-individual singularities elnerge. In the Logic of Sense, Deleuze adheres closely to the structuralist project, to which he devotes inane chapters characterized as series, but always in pursuit of his own intophysical exposition. Notably, he draws on the work of Benveniste to distinguish the three forms that a proposition can assume. 1e, firstly, the relation of denotation to an individual thing, which is the indexical; secondly, manifestation, and only thirdly, signification. To these three levels investigated by linguists, Deleuze adds a fourth dimension, which is that of sense. The Stoics discovered sense along with the question of the event. Sense, the expressed of the proposition, is an incorporeal, complex, and irreducible entity, at the surface of things, a pure event which inheres or subsists in the proposition, LSI 9. In the approach suggested by Deleuze, which is inspired in part by the works of linguists, who are then connected to his own philo-sophical orientation, sign and sense are no longer two different strata or two alternative horizons, on the contrary, they are indissolubly linked. As Bergson said, one does not proceed fr own sounds to images, and to images fr own sense, one is established fr own the outset within sense, ls 28. The fact that we find ourselves ill-nursed in an already there of sense, towards which we regress in alienatless proliferation, had already been made clear by Freya, on the plane of logic, and by Carroll, on the plane of literary writing. What Deleuze was responding to, in a critical fashion, was the alternative between, on the one hand, an indefinite regression and, on the other, a sterile duplication as a final elimination of sense, the 101 the other, ls 32, that still prevailed in Husserl's Fen 0111 analogy. The characteristic of the pure event is precisely that it oversees 0111 es all dualisal 11s and opens up the horizon of I111 possible objects, of paradoxes that lead to the absurd, and of OXYL11 orans of the type the round square, unextended L1 ladder, L110 untains without valleys, which are objects without AH0111E, the outside of being. They are of extra being pure ideational events, unable to be realized in states of affairs, ls 35. Often 11ing the paradoxical nature of regress Zion, Deleuze suggests that force can only be serial. If he repeats the structural distinction between signifier and signified, he gives it another acceptation by calling the signifier a sign, since the latter has an ll11 and of sense, and by calling the signified that which serves as the correlate to this aspect of sense. What is signified is never sense itself, ls 37, but the concept. What Deleuze insisted on always with the desire to often 11 a philosophy of paradox, the double, the tension L11 maintained in the OXYL1 L-oran, was the co-presence of sense and nonsense, which are not in a relation of exclusion, of the false by the true. Deleuze brought about a reversal with regard to the panlinguisal 11 of the epoch. At a TI 111e when everybody was proclaim 111ing that everything is structured like a language, or that everything is a part of language, Deleuze gave far less IL11 portents to language compared to what language relies on, NAL11 Ely, the event. Events L11 ake language possible, LS 181. What we find at the beginning is not the order of the system of language, but the speech act. Deleuze thus distances high 111 self from L the dominant Saussuriani SL11 through his rehabilitation of speech as signifier. We always begin in the order of speech, LS 181. For Deleuze, the event becomes the transcendental horizon of language, its condition of possibility. The Deleuze-Guattari SL11 Bliage that begins in 1969 will radicalize the critical stance of both thinkers, but in the early I970s it will take a L11 arc turn towards pole L11 IC by being deployed to Goethe. The first words of Anti-Oedipus are significant for their refusal of any structural closure, even if they indicate the irrelevance of the topic of the subject, the I, in favor of a L11 aconic. Polyloorphic logic. They affinu the absolute prin 1 ACOFIL tiplicitize in relation to structural binarisal U. Anti-Oedipus is conceived as a veritable war IU-Akine against structuralist IU, and it will contribute greatly to the acceleration of the deconstruction of the current paradigm that had been in process in 1967-68. It will operate as an infernal lechine, exploding the structuralist paradigm from one within. Deleuze and Guattari would oppose to the forlegio of structural studies, by their collaborative writing itself, the counterpoint of experimentation. Their project in the early 1970s was to oppose the social sciences to the structuralist paradigm. They relied primarily on a rereading of the advances N18 in anthropology, SEIUiotics, psychoanalysis, and history, when all these disciples were following paths traced out by the structuralist Skilua, precisely in order to undo it. Together, they would practice the method of perversion developed by Deleuze, in order to escape the structuralist closure. According to Deleuze and Guattari, there are various orders of Lichens, technical Lichens, cybernetical Nakins, war machines, economical Nakins, signifying machines, institutional desiring Iuakins, as well as literary machines. Machine is a veritable catchphrase that was Linnean to dethrone another catchphrase of the Tillieu, the notion of structure. The concept of N1 Akin became so central that when Deleuze published a new edition of Proust and Signs in 1970, he added a second part entitled The Literary Machine / which included a description of the three machines found in Search of Lost Time. Anti-Oedipus begins with a chapter devoted to desiring machines, a concept that will be abandoned by its authors a few years later in 8,000 Plateaus, Ahuas certainly because the concept had done its job of undenying the concept of structure, which no longer needed to be challenged in 1980, when the structuralist paradigm was little more than a iulori. By contrast, Guattari's notion of transversally was used lure and iuri extensively in order to grasp cuts in the flows, through which the desiring inachine had been defined. The Aroln through the Huluan sciences found in the two volumes of Capitalism and Schizophrenia had been a way of exploding the structuralist paradigm in order to free inultiplicities and singularities from their closure. The designated adversary of anti-Oedipus, the structuralized psychoanalysis of Lacan, is based on the Saussurean conception of language. Deleuze and Guattari thus undertake a violent critique of the Saussurean theory of the sign. They even denounce the shadow of Oriental despotisme. Ferdinand de Saussure does not inertly emphasize the following, that the arbitrariness of language establishes its sovereignty, as a servitude or generalized slavery visite upon the masses, AO 207, moreover, the signifier/signified relation is essential netrical in Saussure, to the benefit of an absolute prevalence of the signifier. What was once described as positive the LNT case operating by successive folding in n ulnerous orders, is now considered to be dependent on a conception of a linguistic field defined by Saussure as a transcendence turning around ulnaster signifier. To this linguistics of the signifier, Deleuze and Guattari will oppose a completely different type of linguistics, a linguistics of flow. On this point, the contribution of Guattari is clear, as evidenced in the preparatory notes he wrote for Anti-Oedipus.I9. In fact, Hgenslov, the inventor of what he in Elselpound called glossalnatics, initiated a linguistics that is even more phonal than Saussure's. Deleuze and Guattari USEOF it has little to do with glossamatics, and the inionings of Hgenslov's notions are blithely altered. Their real objective is to use this reading as an anti-Saussurian war in Achine, leaving space for a truly pragmatic linguistics. To do this, they believe they see in Hgenslov the advent of a real plane of Ionelnanence, which corresponds to their call for a linguist who aims to establish an algebra ilnaean to language 2.0. What Deleuze and Guattari take in ost of all fr oln Hgenslov, interpreting Hiln in their own way, is his distinction between the plane of expression and the plane of content, which function in an entirely reversible manner. Their functional definition provides no justification for calling one, and not the other, of these entities expression, or one, and not the other, content. 21. This distinction reveals strata, or planes of consistency, that break the Saussurian binarism. There would in effect be a single plane of consistency being deployed in 111 multiple strata. Hgenslov would have had the inrit of liberating the study of language fr oln its shackles, opening it up to a theory of the sign that is intended to embrace everything. Guattari also saw in Hjelmslev's essays a prolegomena to their theory of the collective agent of enunciation, and hence the supersession of the Saussurian dichotomy between language and speech. Hgenslov is thus enlisted in the construction of the semiotic anachine built by Deleuze and Guattari against structural selniotics, a program that had already been innate clear in the text of Anti-Oedipus, Louis Hjelm's left's linguistics stands in profound opposition to the Saussurean and post-Saussurean undertaking. Because it abandons all preferred reference. Because it describes a pure field of algebraic immanence that no longer allows any surveillance on the part of a transcendent instance, even one that has withdrawn. AO 242. This is a purely Ernelnayan theory of language that causes phone and substance, content and expression, to flow according to the flows of desire, and that breaks these flows according to points, signs or figures, schizzas. AO 242-43. Between I-972 and I-980, the date of the publication of 8,000 Plateaus, Deleuze and Guattari discovered another theorist of language to oppose to Saussure, the semiotician Charles Sanders Peirce, the founder of Progenitus 1, who defined thinking as a sign. 22. According to Peirce, thought is deployed within a semiotic triangle, sign object interpreton, that refers to an indefinite dialogic of interpretations. Peirce thereby constituted a disentering of linguistics, which became little more than a partial subset of a general semiology, and subordinated the rules of language to their use. Sense thus reveals its practical function. Peirce's other inaugure reversal is to think of the world no longer as merely physical, but as fundamentally semiotic. For their part, Deleuze and Guattari would reject the alternative between physics and semiotics. In 8,000 Plateaus, this progenetic orientation, in particular, was appealed to as an alternative to Saussure. In this case, speech functions as an expression of a doing, and the utterance, as the elementary unit of language, is conceived of as an order word. ATP 75. Language presents its ELF as essentially infonative, whereas it is first and foremost perfonative. Deleuze and Guattari rely heavily on J. L. Austin's theories on the interrelationship of action and speech performance, as well as the work of Oswald Ducrot. 23. Although Deleuze and Guattari establish their correlation with a particular socius, these semiotics are not yet identified with a particular historical N101ment, and there is no question of opposing to a static and purely synchronic structuralism and evolutionary. Continuum 1. Rather, Deleuze and Guattari assert the prin 1ac of N1 mixtures or hybrids. These are assemblages, which are the very conditions of intelligibility of these region 1es of signs. What allows the passage FROLL one region 1e of signs to another is always the founding event that cuts the flows, and sets Thel 11 in N tension again on unforeseen paths. For this reason, there are two dates in the epigraph of the fifth plateau, 587b and AD 70, the two dates of the destruction of the 10-1 ple that obliged the Jewish people to leave. The Jewish prophet thus N1 bodies the passage, necessitated by the destruction of the 10-1 ple, from one thought to action, inciting the L11 oval 11 ant of the Israelite people. The prophet Beko LL1 es the Aponal 11 us character of a concrete case of transfofl 1 ational cell 11 iotic analysis, able to L110 VEFROLL1 a signifying cell 11 iotics to ascend 1 iotics of subjectivity. Pragl 11 attics is not considered by Deleuze and Guattari to be a L11 air supple 11 ant to the soul of linguistics, but rather is the basic LL1 ant on which everything else depends. The desiring N1 akeen inist IL1 ake its way into the structures in order to explode the N1 aster signifier defended by the Lacanians. The psychoanalytic interpretation begins with the notion of a PRIIL1 airy lack, of absence, whereas according to our authors, subjective cuts, the real cuts of flow, on the contrary, begin with a full excess. Epistemologically, on the side of its object, psychoanalysis is stigmatized as an enterprise of enophilization and repression, continuing the work of confinal 11 and circularity repli sur soi that characterized psychiatry in the 19th century. Instead of participating in an undertaking that will bring about genuine liberation, psychoanalysis is taking part in the work of bourgeois repression at its LTLost far-reaching level Lao 50. In reality, psychoanalysis would be a fail one ilialis and one endowed with a pseudo-scientific discourse. In this regard, the desiring inachine has to escape the Oedipal straitjacket in order to better release the productive forces of the unconscious and schizophrenized thelm. Alongside the Argyle 11 entative develop 11 ents opposing the theories of psychoanalysis, we find in the writings of the two authors slogans taken straight FROLL1 the May 6, 8111 of and 1 ent, we are all schizos. We are all perverts. We are all libidos that are too viscous and too fluid, AO67. The constant conversion by analysts of any unconscious inanifestation in Oedipus shows that psychoanalysis bears within itself a metaphysics that innest be subjected to a materialist critique. Proponents of a method of conjunctive disjunction, our authors criticize the systematic use of either or exclusive disjunctions in psychoanalytic practice, totally ignoring the schizophrenic, who is n18 an outsider to the Freudian discourse. Schizoanalysis aims to reconnect the unconscious to the social and the political. The grid of the Oedipal reading would be subject both to a form of inechionistic reductionism and a process of simple application. The function of the structural apparatus of Lacanianism would actually serve to repress desire to make sure that it is renounced, and thereby to perfect the therapeutic work of the apparatus of repression. By placing the distorting mirror of incest before desire, that's what you wanted, isn't it? Desire is shattered, stupefied, it is placed in a situation without exit, it is easily persuaded to deny itself, AO120. Putting desire back in e-notion, and making it productive, becomes the primary function of the desiring inachine, which must be substituted for the confining Oedipal structure. The postulated structural unity of the inachine innest also be undone. The difference lies at the level of inolar machines and inolicular machines, the essential point being that desire is of the order of production, whether it occurs at the anicro or inacro level. However, the structural unity around the theory of Lacan poses a inolar aggregate, such is the structural operation, it distributes Lac in the inolar aggregate, AO307. This polarity between the inolar and molecular was introduced by Guattari, and was derived primarily from his practice in the field of institutional psychotherapy at the Law Board Clinic. It began as a way to subvert the molar logic of stratification, bureaucratization, and routinization of organizations by liberating, at every e-moment, molecular flows and intensities capable of weakening the codes of the molar pole. The distinction between macro and micro is very important, but it belongs perhaps inner to Guattari than to INE. For INE, it is rather the distinction between the two inultiplicities. That's the key for INE 24. Guattari suggests that Deleuze contrast LTLolecular ALDERID and inolar ALDERID to the ionagenary ALDERID of Lacan. Who said, there was a linguistization of inolar sets, a refusal of the usual geneticis nel. Everything is reduced to structuralism on a linguistic model. It's absolute, structural, linguistic ALDERID with no guarantees, the A, there is no other of the other. 25. Even if Lacan had the inelnenslerit of discovering the object A, all nothing of the order of the inolicular that, as a partial object, always escapes and exceeds the structure, he nonetheless remained a prisoner of structure. Defining itself as a immaterialist approach, schizoanalysis instead opposes to the endogenous play of structure the signifying the intervention of an outside. The schizoanalyst presents himself primarily as a supporter of a node of experimentation, and not in order to interpret using the grid of a reading or appealing to the Prinlal scene. As Olnichanik, a micro-inechanic, AO338, what must be grasped in everyone is not a deeply buried secret but desiring machines that operate in a singular lnana, with their failures, their accelerations, their cuts of flow, their becolanings. In the unconscious it is not the lines of pressure that matter, but on the contrary the lines of escape, AO388. Defining the unconscious as a inultiplicity of intensities and excess, Deleuze and Guattari put back into circulation what had been repressed by structuralism. On this score, one innate claim, following Joel Bunnan, that the clinical practice clinique defended by Deleuze and Guattari aims to reintroduce the eco-analytic probiotic of Freudian intapsychology, namely, the theory of the drives alienated by Lacanianism. On the face of it opposed to the phonalist and purely symbolic conception of an unconscious functioning as a structure according to the linguistic anodal, Deleuze and Guattari argued in Anti-Oedipus that the unconscious is traversed from one end to another by drives, or, in other words, that the unconscious cannot exist without intensities. 26. The desiring machine puts drives back into the circuit with their excesses, their inability and their failures, their disjunctive capacities. Schizophrenia, in this context, is doubly interesting in that it demonstrates the inability of even a structuralized psychoanalytic discourse, with its Oedipus squared, to be able either give an account of it or to be able to treat the pathology. But the schizophrenic also incarnates the figure of singular impersonality that Deleuze and Guattari look to in order to oppose both the desingularized structure and personalism. The relationship with Levi-Strauss is far less polemical than the relation with Lacan in Anti-Oedipus, whose primary target is the practice of psychoanalysis. Nevertheless, Deleuze and Guattari obviously distance themselves from one structural anthropology. They appeal to Edmund Leach, for WH the absence of structure characterizes an entire set of directly observed empirical givens, which does not mean that there is no structure in Leach, but only that the structure is the principle of its own disequilibrium. Deleuze and Guattari thus reject the idea of cold societies, native societies without history, grounded in a simple reproduction of the SAINE. The idea that primitive societies are without history, dominated by archetypes and their repetition, is particularly weak and inadequate. AO 150. Even if Levi-Strauss is not held responsible for this conception, it is he who divided civilizations into hot societies, operating on the model of thermodynamics, and cold societies, with the mechanical functioning of a watchmaker, sheltered, through repetition, from any aleatory element that might bring about change. Deleuze and Guattari also work to overturn Levi-Strauss' demonstration that the universality of the exchange of W would derive from the desire to avoid the closure of society into itself. Far being the extension of a system at first closed, the opening is primary, founded in the heterogeneity of the elements that compose the prestations and that compensate for the disequilibrium by displacing it. AO 150. Deleuze and Guattari challenge the universal law of the prohibition of incest discovered by Levi-Strauss, which was taken to be an inviolable law of every society in every latitude. They argue that the very idea of such prohibition is not relevant, since incest does not exist in anulnerous primitive societies. 27. They base this claim on research by Meyer Fortes on territorial logics that are more basic than the exchange of W-N. The problem is not that of the circulation of W-N. A W-N circulates by herself. She is not at one's disposal, but the legal rights of the offspring are detained in favor of a specific person. 28. The Earth, with its territorial segmentarities, is then primary in relation to in-arage exchanges and parental structures. Systems of alliances and kinship rules are thereby relegated to a second plane compared to territorial encodings of the socius. Contrary to Levi-Strauss' argument, Deleuze and Guattari state, a kinship system is not a structure but a practice, a praxis, a method, and even a strategy. AO 147. The very idea of a potential closure of a kinship system is derived from the inus taken perspective that consists in cutting off marriage practices from their economic and political substrate. Pierre Clas Trace has shown, in relation to the Guayaki Indians, that there are no pure nomads because there is always an encampment where a stock is stored, even in small quantities, in order to eat, to get inarid, and so on. 29. The critique of the epistemological order that Deleuze and Guattari address to the proponents of structural anthropology, as well as to structural semiotics, is the privileging of the sphere of exchange and circulation at the expense of production and social reproduction. However, for them, once again, the mechanic is opposed to the structural because it is the hard link. The soft structure would never function, and would never cause a circulation, without the hard inactinic element that presides over inscriptions, A0188. All these activities run through lived experience in order to segment it spatially or socially, combining different types of segmentarity, linear, binary, or circular. However, it is the non-structural Africanists such as Fortes, Evans Pritchard, and others who have succeeded in showing how the political system of primitive societies without a state has managed to incorporate territorial cisterns and segmentarities, building and appropriating kinship relations according to a hybrid and supple system. Deleuze and Guattari indeed see a binary at work, but they oppose the supple segmentarity of primitive societies to the hard segmentarity of modern societies. To support their thesis, they evoke the reform of Cleisthenes the Athenian in ancient Greece, who built a political space of citizenship by overcoding the lineal segments in order to produce a homogeneous space. But these two types of segmentarity are intertwined with each other, as Kafka showed. One can find suppleness at the heart of the most rigid bureaucratic systems. By contrast, one can also observe kernels of arbrification and hardening in the inhospitable pre-native societies. These lines of segmentarity are characteristic of every society and every individual, and they ground the dominant. Deleuze and Structuralism 143. Character of politics. Everything is political, but every politics is simultaneously both a macropolitics and a necropolitics. ATP 213. The necropolitics that results from these observations, along with the primacy given to the political dimension, Becolane's a major concept with the publication of 8,000 Platos, where it replaces the concept of schizoanalysis and functions as its equivalent. In Anti Oedipus, Deleuze and Guattari oppose to structural anthropology an entire historical and political anthropology, which is deployed in accordance with the bipolarity between the logic of flows of decoding and the logic of processes of recoding. If structuralism is not a go-od approach for studying pre-native societies, functionalism succeeds no better when it inquires into the use of this or that institution, believing it will find an meaning in their function. Ethnologists, however, are credited with being far in advance of the psychoanalysts, who remained ensconced in the question, what does it mean? To these false questions, the schizoanalysis substitutes a focus on uses. How it works is the sole question, AOISO. This is the question posed by Deleuze and Guattari, and it leads them to differentiate between three types of societies, savage, barbarian, and civilized, according to degrees of deterritorialization of flows. They thus construct a genuine political anthropology in which the driving role is attributed to the process of decoding, which is at once both progressive and discontinuous, the weakness of codes and the liberation of flows. At each step, the central state structures, whether despotic or feudal, are shown to be incapable of resisting the forces of decoding that subordinate the institutional state phones in order to enslave them. Little by little, flows of anulnerous types impose their laws, flows of property that is sold, flows of inoni that circulates, flows of production and anions of production, AO 223. The fundamental characteristic of the capitalist inachine is that it will be able to connect all these decoded flows, to make them play together in a single score, to enable them function together in a system. The restitution of a universal history of humanity is in no way presented as a new teleology, since it is unalnate by the contingency of events that innate social becomings bifurcate in one direction or another. It is certain that, even and especially in their manifestations of external force, neither capitalism, nor revolution nor schizophrenia. 144 François Dassy follows the paths of the signifier, AO 244. What defines civilizations is their degree of codification or decodification of flows. What differentiates the capitalistic flow from the schizophrenic flow is that the latter remains blocked, since capitalism recodifies and imposes limits that cannot be crossed. Capitalist modernity did not go wrong with its policy of the great confinement, as analyzed by Foucault. If capitalism sees in schizophrenia the characteristic traits of its own tendency to decode and to deterritorialize, it also sees schizophrenia as its external limit, and it can function only on the condition that it inhibit this tendency. AO 246. Like any society caught in the tension between these two inaugural poles, the tendencies to deterritorialization and reterritorialization, is in remains fundamentally ambivalent. According to Deleuze and Guattari, there would therefore be three successive social inactions that would have each their dominance. The first one, that of the savage, is the underlying territorial inaction that endeavors to code the flows over the full body of the earth. The imperial machine of the barbarians then overcodes these flows with the body of the despot and his bureaucratic apparatus of power. Finally, the civilized, inodern, capitalistic inaction decodes flows and achieves in renaissance. It thereby exemplifies, in the concrete plane of the historical realization of humanity, the deployment of a generalized theory of flows and inultiplicities, and the primacy of productive inactionary, having regained a dynarchic and an axio-inatic, and thus having broken free from purely structural, synchronic interpretations that value invariance and permanence, and reduce events to insignificance. Later, in the early 1980s, when Deleuze took film as the object of his studies, he was once again confronted by the structuralist paradigm, for what appeared to be the deepest critical perspective was a semiology of sine, which was the heir to the structuralist paradigm. It found its theoretician in the son of Christian Metz, who participated actively in the development of linguistic semiotic readings. In 1968, Metz published a book that would inaugurate an entirely new trend in semiotics, the Essays sur la signification. According to Metz, Sinelna is a language system without a langage, un language sans langue whose characteristics are narration, the finalnage being approximately equivalent to a statement, the Finnic shot resembles a statement rather than a word 3i. Finally, if one asks under what conditions this ilnage becolanes a statement, one is led to define rules of use, and this is the project of a selneology of Sinelna, along the lines of a Saussurean linguistics. Metz moves from cinephilia to a new approach to the cinema, where he applies the conceptual grid that he formulates with his great syntagmatic. The object of my intellectual passion was the linguistical machine itself. 32. In 1964, his first selneological writing begins with a reaction against any cinematographic criticism that ignores the linguistic renaissance and remains untouched by the advances in selneotics, while multiplying the invocations of a specific cinematographic language. In this manner, I left behind the Saussurean notion of language. It seemed to LNE that Finn could be compared to a system of language J and not a language long J. 33. This extreme phonalization of a system of Sinelnatic language finds its linguistic source essentially within the work of Helms Leff, whose definition of the concept of expression defines very clearly, according to Metz, the basic unit of the Finnic language / whereas its codification amounts to an approach that is purely formal, logical, and relational. In the sense intended by Helms Leff, form of content plus form of expression, a code is a field of notability, of differential signifiers. Thus, there may be several codes within a single system of language / 34. Deleuze instituted a radical rupture with this orientation, which dominated the campus of the University of Paris 3, the high place of theoretical studies on Sinelna in France. For Hien, the cinematic image cannot be defined as a language because it leaves to the side everything that specifies the image as inovalent and as tilde. Deleuze describes Metz as Kantian / a rather laudatory adjective, but he adds that Metz does not see Nell to be able to carry the project to its completion. It was Kant who sent the Platonic intophysical question, what is / to the pre-critical past in order to substitute for it another question, that of the conditions of possibility. The classical duality of an essence revealed behind an appearance is succeeded by the duality of attested facts and the conditions of their possible emergence. However, Metz ran one ans Kantian to the degree that dissolness, as a false problem, the question of knowing if, as the pioneers claimed, Sinelna reveals a universal language. He displaces this question in a Kantian Eltlaner by asking, under what conditions can Sinelna be considered a system of language? 35. Deleuze commends Metz's prudence when he supports his argument with an attested historical fact, the de-alienation of Hollywood cinema as the matrix of narrative cinema. Where Deleuze does not follow Metz is in the price he has to pay. As soon as the image is replaced by a statement, the image is given a false appearance, and its most authentically visible characteristic, Innoveltland, is taken away from it. TI 27. The language system, with its rules, is folded over everything, and for Metz it is narration that marks the difference between photography and the cinema image. To go from one image to two images is to go from the image to language. 36. Metz's disciples pursue a similar path that leads to the suspension of Move-Eltland in what is defined as a self-critique. Metz's ambition, then, is to construct a great syntagmatic and ambition that makes Deleuze smile, it makes Lne laugh, because I hear Bossuet saying, the great lady is dead. 37. Still in an amused manner, Deleuze says to wait, after the great syntagmatic, for the great paradigmatic, but Metz agrees that, for the Sinelna, the paradigmatic is of little importance, since it remains infinite in its possibilities. Deleuze opposes to Saussurean semiotics another source of inspiration, one that allows him to pursue his desire to construct hanonics between signs, in continuity with what he had already undertaken with Proust. When he talks about cinema, he has in mind a classification of signs. Announcing to his students on November 2, 1982 that he is going to continue his previous year's course on cinema, and ruminate on it, he adds, like a cow, he starts from his intuition that he is onto all nothing important, which he intends to pursue through a systematic exploration of signs, not saying that it will change the world if I get to this classification, but it will change me, and it would give me great pleasure. 38. Deleuze's ambition is not to establish, in fin, an equivalent of Mendeleev's table. Rather than Saussure, it is the inventor of semiotics, Charles Sanders Peirce, who will play the role of toolkit, and who will give a COL11 completely different direction to Deleuze's research, a Prag 111 attic direction, which privileges action and uses. 39 Peirce insists on the fact that each stage contains previous stages. But above all, his PRII11 interest, in Deleuze's eyes, is his conception of signs, which has a COL11 completely different logic than the logic of language. Indeed, his trilogy basically starts with the Mouvel 11 and IL11 age, and it therefore allows HIL 11 to think the sin in one autographic image according to its endogenous logic. Deleuze, however, does not allow himself be HIL 11 met in by Peirce's drive toward classification. In the first place, he has a completely different concept of what a sign is, but above all, he rejects Peirce's idea of closing the system with thirdness. The Saussurean 1110 del was not suitable for Deleuze because it was synchronic, negating all L11 OVI 11 and in the NAR 11E of the law that governs the system 11, and L11 ori over it excluded speech on principle, as an object of linguistic science, to the sole benefit of the language system. The I11 majority of specialists in Phil 11 theory gave a very critical, if not caustic, reception to Deleuze's work. If Metz, in his seminars, was able to accept the principle that lay at the base of Deleuze's critique of his views, he nonetheless argued that he and Deleuze were not speaking about the Psi 11e thing, which allowed him to avoid a direct confrontation. When the movement image was published, Metz was no longer the leader of a growing group devoted to generalized semiology, and he was becoming increasingly isolated. His reaction of withdrawal reinforced in his inner circle, Michel Marie, Roger Odin, Marc Vernet, Fran, Ois Jost, and all the regulars of his seminar, a violent rejection of Deleuze's theories. This Acadel 11IC reaction was to continue for a long T11A. With a few exceptions, it was not until the I990s that students forced Deleuze's Sinel 11A books on their teachers. It is this type of experience that made Jacques-Antoine rethink his initial negative impressions PRII 11 ARILE because of the research of his students, notably the thesis of Dork Zabunyan.40 Dominique Cassel, by contrast, would remain very critical and Polel 11 Eichel through the I990s, seeing Deleuze as a guardian of the philosophical tel 11 ple, concerned above all to 111 intain a mon poly on the concept, and having a cannibalistic conception of philosophy. Why he added that the two books Deleuze devoted to CINL 11 a did little 1110 re then provide philosophical clothing to a purely Bazinian conception of Sinil 11a, ignoring Metz's contributions to Phil 10 linguistic theory. Deleuze rejects the linguistic hypothesis to return to simplistic Bazinian, and Bergsonian, Schulnchens 42. The Köln one ination of Deleuze and Guattari's J.O. int work appeared in the phone of a highly classical metaphysical question that the two friends seem one to have rejected earlier by asserting the primacy of and over is. In I99I, however, WHAT is philosophy. Was published, to widespread surprise. Philosophy shares the DNA of creativity with art, but here again, their objects differ. Art is the DNA of affects and percepts, which are distinguished from affections and perceptions by their ability to be conserved, to go beyond the moments when they are experienced. The function of art is to make possible this conservation and translation beyond the finitude of existence and experience. If the philosopher creates concepts, the artist creates percepts and effects, by various means. The objective is to liberate vital forces wherever they are unpursued, to rediscover their virtuality by an operation of destratification. Insofar as there is no determinism to be discovered on the plane of immanence, every inalnant and every place can be a rich source of experimentation. Whence the generalized constructivism suggestive of a creative bricolage that could push all expressions of life into other arrangements and any assure whether the results are interesting. The fundamental gesture consistently championed by Deleuze and Guattari is the setting in notion of the natural, animal, and Achulnan world. Through a close observation of the way things happen, they attempt to grasp being in its beckoning. This implies a philosophical style that is always on the lookout for new assemblages and new concepts. 7 Deleuze and Guattari T and Co. Preface. It is perhaps a testimony to their influence and notoriety that Deleuze and Guattari can be located at a number of stations along the continuum between Rodi and Homage. I want to briefly consider 3 seemingly distant stations, each with its own humorous elements, but deployed to different ends. These prefatory considerations will open onto questions and demonstrations of how to characterize Deleuze and Guattari's collaborations, that is, how they, and others, posed and answered such questions, and what these tell us about their joint work. The emphasis in this contribution is less on the content of the books they wrote together than on characterizations of their process and how these characterizations have been deployed and redeployed to different ends. The late French cartoonist and illustrator Gérard Lauzière, 1930–2008, was known, among other things, for his parodies of intellectuals and the left, including Deleuze and Guattari. Lauzière collapsed Deleuze and Guattari into a third figure of Gilles Guattari, one T only, described tentatively by Fran. Ois Dossi in Tens of the rather neutral coalescence. Dossi provides SMNE dialogue FR in a single panel, the final one, of Lauzière's illustrations of 1978, and quotes Fran. Ois Forquit, somewhat tangentially, in order to explain how an already fragile Guattari was deeply wounded by such cruel commentary. Mad drama. 5 policemen wounded at Saint-Tropez. Gilles Guattari called the police to have his mistress interned. The least surprising wasn't seeing the famous theoretician of anti-psychiatry running after the police chief of Saint-Tropez pleading, "You aren't going to put her at La Bille Ride or added cell and everything too." Dossi has not actually seen these illustrations. But the cartoon panel continues in this way, otherwise the next tie-in she illy tear il to bits. Over the course of a few lurid color pages, the fear experienced by Guattari of Solange, his hysterical illy stress, whose desire is rendered explicit as she bites and scratches Hill after he tries to convince her that she is an ill-poster who has replaced his true lover. The NMLLE Solange parodies BOTH the shepherdess saint and the region where Laborde is located. Guadaroity is pompous, fat, grey-haired, and bespe taklaoi his arrogance is palpable he is ill-manipulative, complaining that his desire has becala a golag, that he has been reduced to a slave. His face reddens in exasperation at his hitherto oblivious lover before she finally attacks. The final panel is a news report, FRL which the above quotation is taken the comic strip works en lulber of acute angles of highly vicious parody, mocking Guadaroity as the Lenin of the libido and referring to trees as having tellurian erections but concludes with Guadaroity's betrayal of his own principles, even if, strictly speaking, those of anti-psychiatry were decidedly not Guattari's own since he considered it too easily recuperated by reformist conscience and its maintenance of familialicin. The label of anti-psychiatrist remains attached to Guattari, at least in the popular imagination of French cartoonists. Lauzier is not alone in this. Consider Pierre Fran, OIS Bouchard, pseudonym of David B., author of Epileptic, a graphic novel drawn in black and white. Centered around namesake Pierre Fran, OIS, and told FRL his point of view, his younger sister Florence, and older brother Jean-Christophe, this novel recounts the Fainalese struggle with JCS seizures and the endless round of doctors that define their lives together FRL childhood through adulthood. Faddish alacrobiotic treatments, hopes and letdowns, guilt and escape in Pierre Fran, Oi's entry into the world of drawing comics, a Dernanzian populated with totial animals and inagical beings where he finds solne respite. Inspired by May 68 as an epic scene of violence seen through the pages of Paris Match, young Pierre Fran, OIS at 9 years of age defines his drawing style in densely detailed bateles, indebted to the psychedelic mysticism of Il Little Brow French. Journal Planet. At the SAINE Tunnel, his parents struggle with another hope, the leading lights of the anti-psychiatry novelment, the anti-psychiatry movement begins, propounded in France by people like Gilles Deleuze, Félix Guattari, Roger Gentis. Sitting in bed Pierre Frat 11, Oiselnother says, these are the kind of people Jean-Christophe should be seeing. And to this his father replies, you think, for nothing comes of it. Much of Epileptic explores the structures of illness recognition in the family, as well as the stereotypes of the series of alternative Seolnel nunnities and healers they come into contact with in search of a treatment for Jean-Christophe. Including Deleuze in the anti-psychiatry movement is based on a misunderstanding, perhaps an overly hopeful interpretation of his support for genuine anti-psychiatrists. 5 The irony is lost that Guattari's criticisms of the novelment include that its best experiments were short-lived and largely a literary phenomenon. 6 By the same token, the Alternatives to Psychiatry network in which he was active from the mid-1970s to the early 1990s made few substantive inroads outside of Italy. Even though it exposed horrendous conditions in psychiatric facilities that still existed in southern Europe. There is another Guattari in circulation, but this time it is neither in France nor a parody. Rather, it is an homage, and a heroic one at that. As Nick Thoburn observes, the Bolin SE per 8 radio station are Adio Alice. Used the Seolnposit Guattari, double it, to characterize their practice s. In a section concerning the characteristics of a ininer inyazik in the collective A/Traverso textual collage Radio Alice, Radio Libre 9 the formulation is a tribute, as Guattari would say. Homage to Guattari, whose little essay millions and millions of potential Alices sought to transfer some of the energy, with a strong coefficient of deterritorialization, flush with politics, and collectively assembled enunciations, that the free radio station catalyzed, and also to the creative deviation of minoritarian Beccolaning that Guattari developed with Deleuze, but stretching beyond literature. While Bifo did not coin the word Guattari/, he recalls that it dates from the A/Traverso Magazine of September 1977. Its origin remains embedded in a collective enunciation. Moving, then, fr oln the caustic through the valorizing to the awkward assemblage. Guattari's journal entries for the period of October 1972 are a rich source of reflections on the implications of the process of writing anti-Oedipus. Here we find Guattari's outsider status, a Oln psychoanalyst and an author, on full display to the extent that his inner of working puts Hiln at odds with the systematic academic approach initiated by Deleuze in the field of philosophy. Guattari asserts, I don't really recognize myself in the AO. Anti-Oedipus. I need to stop running behind the image of Jill and the polishedness, the perfection that he brought to the inast unlikely book. Dare to be an asshole. It's so hard being strapped onto Jill. Be stupid in my own way. Guattari isolates a residue of the process of writing with Deleuze, strapped onto Deleuze in a way that foreknows a contraption within a stereotypical hierarchy of the extra-academic, muddy and banal, and academic, pristine and polished, relationship. The contraption was a consequence of the success of Anti-Oedipus. It is a contraption rather than a desiring machine because it is a tool-like projection ill-posed upon Guattari by the fallout of the book. It gets between Hiln and his own practices, for instance, leading to a false distribution of inisteri, to a second-rate identity, thus interrupting by deactivating desire, also distorting his relationship with Deleuze. Guattari strapped onto Deleuze gives us a rattletrap. As Guattari once said in a joint interview, we couldn't just hook a Freudian engine up to the Marxist-Leninist train, did 217. Not any old assemblage suffices to free desiring production. It may be true that Ionesco has done the inast to restore Guattari to his rightful place as equal collaborator in his work with Deleuze, as Julian Barg so generously put it, but it is a task that requires constant attention and reinforcement. As Bifo suggests, what is called DG thought is a cell compound of Guattarian molecular perturbations and Deleuzean ontology of events. I2 however, there is, he insists, a Deleuze without Guattari and a Guattari without Deleuze. But when they work together, they set in notion a rezialnatic anachine to whose functioning Guattari's contributions cannot be underestimated and, therefore, to treat this anachine as a whole determined by Deleuze alone, and with Guattari strapped on, is not only to distort it but to suppress the collective assemblage of its functioning. Any denial of the two who are several who are also Deleuze and Guattari 155. A crowd, the admonition that begins 8,000 plateaus, ADP3, diminishes the as in one Bleach's creativity and arrests the transversal movements of its components of passage. The insertion of a hierarchy into the resolnatic machine in the phone of an authorial contraption like the academic/militant re-identifies who is doing inast of the writing. Deleuze has observed that he and Felix did not write a book in which one played the enablement and the other the analyst. On the contrary, we did write a book Anti-Oedipus in which you no longer know who is speaking, did 219. The goal was to avoid traditional dualities and not to have recourse to stereotypical hierarchies. Any effort to secret a totality into a book of flows runs it aground on one bank. It is useful to refer to specific academic straps-ons. The use of parentheses is in place. Take, for instance, Patricia Clough's quoting of What is Philosophy, a book apparently by Deleuze, and Guattari. 13. Such is a simple qualification of Guattari's authority. And of course one winces at Slavoj Zizek's highly cliched attempts to separate the Deleuze proper from the Guattarized books. 14 Clearly, I have not done enough over Titney to discourage these practices. But some solace can be taken that acknowledge elements of the problem are more and are often published, like Nicolas Baraud. Guattari is still seen significantly underestimated to us, and he is often reduced to the role of Deleuze's foil, yet it does today seem easier to acknowledge his specific contribution to the co-authored writings. Is easier, but no less treacherous. Deleuze is perhaps one of the insightful decoders of Guattari as an author and as a collaborator. Considering Guattari as a group schizo-subject consisting of an anti-self, Deleuze figures his friend as a catatonic stone, when Felix is without his glasses, who also lights up and seethes within multiple lives the inalnant he looks, acts, laughs, thinks or attacks, de 193. Pierre and Felix, Pierre Felix Guattari anilitant and psychoanalyst. It is useful to look at the figures to which Deleuze has recourse when describing how he worked with Guattari, for they are remarkably consonant with his characterization of Felix. Deleuze responds to Kuniichi Uno to this effect: he is the unknowing hill, with some internal innovements, talking little, and Felix is the rolling sea, sparkling with light. Deleuze then finds a sporting figure, which is rare in his writing, the exception is tennis, that suits Theln. Together, Felix and I would have innate a good Solno wrestler, TRM 237. While enigmatic, the principles Deleuze evokes with this figure are based on size and strength, the wrestler's body type and lightning-quick reflexes and power exercised within a confined space, the circular ring. Traditionally, the Solno wrestler belongs to a stable and lives collectively, hence, he is a group subject. Deleuze continues with a number of contrasts. Felix tinkers with diagram reins, while he prefers articulated concepts. Their written letters to one another, see Oedipus for Anti-Oedipus, were disorderly, and the manner in which each handled the and put their rituals of work at odds with one another. Felix had brains tons and Jill was a lightning rod. What Deleuze emphasizes is the accumulation of bifurcations in a resolnatic proliferation. To which he adds, during the process of writing 1,000 platos, resonances established between disciplines in which they worked, and unusually fructuous guesses about where they would go next. Deleuze even writes about being under Felix's spell and in this state perceiving new worlds. Deleuze's careful and illogonative figurations of his relationship with Guattari are consistently laudatory and insightful, yet also seen to be resisting pressure, not for all the cliché of Guattari's erasure and the rise of the first author, full credit Sistine, but for all the normative force of a pairing, sliding irrevocably into the couple, which stills process and stalls proliferation. The couple has a bad name in Deleuze and Guattari's thought. Every time the couple is excoriated, there is whispering, Malini Daddy, and their assigned roles in the Farlily drill 1 law. The couple crushes 111 multiplicity, no exit. To be coupled by others, doubled, is a difficult fate, but to find oneself acting like a couple, i.e. finishing each other's sentences, is even worse. Coupling can be like a drug, Guattari thought, that people take in order to protect themselves from own greater dangers. Coupledom can be hell, and it can also be productive. 160 Deleuze's brief remarks in For Felix are reserved for his friends' creations, noting at the outset the discovery and joy of their collaborations, but the wish not to talk about the books they wrote together after Felix's passing, TRM 382. Relief, not to yet again explain their collaboration, but to focus on the singular creations of Felix. Not to profess their mutual love, or find witness readers to it, but identify and problematize a SYMPT-alnatic response to joint publications. Read without love, referring to Anti-Oedipus, Deleuze. Once Olnelnan did that. I've wondered whether one general reason for the hostility toward the book is to imply the fact that there are two writers, because people want you to disagree about things, and take different positions. So they try to disentangle inseparable elements and identify who did what. And 7. A partnership with problems is good for the business of criticism. Bickering satisfies the critics. Bile pollutes love. In Anti-Oedipus, machines couple according to the productive, connective synthesis, and then. Constant coupling is the productive force of the synthesis that connects flows and partial objects, continually producing production. AO7. When this rule is bent and broken, a contraption results. The process stalls, but this is not an element of anti-production. It is the influencing and lachine of couplehood that persecutes partnerships, but without Victor Tosk's reduction of inachins to genitalia. A coupled contraption doesn't imply breakdown, rather, a couple oozes self-destruction. Intimacy is toxic. According to Guattari in the Anti-Oedipus Papers, the persistence of the Oedipalized couple depends on the vertigo of reciprocal destruction, low-heat self-destruction through the other one's fire. With couples, the desire for abolition makes its own laws and compromises. The conjugal couple is the elementary social structure, in a capitalist regime, for the exhaustion of the death drive. Its function is simultaneously to autonomize its existence and to delimitate its rule. It's the minimal overcoding unit in a system based on decoded flow which, without it, would be too disorienting. It's how people find their status, the principle of their identity and their immanent legitimacy. The fraud of the person rests on that of the couple, and that of the couple rests on the Oedipal triad. Point 17. There is a continuum between machinic coupling and a ultra-right heteronon-native couple. Deleuze and Guattari create figures of their collaboration that deflect all efforts to push them toward the conjugal pole, whether it is by eons of the critical need for knowing who wrote what, disentangle, or the creation of cartoon enonsters, entangle. They resist this overcoding which infects the representation of all partnerships under capitalism. When Deleuze and Guattari retort, they do so in the NMNE of anachinic couplings and assemblage. For Deleuze, the priority is given to nuptials rather than couples, exchanges, binaries, D2. Many critics find this strategy disorienting and resort to interpolating themselves as the third party who completes the couple by expressing the truth of the relation, which is generally at the expense of Guattari and, secondarily, both authors. The question of how to distribute the weight of authorial input and authority correctly still bewitches readers of Deleuze and Guattari. Any deviation from the intendezzo in favor of an average, or one or the other of authors, is a betrayal of the logic of the end. In this sense, then, Dassi's effort around how to explain the workings of the duo is not designed to sweep both away, reciprocally implicate and transformed in a transversal cross-cutting. I8. Sweeping away the question of who wrote what, still, Dassi wants to attribute specific concepts to Guattari like the ritornello because he was a pianist, and restoring Guattari's competence through his palpable marks are laudable goals. But both and are never really swept up and away in this approach. The conjunction of the duo remains too exclusive, and departures are forfeited. According to the logic of the ampersand, then, the emphasis is placed on the and between Deleuze and Guattari. By the time we reach 8,000 plateaus, the language of synthesis has been displaced by a linguistics in which a redundancy of ampersands and et gets the upper hand on is est to introduce continuous variation into language, D98-99. And, an atypical expression, works as a tensor. It causes language to tend toward the limit of its elements. The tensor affects a kind of transitivization of the phrase. An expression as simple as n can play the role of tensor for all language. In this sense, and is less a conjunction than the atypical expression of all of the possible conjunctions it places in continuous variation, D99. Deleuze takes such care in creating figures that describe his modus operandi vis-a-vis Guattari because in Thelm he is uprooting restrictive configurations of the relation between the two authors, emphasizing variability and redistribution, and lective enunciations. Deleuze defines the conjunction ne either a union, nor a juxtaposition, but the birth of a Stahlnellnering, the outline of a broken line which always sets off at right angles, a sort of active and creative line of flight, D9-10. Stumbling over and is a way of creation for Deleuze. For Parnet, and is a inultiplicity and, as such, it is never alone. And STM and even if there are only two terms, there is an and between the two, which is neither the one nor the other, nor the one which becollanes the other, but which constitutes the inultiplicity, D34-35. The line, a narrow stream, between sweeps both away, undoing dualisms from the inside, as they become about successive choices, D19.19. All the ends of a collaboration would appear as so in any distorted images in running water, D35. Another strapee, ON, ILN strapped to this journal. Grunt. Heave. October 6, 1972.20. At this point in 1972, Anti-Oedipus had been out for about 8 months. Guattari was supposed to be contributing to Volume 2 of Capitalism and Schizophrenia. Keeping his journal had become a burden, and he was experiencing anxiety at reading the proofs for Psychanalyse et Transversalite. He had become an author, publishing 2 books in 1 year, his first and second. Guattari engaged in a protracted self-analytic assessment of his strategy of writing during this period, and whenever the occasion arose thereafter. He expressed his worries about not producing and being accountable for Jill, that he was just fucking around, yet that was how he worked because the energy was in the mess, inahem, bad spelling, poor expression, arguments to hide behind, inultiple beginnings. I'm a sort of inveterate autodidact, a do-it-yourself guy, a sort of Jules Verne to the center of the earth. In my own way I don't stop. But you can't tell. It's the never-ending work of reverie. Lots of ambitious plans. Everything in my head, nothing in the pocket too. Guattari's explanations are full of denials, ILN not a philosopher, and colorful characterizations and alineaments. Around 1982, while in Brazil, Guattari explained how he worked in contrast to Deleuze. I try out ploys, like people who try to rob banks. I venture into maneuvers of expression in a certain context, in a certain situation. Later, I abandon it all and go and do all nothing else. 22. Guattari's reticence about producing any effects is worked though in his desire to diagram the plan without the heist, the outline without the text. If I stole Felix, and I hope he did the salm for INE, Deleuze once said, invoking constructive thievery in the conceptual realm, DI7. Scrunched up papers in a dustbin. Restlessness at his writing desk. These deterritorialized, inachonic signs conjoin directly with other signs and objects and effects, but without the crutches of representation and signification and the anchor of an individuated subject. Guattari's diagram reigns operate whether or not anybody, including Deleuze, can enact sense of theon. They generate ideas and objects, little inactions of invention that relate to one another by triggering interactions. Taking a QFR on Deleuze's description of how his book dialogues with Claire Parnett and laid a new point which made possible a new line between, D9, in addition to which it fell between Anti-Oedipus and 8,000 Plateaus, not to mention Kafka in I-975, which were themselves between himself and Guattari. Guattari is a involuntary point of subjectification, as an author with his nanal on a book contract, caught up in the semiotic and immaterial flows that spirit him away in a plurality of articulations. He is also between Anti-Oedipus and 8,000 Plateaus by way of Psychanalyse et Transversalite, intersected by his journal entries and letters to Deleuze. Muddled lines phoning rhizomes between the points and carrying theon away. Stammering, stumbling, drawing diagrams, unable to get down to writing the next text. Ethology is the scientific study of processes of animal behavior, favoring field observation, and a subdiscipline of evolutionary biology. The ideas of its Austrian founders Nikolaus Tinbergen and Konrad Lorenz were influential in post-war anthropology and spread via Levi Strauss in Frankie. In The Machinic Unconscious, Guattari approaches ethology in order to criticize its mechanistic behaviorist assumptions and hierarchical arbor-cent logics by means of the insertion of refrains, rhythms of temporization and territorialization and facility traits like silhouettes, that precipitate innovations, Razalnik annotations, in and between the cell neospheres of animals and animals and plants. Guattari further rethinks territory in non-human animals by describing the open assemblages of components, some of which become non-passively expressive and give. Deleuze and Guattari 161. Consistency to social relations between the San 1e and different SPEs. Instead of explaining territory by aeons of innate inechiness in 1s and the need to satisfy the big drives, hunger, sex, flight, aggression, Guattari turns to expressivity as surplus value of code, beyond the SUN of genetic encoding, ecological adaptation, and social one unication, as a source of innovation, that is, as art, which perhaps begins with the analnal, at least with the analnal that carves out a territory and constructs a house. The territory house system transform one SANUinber of organic functions: sexuality, procreation, aggression, feeding. But this transformation does not explain the appearance of the territory and house, rather, it is the other way around, WP 183. To the extent that Guattari's The Machinic Unconscious may be read as a workbook for 8,000 PLATOs, the emphasis on ethology plays a vital role as a very privileged innolar domain for demonstrating how the inost varied components can crystallize in assemblages that respect neither the distinction between orders nor the hierarchy of phones. What holds all the C0111 ponents together are transversals, and the transversal itself is only a component that has taken upon itself the specialized vector of deterritorialization. Famously, the aparallel evolution of the wasp and the orchid, D7, has become for SMNE a description of Deleuze and Guattari's work together. 23 Guattari writes: it is known that the wasp, effectuating a simulated sex act with a morphological and olfactory lure constituted by the rostellum of the orchid, afterwards releases and attaches the pollen that it transports onto other plants. The ensemble of the transcoding systems authorizing these round-trip tickets between the vegetable kingdom and the animal kingdom appears completely closed to any individual experimentation, training, or innovation. Nothing would be gained by reducing a symbiosis like that of the wasp and the orchid to a simple attachment between two heterogeneous worlds. This encounter produces what I called elsewhere a surplus value of code. The new symbiotic assemblage actually functions like a mutant wasp-orchid species evolving on its own account and redistributing the genetic and semiotic components selected from both original species according to its own standards. Thus a new evolutionary line of flight is launched on the bioecological rhizome, which is in other respects immediately masked by the genetic encodings which delimit it. 24. Borrowing from one's studies of the wasp and the orchid, baboon troop colon inonication, and tool usage by various birds, Guattari interpolates freedoln, in the phone of Sen1 iotic expansion, into closed behavioral sequencing. I1 improvisation and individual initiative helps to deterritorialize a given assemblage, i.e. courtship rituals, and establish new transversal correlations between the inost and least deterministic components. Guattari wanted to expose ethology's misunderstanding of linear causality, higher to lower, and its binaryselns, inhibitorsonate releasing inechinoselns, through the non-transcendent entanglements of components of assemblage. Guattari's goal was to complexify ethological logic rather than simply reverse its priorities or substitute one hierarchy for another. He accomplishes this task in part by leveling the differences between animal and Human desire and by injecting psychoanalytic, semiotic, and political concepts as explanatory principles into points of rupture. The relationship between the wasp and orchid does not adequately describe the work of Deleuze and Guattari. The selectively is far too exclusive. The emphasis is on the and hence on the new lines thrown out into the raison beyond the conjunction, on what each becomes and on that which Becolanes, pace Deleuze, the bestiary required to account for the and is non nous. After all, Deleuze found Renani analnals in Guattari. In Guattari there has always been a sort of wild rodeo, in part directed against himself, dii. This is the menagerie that one encounters in conversation and collaboration, a wild rodeo, a happening, a growing solitude populated with analnal Becolanings. Aparallel evolution, Deleuze, D18, explains, happens between animals, between ideas, not between persons. In a review of Guattari's The Anti-Oedipus Papers, philosopher Charles T. Wolfrelnacht. W. Had exactly is in this book. Most notably, the matrix for one of the most unusual intellectual collaborations in the 20th century, Anti-Oedipus. Deleuze once described this collaboration, disarmingly, as follows: If I told Guattari that at the center of the earth there was red currant jelly, his role would be to find what might support such an idea, if it is an idea. It's the opposite of a series or exchange of opinions. And when Deleuze was asked in the same interview to describe the method of their collaboration, he answered, "It's a secret." So the texts in this volume shed light for the first time on the nature, not just of the creative process of the two-headed monster that produced Anti-Oedipus, but of the invention of a collective language. 2s. Enter the Inatrix. This non-book is a disparate collection of innate reals cobbled together by editor Stefan Nadot fr Oln archival inaterials and assembled around the process of composing Anti-Oedipus with Deleuze. These writings include annotated notes and clarifications written by Guattari to Deleuze and then corrected and revised, reminders to himself, autobiographical and theoretical journal entries, I-97 I-72, a glossary of concepts. Metaconelments on letters between Guattari and Deleuze as well as the Fauner's entreaties to the latter and his partner Fanny appear throughout. These papers provide scattered and suggestive insights into how Guattari and Deleuze work together, apart, and lay bare all of the conceptual challenges faced by the authors in fine-tuning their investigations, how to read Marxism one unconventionally by focusing on its conceptualization of capitalism, how to extract fr psychoanalysis schizoanalytic principles, how to be done with representational selniotics. Guattari's conceptual and practical struggles are front and center, diverse theoretical skern one issues are punctuated by practical examples fr Guattari's practice at law board and criticisms of bad psychoanalytic clinical habits. Guattari often responds to Deleuze's requests for clarification with intense explanations enarched by exclamations, nainec alling, and asides. Brief characterizations of how Guattari approached concepts punctuate explanations, surf their crests, and one aconisi outlines. Guattari's journal entries provide insight into his self-analysis and how he thought about his relationship with Deleuze. When we look for answers and find sketches, the dynamic diagram rain one attic thought of Guattari is thrown into relief. The principles of affination, transphonation, intelnodeling, singular autentendelization, and Lnad drawings 26 are affined in a wild diagram rain of still restless papers. Kafka effect. If Anti-Oedipus stands apart in a number of ways fr Deleuze and Guattari's other collaborations because they themselves are innate other in that work. 27 What is the character of the ALTE writing? Initiated by the Kafka book. Deleuze treads carefully and expresses concern in otherworldly tense, when describing how he and Felix approached Kafka. My ideal, when I write about an author, would be to write nothing that could cause Hinel sadness, or of he is dead, that inite in a kiln weep in his grave. So inani dead writers inest have wept over what has been written about then dii 9j. Respect for the dead reningles with a double refusal of the falnaliar, identifying with Hiln, and the object of scholarship. I hope Kafka was pleased with the book that we did on Hiln. Experimenting with Kafka through the concepts of Rizalm, a cell 11 Bleach, Innocing People, and minor literature, Deleuze and Guattari proceed with respect and care so as not to disturb the rest of the great author. And Kafka, for Guattari, finding new aeons of alterification to join the Kafka cell 11 Bleach became a lifelong preoccupation. His first effort was to co-curate with Yasha David an exhibition at the Centre Pompidou, Le Siècle de Kafka, 1984, on the occasion of the Kafka centenary in 1983. Guattari collected Kafka's dreams, he organized performances around this the INE, he even envisaged a film by as opposed to about Kafka during this period that could be shown on television in the phone of a cultural series. 28 Despite Guattari's mistrust of television, it was in this instance a choice idiom for forging a potential public and connecting it with independent Kafka effects, precipitating becomings Kafka. The film would build highly abstract and lyrical sequences around inolicular elements such as bowed heads bursting through windows, doorways, even ceilings, and the wall that is at the heart of the project operates as a rnakin that both breaks up and connects movements of characters. It is a screen, an olecularized face, bearing geological strata, vegetal becomings, lnas, and receptacle for men's urine. Guattari described a Kafka effect based on the appreciation of a richly processual chronic precarity that makes his work perfectly suited to the 20th century. 29 Both Deleuze and Guattari were caught up in Kafka effects that fascinate, that bring about experimentation across inedia, books, essays, film, theater, curation, and both express tender constraints with regard to their favorite author. This enovelment is a inultimedia stuttering. And it was already evident to some degree in Anti-Oedipus as is Almplies borrowed Fr. Olm Kafka, machines, the eminent character of the state, and the law, are qualified as unequaled in relevance, A0198, 212. If we were to write Deleuze and Guattari and the connections based not solely on topics but on Nel to lines of thought and action would allow for a n1 multiplication that is at once a plexification and pragmatic orientation. Invoking the theorist of new phones of dispersed subjectivity of labor beyond the LNAS industrial worker who is counted among the leaders of the Italian extraparliamentary leftist groups Podere Operaio, Workers' Power, and Auton 0111IA, Auton Alni, and Negri expands the Deleuze connections beyond the problem of how to represent collaborations by following ethico-political lines of force. Guattari defended his friend, then professor at University of Padua, in a series of appeals after Negri was named in an arrest warrant as a terrorist, pointing out that he and his fellow activist intellectuals had nothing to do with the end violence of the Red Brigades. 3 Guattari helped Negri while in Paris, until his arrest in I-979, as did Deleuze. Negri was held in prison for 4 years, during which Guattari visited regularly and began collaboration on a book. Negri won his freedom in 1983 by means of winning a parliamentary seat and receiving immunity, which was shortly thereafter revoked. Again, he fled to Paris with Guattari's help. 2 years later their collaboration on the reinvention of Nel was completed, Les Nouveaux Espaces de Liberté. Why both thinkers worked through their debts to Leninism and refocused theoretical attention on the political problem of subjectivity while labor was in the process of becolaning lower material. Excerpts Fr. Olm Negri's Prison Journal, 2000, from Rebibia Penal, written in the late I-990s, concerning the plight of mentally ill inmates who find themselves in prison after being released. Fr. Olm Psychiatric Hospitals, expressing support for the association that agitated for their re-education and re-socialization, appeared in Guattari and Deleuze's journal Chimères y Deleuze short but stirring Staten 1's open letter to Negri's judges, and this book is literal proof of innocence. Address the Negri affair in terms of its democratic deficits, logical inconsistency of the charges and the violations of a basic legal identity, TRM 170, the abuse of the evidence by an insistent and paranoid deployment of disjunction and exclusion as inclusion of contradictories, and culpability of the press in Europe which enshrine in their pages the accumulation of falsehoods, TRM 171. Further, Deleuze insisted on Negri's innocence through the evidence of what he presents in his books. The public and political character of these reflections on philosophy by Deleuze and Guattari is grounded in a concern with democratic institutions like the courts and the press. And Negri contains limits not only to the proliferation of connections, but to the terms of engagement as a struggle for democracy against its abuse by Italian lawmakers. This becolaning democratic contains explicit appeals to non-native legal concepts and practices. 33 and reinforcement of Thelm defines Negri's own revolutionary becolanings. See conclusion. The inani examples and details discussed in this chapter and may be connected together by a number of ends in order to create the kind of raison with a particular logic discussed throughout, in addition to the limitations on connectivity in the definition of practical, juridical reason. The lines of connective alliances include the authorial collaborations of Deleuze and Guattari, which are themselves innodified and expandable by other ends. The logic of end is a war machine, not a contraption, a strap-on, a Marxofrudo remake. Yet the war machine has both positive and negative sides, Affination and reaction. 34 The formula is often integrated into the collaborative books themselves as a statement of how Deleuze and Guattari understood their collaborations. Subjects do not enunciate, collective assemblages enunciate. At other tilms their explanations are reactive in the sense that they answer the questions of those looking for secrets, for evidence, for the statement that will enake an interview, for the bare author-subject. There are alln very ugly emoluments in the universe of reception that clog the collective assemblages, but also some remarkable creations as well, as we have seen, figures of the sun, ocean waves, running water, thievery. Why is it important to continue considering the ways in which the relationship between Deleuze and Guattari have been characterized by the authors themselves and others? Simply put, because of the unresolvable tension between the noun, signature, and identity, and the desire to escape authorial pairing, division, separation, and the erection of contrived, unities. Recourse to a innovement fr the narn as sudden yln for philosophical conceptual characters is no. Deleuze and Guattari. Guarantee, there is no escape fr the disaster of sales all notion, WP 10-12, 64. Performed successfully, this escape operation only give rise to new nouns, like the one suggested by Ronald Bogue for Deleuze, Alice H. Challenger 35. Some of these nouns are playful, others are raw, like Guattari, and still provocative, like writing Guattari and Deleuze and. It would be an exaggeration to claim that the use of Guattari to preface this discussion of figurations of Deleuze and Guattari constitutes a method in its own right. However, recourse to graphic art as an approach is not unknown, and I put in fact, in good cold painting. After all, Charles Stivell takes a relaxing approach to the question of the folds of friendship by reading Martin Tom Dieck and Jens Balzer's Bande dessinée, Salad, Deleuze, 3-6 while offbeat. Stivell qualifies his choice in terms of how the graphic artists engage both seriously and playfully, creatively doing philosophy while offering an H01 age to the late philosopher. Compared to the gentle fun of the scenario in which Deleuze is delivered by the Botan of the dead to the eagerly awaiting trio of friends Barthes, Foucault, and Lacan, a similar description for Lauzier's comic would not be possible to offer, as the H-ulnar is vicious. Nevertheless, recourse to the Anita Yuln shows some allness as a new machine in the philosopher's cultural kit for connecting heterogeneous inatterials. Deleuze engage in one end with ethics, both his specific inonographs on Spinoza's thought and the N10 re-extensive engagement with the ethical implications of affinative analytic ontology throughout his work, constitutes the core of his philosophy. This claim needs to be contextualized from the outset in two ways. Firstly, Deleuze's ethics of freedom and affination offers a robust reply to the Dasein-driven belief that any attempt at challenging or disentering the traditional, universalistic view of the inaural subject can only result in inaural and cognitive relativism. This intellectually lazy position enjoys high popularity in the current global climate of political conservatism, which paradoxically rejoices in public display of interest in N10 RAL values and has branded new phones of bioethics, corporate ethics, and one-idea ethics, and so forth. This quantitative proliferation of ethical brands in the age of advanced capitalism leaves untouched the qualitative issue of what constitutes the core of an ethical subject. Against the common sense belief that only steady identities resting on fin grounds of rational and inaural universalism can guarantee basic H-ulnan decency, inaural and political agency, and ethical probity, Deleuze's philosophy proposes a post-Hultlanistic but robust alternative through his analytic vision of the subject. My argument in this essay is that such a vision can provide an alternative foundation for ethical subjectivity that respects the complexity of our tilms while avoiding the pitfalls of postmodern and other phones of relativism. Secondly, there is a contextual consideration. Deleuze's innovative neo-Spinozist ethical stance strikes a distinctly affinative note in relation to the rest of the post-structuralist generation. The following discursive alignments can be seen at present in post-structuralist ethical thought. To start with, the later Foucault has produced a phone of residual Kantian thought that stresses the importance of biopolitics and biopolitical citizenship as a phone of moral accountability. Nicholas Rose and Paul Rubinow, for instance, focus on the notion of life as bios, that is to say, as an instance of govern-in-entality that is as eitipowering, potentia, as it is confining, potestas, and functions as the circulation of power effects. The ethical instance is located accordingly in the interrational accountability of a bioethical subject in process that aims at stylizing alternative practices of social and personal connection and intimacy. Giorgio Agaiti Ben also takes off for T.I. Foucault's unfinished project and mixes it with Heidegger's work on finitude and Schmidt's antagonistic notion of the political to produce a scathing indictment of the itiral grounds and the political practice of modernity. Point 2 in this strand, life is quite central too, but it is defined as extreme ontological vulnerability. It is that which sovereign power harps upon in order to erect and sustain its necropolitical governmentality. 4. Agaiti Ben, bare life, that is to say Zoe, non-human or pre-individual life, is contiguous with thanatos or death. The vitality of the subject, Zoe, is identified with his perishability, the gender is not a coincidence, and with his propensity for hornicidal extinction. Biopower here Ineans thanatos politics. A third and ethically more hopeful coalition stems from the Levinas-Derrida tradition of ethics. This is centered on the relationship between the subject and otherness, symbolized by the other's face. It also stresses ontological connection and the indebtedness to the demands of others, for the non-negotiable nature of justice and hospitality, as well as the permanence of itio yearning. Point 5 The N1 faces falls on vulnerability as the defining feature of the HUNN as the potential capacity to be wounded and hence to require the care, solidarity, and love of others. Respect for vulnerability is therefore the basis of the ethical HUNN relation. There is a clear political side to this, insofar as sovereign power has the right as well as the ITIENS to legislate on survival and extinction. Ethics consequently cuts two ways. On the public side it calls into question the foundational violence of such a iti and is thus intrinsically political. On the privat side, it also inscribes issues of pain and cruelty at the core of the ethical interaction. I shall return to the question of pain below. Deleuze's neo-Spinozist ethics, on the other hand, chooses a different emphasis, which rests on an active relational ontology. Deleuze's neo-vitalism 1 refers to Nietzsche and Spinoza but updates the and both to different contextual and conceptual concerns. Point 6 Otherness is approached as the expression of a productive l'unwanted, or generative threshold, which calls for an always already pro-inist set of negotiations. Analytic theory prefers to look for the ways in which otherness PRON1PTS mobilizes, and allows for flows of affirmation of values and forces which are not yet sustained by the current conditions. Insofar as the conditions need to be brought about or actualized by collective efforts to induce qualitative transformations in our interactions, it requires the praxis of affinative ethics. Deleuze's life-oriented philosophy of Beccolaning differs profoundly from Levinas and Derrida's emphasis on the inco-immensurable presence of the other. They inscribe the totality of the self's reliance on the other as a structural necessity that transcends the I but remains internal to it. Deleuze's inenance, on the other hand, firmly locates the affirmation in the exteriority, the cruel, messy outsideness of life itself. Creative chaos is not chaotic, it is the virtual phonation of all possible phones, ls. Life is not an a priori that gets individuated in single instances, but it is immanent to and thus coincides with its inultiple interial actualizations. The mid-DLE/nilio is always the site of birth and emergence of the new, LEFA itself. I refer to this generative force as Zoe, which is the opposite of Agamben's bare life in that it is a creative force that constructs possible futures. To conclude this brief imperative survey, the biopolitical and biopower are only the starting points for an ethical reflection about the politics of life itself as a relentlessly generative and not exclusively human force. Contrary to the Heideggerians, the emphasis here is on generation, vital forces, and a culture of affination. Contrary to the Kantians, the ethical instance is not located within the confines of a self-regulating subject of inaural agency, but rather in a set of interrelations with both Achulnan and inhuman forces. These forces can be rendered in tens of inenance and relationality, Spinoza, duration, Bergson, transmutation of the negative, Nietzsche, but are all indexed on the project of forging ethical sustainability. 7 The notion of the non-Huanan, inhulnan, or post. Huanan energies therefore as the defining trait of analytic ethical subjectivity. These concepts will constitute the backbone of the rest of any essay. The point in Seolna known to all post-structuralist philosophies is that ethics is not confined to the realm of rights, distributive justice, or the law. It rather bears close links with the notions of political agency, freedom, and the anagelment of power and power relations. Issues of responsibility are dealt with in terms of alterity or the relationship to others, as processes of intensive beco-laning. This implies accountability, situatedness, and the Köln position of Köln in on planes of active collaborative ethical conduct. 8 A Deleuzean position, therefore, far from thinking that a liberal individual definition of the subject is the necessary precondition for ethics, argues that liberalism at present hinders the development of new modes of ethical behavior. In other words, for analytic thought, the proper object of ethical inquiry is not the subject's universalistic or individual core, his/her inaural intentionality, or rational consciousness, as unique as the effects of truth and power that his/her actions are likely to have upon others in the world. This is a kind of ethical pragmatism, which defines ethics as the practice that cultivates affinitive inodes of relation, active forces, and values. It is also conceptually linked to the notion of embodied materialism and to a non-unitary vision of the subject. Ethics is therefore the discourse about forces, desires, and values that act as empowering modes of beco-laning, whereas morality is the implementation of established protocols and sets of rules, BPS. Philosophical analytism shares Nietzsche's distaste for inerality as sets of negative, resentful notions and life-denying reactive passions. Deleuze joins this up with Spinoza's ethics of affirmation to produce a very accountable and concrete ethical line about joyful affination. The precondition for the constitution of an ethical subject is for analytic theory the inanent, inatterly embedded and yet vitalist or dynamic structure of all entities, Huanan and non-Huanan. Deleuze does take life as the point of reference, but this vital force is Zoe defined as the non-human, generative, trans-individual, and post-anthropocentric dimension of subjectivity. This results is an affinuative project that stresses positivity and not only vulnerability and in a very close link between ethics and an ecophiloso-phy or coluan ecologies of belonging. This lunistic ontology inspired by Spinoza's notion of ontological desire or conatus, entails a horizontal organization of different categories of beings defined as actualizations of different forces, speeds, and lateralities, bodies without organs. As a result, hierarchical levels and Hegelianic differences are rejected and replaced by the renewed eliphasis on the situated nature of all entities, a comluon plane of immanence. This eliphasis on the luidalei the ioilio is the premise for the radical relationality of enoluatic subjectivity. The ioidal is a point, any point, which by definition challenges the notion of a fixed center, a matrix of power or a hierarchical core. These vertical notions constitute the backbone of the traditional notion of the transcendent nature of power, which Deleuze, with Guattari, is committed to undoing. They replace it with a flat ontology of immanent relations of mutual constitution through a transversal, collective rhizomatic web of relations. These ensure mutual specification and are therefore post-individualistic in a productive manner. The emphasis on imluanance also sets the threshold for the actualization of intensive or virtual becomings and for the composition of collective assemblages that sustain the project of actualizing Thelu. This transfonuative, relational project lies at the core of Deleuze's ethics. This is not to say that the issue of pain and vulnerability is not raised, but rather that it is not lifted to an ontological dimension. if it is indeed the case that radical innuence instills an open ecology of Zoe-centered egalitarianism, 9, then vulnerability is another name for being there and being in relation to others. Openness to others is an expression of the enoluatic relational structure of the subject and a precondition for the creation of ethical bonds. The alophasis therefore falls not so much on vulnerability as on the imluonant structure of a subject and entity, or a body's capacity to affect and be affected, in pleasure as in pain, and to express multiplefoldness of intensity. This II applies the ability to cultivate, establish, and sustain allopowering relations as well as the commitment to the production of the social conditions that are conducive to transform the negative instance, including hurt and pain, into affirmative and productive ethical relations. Analytic theory embraces this ethical relation by proposing a renaturally embodied and embodied, but ontologically vital and self-organizing notion of innature. In the case of Hernandez, this ill-natant innaturality gets actualized through a rhythmic expanse of interrelations which flow transversally across all entities, over and against the hierarchical phones of non-native ity and traditional modes of containment of the other, supported by an industrial moral thought. The ethical subject in an analytic perspective lies at the intersections with external, relational forces. It is about assemblages. Encountering them requires a careful selection and composition of factors, the fraternity of orientation, the points of contact and entry into a relation, the constant unfolding of the relation to the multiple others that constitute our environment. In this field of transformative forces, sustainability is a very pragmatic ethical practice that provides an homeostatic stability to the subject's ethical compass. It actualizes the productive elements of the subject's intensive nature. Affectivity is the propensity for changes or transformation that is directly proportional to the subject's ability to sustain the shifts without cracking. The border, the framing, or containing practices are crucial to Deleuze's neo-Spinozist ethical project, one which aims at affinative and not nihilistic processes of becolaning, which means full becoming as potentia, or a radical force of empowerment. G. E. Nevieve Lloyd, in her Commentary on Spinoza, explains how such a vitalistic and positive vision of the subject is linked to an ethics of passion that aims at joy and not at destruction. 10. She carefully points out the difficulties involved in approaching Spinoza's concept of ethics as the collective powers and affinities of bodies. 2. She stresses the advantages of approaching these potencies of embodied subjects in terms of the ethology proposed by Deleuze, insofar as it challenges the centrality of the notion of the individual and replaces it with an ethical commitment to social values conducive to a collectively well-functioning system. Thus, selection is involved, the composition of the forces that propel the subject, the RHYTHLN, speed, and sequencing of the relations and effects, as well as the selection of the constitutive elements are the key criteria. This has nothing to do, however, with the argument for choice and individual free will. Quite on the contrary, it establishes collective and transversal relations as the core ethical agency. Moreover, stability is also involved. The actualization of affinative ethical relations is the effect of adequate dosage, while it is also simultaneously the prerequisite for sustaining those same forces. The subject is an affective ente conatus defined as a striving without an agent in control of it. The founding ethical desire of this subject is to be worthy of a life force that intersects with all that innoves and exists. Far from being the case that the individual possesses or controls such a force, it is rather the case that being a subject consists in partaking in such a striving in a collaborative anodal of relation to others. In all these respects, the nomadic ethical subject defeats relativism at each step of its actualization. The notion of the individual is enlarged to enclose a structural sense of interconnection between the singular self and the environment or totality in which it is embodied and embodied. Lloyd defines this interconnectiveness not as a synthesis, but rather as a series of nested embeddings of individuals. D. According to this enlarged sense of the individual, an inward-looking understanding of the individual self is not only an error, but also a cognitive and an ethical misjudgment. The inward-looking individual fails to see the interconnection as part and parcel of his/her nature, and is thus inhabited by an inadequate understanding of him/herself. The truth of self lies in its interrelations to others in a Rizalnik manner that defies dualistic anodes of opposition. Reaching out for an adequate representation of oneself includes the process of clearing up the confusion concerning one's true nature as an affective, interconnected entity. Ultimately, this implies understanding the bodily structure of the self. Because of this bodily nature, the process of self-consciousness is forever ongoing and therefore incomplete, or partial. This partiality is built into the analytic understanding of the subject. Bodily entities, in fact, are not passive, but rather dynamic and sensitive forces forever in enotion which phone unities only through fragile synchronization of forces. I3. This fragility concerns inostly the pitch of the synchronization efforts, the lines of demarcation between the different bodily boundaries, the borders that are the thresholds of encounter and connection with other forces, the standard 10 for which is, Leibniz. Because of his inonistic understanding of the subject, Spinoza sees bodily limits as the Leibniz of our awareness as well. This means that his theory of affectivity is connected to the physics of enotion. Another word for Spinoza's conatus is therefore self-preservation, not in the liberal individualistic sense of the 10, but rather as the actualization of one's essence, that is to say of one's ontological drive to bekaln. This is not an aut-alnatic, nor an intrinsically Hananias process, insofar as it involves interconnection with other forces and consequently also conflicts and clashes. Negotiations have to occur as stepping stones to sustain able flows of bekolaning. The bodily self's interaction with his/her environment can either increase or decrease that body's conatus or potentia. The anind as a sensor that Oln's understanding can assist by helping to discern and choose those forces that increase its power of acting and its activity in both physical and inental turn 1s. A higher phone of self-knowledge by understanding the nature of one's affectivity is the key to a Spinozist ethics of empowerment. It includes a more adequate understanding of the interconnections between the self and a inultitude of other forces, and it thus undermines the liberal individual understanding of the subject. It also implies, however, the body's ability to see, comprehend and to physically sustain a greater number of complex interconnections, and to deal with complexity without being overburdened. Thus, only an appreciation of complexity and of increasing degrees of complexity can guarantee the freedom of the mind in the awareness of its true, affective, and dynamic nature. Thinking the unity of body and mind, sustainable ethics stresses the power, potentia, of affects, affectus. Starting from the assumption that the property of substance is to express itself, the 10 expression implies dynamic articulation I4 and not an airily passive reflection. Affectus refers to the passage from one state to another in the affected body, the increase or decrease in its powers of acting. Is. This power of acting, which is in fact a flow of transpositions, is expressed by Spinoza in terms of achieving freedom through an adequate understanding of our passions and consequently of our bondage. Coming into possession of freedom requires the understanding of affects or passions by a mind that is always already embodied. The desire to reach an adequate understanding of one's potentia is the hill one nan being's fundamental desire or conatus. An error of judgment is a phone of inus understanding, 0 pounds the true nature of the subject, that results in decreasing the power, positivity, and activity of the subject. By extension, reason is affective, embodied, dynamic. Understanding the passions is our way of experiencing them, and making them work in our favor. In this respect, Spinoza argues that desires arise from our passions. Because of this, they can never be excessive, given that affectivity is the power that activates our body and enables it want to act. The human being's inbuilt tendency is towards joy and self-expression, not towards implosion. This fundamental positivity is the key to Deleuze's attachment to Spinoza. Clearly, this implies a very non-moralistic understanding of ethics which focuses on the subject's powers to act and to express their dynamic and positive essence. An ethology stresses the field of composition of forces and effects, speed and transformation. In this perspective, Ethics is the pursuit of self-preservation, which paradoxically owns the dissolution of the self. What is good is what increases our power of acting, and that is what we in UST strive for. This results not in egotism, but in a mutually embeddedness of shared interests. Lloyd calls this /fa collaborative morality. I6. Because the starting point for Spinoza is not the isolated individual, but complex and mutually dependent co-realities, the self-other interaction also follows a different inodal. To be an individual means to be open to being affected by and through others, thus undergoing transformations in such a way as to be able to sustain them and make them work towards growth. The activity/passivity distinction is far more important than that between self and other, good and bad. What binds the two is the idea of interconnection and affectivity as the defining features of the subject. An ethical life pursues that which enhances and strengthens the subject without reference to transcendental values, but rather in the awareness of one's interconnection with others. This ethical project can be synthesized in the concept of a sustainable, non-unitary, perspectival self that one's at endurance. Endurance has a temporal dimension. It has to do with lasting in time, hence, duration and self-perpetuation, traces of Bergson here. But it also has a spatial side to do with the space of the body as an NFLES head field of actualization of passions or forces. It evolves. Affectivity and joy, traces of Spinoza, as in the capacity for being affected by these forces to the point of pain or extreme pleasure, which colds to the SAINE. It may require putting up with and tolerating hardship and physical pain. It also entails the effort to move beyond it, to construct a finite interaction. Apart from providing the key to an ethology of forces, endurance is also an ethical principle of affirmation of the positivity of the intensive subject, or in other words, its joyful affirmation as potentia. The subject is a spatio-10-1 compound that forms the boundaries of processes of Beck-Olaning. This works by transphoning negative into positive passions through the power of an understanding that is no longer indexed upon a phallogocentric set of standards, but is rather relational and affective. This turning of the tide of negativity is the transformative process of achieving freedom of understanding, through the awareness of our limits, of our bondage. This results in the freedom to affirm one's essence as joy, through encounters and laning with other bodies, entities, beings, and forces. Ethics leans faithfulness to this potentia, or the desire to Beck-Olaning. Beck-Olaning is an intransitive process. It's not about Beck-Olaning anything in particular, only what one is capable of and attracted to and capable of Beck-Olaning. It's life on the edge, but not over it. It's not deprived of violence, but deeply compassionate. It's an ethical and political sensibility that begins with the recognition of one's limitations as the necessary counterpart of one's forces or intensive encounters with multiple others. It has to do with the adequacy of one's intensity to the nodes and time of its enactment. It can only be empirically embodied and earned, because it's interrelational and collective. Transformative ethics and the relocation of otherness. The core of Deleuze's ethical project therefore is a positive vision of the subject as a radically illuminant, intensive body. That is, an assemblage of forces or flows, intensities, and passions that solidify in space and consolidate in time, within the singular configuration commonly known as a constituted entity or an individual self. This intensive and dynamic entity is rather a portion of forces that is stable enough to sustain and undergo constant though non-destructive fluxes of transformation, a individual self. It is the body's degrees and levels of affectivity that determine the nodes of differentiation. Joyful or positive passions and the transcendence of reactive affects are the desirable ethical relation. The emphasis on illuminance and becoming in one plies a commitment to duration and, conversely, a rejection of self-destruction. Positivity is built into this program through the very idea of the illuminance of inner and its self-organizing vitality. Life sets its own boundaries, or rather composes its ever-shifting folds of sustainable actualization of intensity. Thus, An ethically ill-powering relation increases one's potentia or empowering force and creates joyful energy in the process. The conditions that encourage such a quest are not only historical, they concern processes of transformation or self-fashioning in the direction of affining positivity. Because all subjects share in this common nature, there is a seolnen ground, the anideal or the anilio, on which to negotiate the interests and the eventual conflicts. This fundamentally positive vision of the ethical subject does not deny conflicts, tension, or even violent disagreements between or within different subjects. The legacy of Hegel's critique of Spinoza is looming large here, notably the criticism that a Spinozist approach lacks a theory of negativity, which adequately account for the complex logistics of interaction with others. This charge is moved against Deleuze today by the new theorists of the negative, not ably Z. Isaac and Badiou, whose residual Hegelianism is inherently the prelude to nostalgic longings for neo-Leninist certainties. Against such micro-fascist discursive phonations, Deleuzean ethics pleads simultaneously for an open ecology of immanence and the quest for actualization of the interactions that sustain ethically affirmative relations. It is simply not the case that the emphasis Deleuze places on the positivity of desire cancels or denies the tensions of conflicting interests. It inherently displaces the grounds on which the negotiations take place from an individual to a transversal collectively constituted relational subject. The nomadic view of ethics takes place within a monistic ontology that sees subjects as entities of individuation within a seolnen flow of Zoe. Consequently, there is no self-other distinction in the traditional node, but variations of intensities, assemblages set by affinities and complex synchronizations. This breaks the expectation of a mutual reciprocity that is central to liberal individualism. Accepting the possibility of mutual recognition and replacing it with one of mutual specification and mutual codependence is what is at stake in non-1adic ethics of sustainability. This is against both the inaugural philosophy of rights and the humanistic tradition of knocking the anthropocentric other into the privileged sight and inescapable horizon of otherness. The Kantian imperative of not doing to others what you would not want done to you is not rejected as Lnuka as enlarged. In terms of the ethics of conatus, in fact, the harm that you do to others is immediately reflected in the harm you do to yourself, in terms of loss of potentia, positivity, self-awareness, and inner freedom. Moreover, the others in question are not just constituted Hellenan selves, but also non-anthropomorphic and planetary others. These include external and non-Hellenan forces, the environment as a whole, the Earth, and hence also anal CI7 sul CI8 seed/9 viruses and bacteria. 20 This post-Hellenan ethics rests on a multi-layered phone of relationality. It assumes as the point of reference not the individual, but the relation. This means openness to others, in the positive sense of affecting and being affected by others, through couples and mutually dependent co-realities. Containment of the other, as I suggested earlier, occurs through interrelational affectivity and the construction of seolmen planes of actualization of projects and seolnel nullities. It is a pragmatic praxis of illnayant relations. The ethics of affination, with its emphasis on moving across the pain and transforming it into activity, seem counterintuitive. In our culture, people go to great lengths to ease all pain, but especially the pain of uncertainty about identity, origin, and belonging. Great distress follows from not knowing or not being able to articulate the source of one's suffering, or from knowing it all too well, all the time. People who have been confronted by the irreparable, the unbearable, the insurmountable, the traumatic and inhuman event will do anything to find solace, resolution, and also compensation. The yearning for these measures, solace, closure, justice, is all too understandable and worthy of respect. What is positive in the ethics of affirmation is the belief that negative affects can be transformed. This implies a dynamic view of all affects, even those that pound us in pain, horror, or in yearning. Affinative and allnatic ethics puts the notion back into notion and the active back into actives in, introducing involvement, process, and becolaning. This shift makes all the difference to the patterns of repetition of negative notions. What is negative about negative affects is not a value judgment, any in or than it is for the positivity of difference, nor is it a psychologically depressed state. It rather concerns the effect of arrest, blockage, and rigidification that comes as a result of an act of violence, betrayal, atralna, or which can be self-perpetuated through practices that our culture chastises as self-destructive, all forms of mild and extreme addictions, differing degrees of abusive practices that inortify the body, pound-roaring food, and alcohol binging to bodily scarring. Abusive, addictive, or destructive practices do not inherently destroy the self but hand the self's capacity to relate to others, both human and non-human others. Thus they harm the capacity to grow in and through others and beck on others. Negative passions diminish our capacity to express the high levels of interdependence, the vital reliance on others, which is the key to a non-unitary and dynamic vision of the subject. What is negated by negative passions is the power of life itself, as the dynamic force, vital flows of connections and becomings, the nomadic intensity of Zoe. This is why they should not be encouraged, nor should we be rewarded for lingering around them too long. Negative passions are black holes. An ethics of affination involves the transformation of negative into positive passions, resentment into affirmation, as Nietzsche put it. The practice of transforming negative into positive passions is the process of reintroducing time, movement, and transformation into a stifling enclosure saturated with unprocessed pain. It is a gesture of affirmation of hope in the sense of affirming the possibility of innoving beyond the stultifying effects of the pain, the injury, the injustice. The displacement of the hurt is achieved through a sort of depersonalization of the event, which is the ultimate ethical challenge. Moreover, the ethics of affirmation is about suspending the quest for claims and compensation, resisting the logic of retribution of rights and taking instead a different road. In order to understand this it is important to depsychologize the discussion of affirmation. Let's keep in mind that affectivity is intrinsically understood as positive, it is the force that aims at fulfilling the subject's capacity for interaction and freedom. It is Spinoza's conatus, or the notion of potentia as the affinative aspect of power. It is joyful and pleasure-prone, and it is immanent in that it coincides with the tense and inodes of its expression. This means concretely that ethical behavior facilitates, and enhances the subject's potentia, as the capacity to express his/her freedom. The positivity of this desire to express one's innermost and constitutive freedom, conatus, potentia, or becoming, is conducive to ethical behavior, however, only if the subject is capable of making it endure, thus allowing it to sustain its own impetus. Unethical behavior achieves the opposite, it denies, hinders, and diminishes that impetus or is unable to sustain it. Affirmation is therefore not naive optimism or Candide-like unrealism. It is about endurance and transformation. Endurance is self-affination. It is also an ethical principle of affirmation of the positivity of the intensive subject, its joyful affirmation as potentia. The subject is a spatio-temporal compound which forms the boundaries of processes of Beck-Olaning. This works by transforming negative into positive passions through the power of an understanding that is no longer indexed upon a full logocentric set of standards, but is rather unhinged and therefore relational. This sort of turning of the tide of negativity is the transformative process of achieving freedom of understanding through the awareness of our limits, of our bondage. This results in the freedom to affirm one's essence as joy, through encounters and inningling with other bodies, entities, beings, and forces. Ethics means faithfulness to this potentia, or the desire to become. Deleuze defines the latter with reference to Bergson's concept of duration, thus proposing the notion of the subject as an entity that lasts, that endures sustainable changes and transformation and enacts them around him/herself in a community or collectivity. Affinative ethics rests on the idea of sustainability as a principle of containment and tolerable development of a subject's resources/I understood environmentally, socially and psychically, as argued by Felix Guattari in his analysis of the three fundamental ecologies of the post-Leninist era. 22 A subject thus constituted inhabits a tilm that is the active, Tense of continuous Beckolaning. Endurance has therefore a THIRD-WORLDISM, it has to do with lasting in tiln, hence duration and self-perpetuation. But it also has a spatial side to do with transversal relations and assenelblages, as an unfleshed field of actualization of passions or forces. It evolves affectivity and joy, as in the capacity for being affected by these forces, to the point of pain or extreme pleasure. The point, however, is that extreme pleasure or extreme pain, which I score the SAINE on a Spinozist scale of ethology of affects, are of course not the same. On the reactive side of the equation, endurance points to the struggle to sustain the pain without being annihilated by it. It also introduces a THIRD-WORLDIMENSION about duration in tiln. This is linked to memory. Intense pain, a wrong, a betrayal, a wound are hard to forget. The traumatic impact of painful events fixes them in a rigid, eternal present tense out of which it is difficult to emerge. This is the eternal return of that which precisely cannot be endured and returns in the note of the unwanted, the untilnelly, the unassimilated or inappropriate/d. They are also, however, paradoxically difficult to remember, insofar as remembering will entail retrieval and repetition of the pain itself. Psychoanalysis had shown the way through the notion of the return of the repressed as it is the key to the logic of unconscious remembrance. 23 It inscribed it, however, within all metaphysics of lack and within the knotted time span or spasm of the SYRNPT, which is always indexed on a traumatic past whose negative legacy undermines the very thinkability of sustainable futures and hence also of an affinative present. Kristova's notion of the abject expresses clearly the circular temporality involved in psychoanalysis by stressing the structural function played by the negative, the incomprehensible, the unthinkable, the other of understandable knowledge. 24 Deleuze, on the other hand, calls this altérité chaos, and defines it ontologically as the virtual phonation of all possible form, whereas Lacan, and Derrida with him, defines chaos epistemologically as that which precedes form, structure, and language. This makes for two radically divergent conceptions of time and negativity. That which is incomprehensible for Lacan, following Hegel, is the virtual for Deleuze, following Spinoza, Bergson, and Leibniz. This produces a L1111 NBR-OF significant shifts, FR negative to affinative, from entropic to generative, from 1. The incomprehensible, inioningless, or unrepresented to the virtual waiting to be actualized, FR constitutive outsides to a geometry of affects that require mutual synchronization, from 1. Inalancholi and split to a productive and open-ended web-like subject, FR the epistemological to the ontological turn in ethics. It also introduces a THIRD-WORLDISM into the discussion that leads to the very conditions of possibility of a sustainable future, to futurity as such. For an ethics of sustainability, the expression of positive affects is that which N1 makes the subject last or endure. It is like a source of long-ten energy at the effective core of subjective ity. 25 The eternal return in Nietzsche is the repetition, yet neither in the impulsive inode of neurosis nor in the negative erasure that inarcs the traumatic event. It is the eternal return of NSPOSI. Activity. 26 This kind of ethics addresses the effective structure of pain and suffering but does not locate the ethical instance within it, be it in the inode of compassionate witnessing or empathic co-presence. 27 In a nomadic, Deleuzian Nietzschean perspective, ethics is entirely about the transformation of negative into positive passions, that is, about moving beyond the pain. This does not mean denying the pain but rather activating it, working it through. Again, the positivity here is not supposed to indicate a facile optimism or a careless dismissal of pain and suffering. Contrary to the traditional linearity that follows a rationalist and legalistic inodal and interprets the wrongs one suffered within a logic of responsibility, claim, and compensation, affinative ethics rests on the notion of the random access to the phenomena that cause pain, or pleasure. This is not fatalism, and even less resignation, but rather arnat fati. The difference is crucial. We have to be worthy of what happens to us and rework it within an ethics of relation, without falling into negativity. Of course, repugnant and unbearable events do happen. Ethics consists, however, in reworking these events in the direction of positive relations. This is not carelessness or lack of calm passion, but rather a phone of lucidity that acknowledges the impossibility of finding an adequate answer to the question about the possible inanining of the ill fate, the painful event, and even of the violence suffered. Acknowledging the futility of even trying to answer that question is a starting point. The dissolution of the hardcore self of liberal individualism is a foundational notion in post-structuralist philosophy. Foucault, for instance, rendered it through the idea of the Lilith experience, which breaks the frame of predictable subject positions. Deleuze pursues this line, influenced by Baudelais, Blanquet, as well as Nietzsche. The point of dissolution of the subject is usually enarched by confrontation with an external experience, which leads to desubjectivation. The fragility and vulnerability of the Achulnan is revealed in this experience, which concerns both affect and cognition. As a Lilith experience, it marks the threshold of unsustainability, that is, it prompts the awareness of fragility and the recognition of contingency. It also propels the subject, however, to act according to this awareness. The result of the confrontation with the Lilith, the limit experience, is the transformation of the subject's relation to knowledge and to itself as a knowing subject. The Lilith experience accounts for the conversion of the subject into something else. This is the ethical élénoïment. The later Foucault argues, contrary, for instance, to Deleuze, that the question of the Liliths of the philosophical subject, which is operationalized through Baudelais, was already raised by Kant's critical thought. This is expressed in both Preface to Transgression and in Foucault's genealogy of the human and social sciences in the order of discourse. Through this reference, Foucault links the déoinon of ethics to knowledge and cognition in the sense of forces that activate a subject's capacity to act upon itself and others, potentiae. This is self-styling or autopoiesis as productive self-creation. Ethics as praxis. Ethics is about freedoing from the weight of negativity, freedoing through the understanding of our bondage. A certain amount of pain, the knowledge about vulnerability and pain, is actually useful. It forces one to think about the actual immaterial conditions of being interconnected and thus being in the world. It frees one from the stupidity of perfect health, and the full-blown sense of existential entitlement that coins with it. What is ethics, then? Ethics is a thin barrier against the possibility of extinction. It is a node of actualizing sustainable phones of transformation. This requires adequate assemblages or interaction. One has to pursue or actively create the kind of encounters that are likely to favor an increase in active becolanings and avoid those that diminish one's potential. It is an intensive ethics, based on the shared capacity of Achulnans to feel empathy for, develop affinity with, and hence enter in relation with other forces, entities, beings, waves of intensity. This requires dosage, rhythms, styles of repetition, and coordination or resonance. It is a matter of unfolding out and enfolding in the complex and multi-layered forces of bios zoe as a deeply inhulnan force. In other words, potentia, in order to fulfill its inherent positivity, must be phonatted in the direction of sustainability. Obviously, this means that it is impossible to set one standard that will suit all, a differential approach becolanes necessary. What bodies are capable of doing or not is biologically, physically, psychically, historically, sexually, and emotionally specific, singular and hence partial. Consequently, the thresholds of sustainable becomings also narc their Liliths. In this respect, I can't take it Nor is an ethical statement, not the assertion of defeat. It is the lyrical lament of a subject in process who is shot through with waves of intensity, like a set of fulgurations that illuminate his self-awareness, tearing open fields of self-knowledge in the encounter of and configuration with others. Learning to recognize threshold, borders, or Liliths is thus crucial to the work of the understanding and to the process of becolaning. For Lacan Liliths are wounds or scars, marks of internal lacerations and irreplaceable losses, and for liberal thoughts limits are frontiers that cannot be trespassed without the required visas or permissions. For Deleuze, however, limits are simultaneously points of passage or thresholds and markers of sustainability. Deleuze has an almost mathematical definition of the limit, as that which one never really reaches. In his Ab East Air, Deleuze discusses with Claire Parnett the question of the limit in terms of addiction. Reminiscing on his own early alcoholism, Deleuze notes that the limit or frame for the alterations induced by alcohol is to be set with reference not solely to the last glass, because that is the glass that is going to kill you. What matters instead is the second last glass, the one that has already been and thus is going to allow you to survive, to last, to endure, and consequently also to go on drinking again. A true addict stops at the second last glass, one removed from the fatal sip, or shot. A death-bound entity, however, usually shoots straight for the last one. That gesture prevents or denies the expression of the desire to start again tomorrow, that is to say to repeat that second last shot, and thus to endure. In fact, there is no sense of a possible tomorrow. Time folds in upon itself and excavates a black hole into which the subject dissolves. No future. The ethics of depersonalization. Pain in our culture is associated to suffering by force of habit and tradition and is given negative connotations accordingly. Supposing we look a bit more critically into this associative link, however, what does pain, or suffering, tell us? That our subjectivity consists of affectivity, interrelationality, and forces. The core of the subject is affect and the capacity for interrelations to affect and to be affected. Let us agree to depsychologize this discussion from this moment on, not in order to deny the pain, but rather to find ways of working through it. This vision of ethics involves a radical repositioning or internal transformation on the part of subjects who want to become linearitarian in a productive and affinative manner. It is clear that this shift requires changes that are neither simple nor self-evident. They mobilize the affectivity of the subjects involved and can be seen as a process of transformation of negative into positive positions. Fear, anxiety, and nostalgia are clear examples of the negative emotions involved in the project of detaching ourselves from familiar and cherished forms of identity. To achieve a post-identity or non-unitary vision of the self requires the disidentification from established references. Such an enterprise involves a sense of loss of cherished habits of thought and representation, and thus is not free of pain. No process of consciousness raising ever is. The beneficial side effects of this process are unquestionable and in some way they compensate for the pain of loss. Thus, the feminist questioning and in many cases rejection of gender roles triggers a process of disidentification with established forms of masculinity and femininity, which has fueled the political quest for alternative ways of inhabiting gender and embodying sexuality. 28 In race discourse, the awareness of the persistence of racial discrimination and of white privilege has led, on the one hand, to the critical reappraisal of blackness. 29 And, on the other, to radical relocation of whiteness. 3 Degree In a Spinozist vein, these are transformative processes that not only rework the consciousness of social injustice and discrimination but also produce a more adequate cartography of our real-life condition, free of delusions of grandeur. It is an enriching and positive experience which, however, includes pain as an integral element. Migrants, exiles, refugees have first-hand experience of the extent to which the process of disidentification from familiar identities is linked to the pain of loss and uprooting. Diasporic subjects of all kinds express the sense of wound. Multilocality is the affirmative translation of this negative sense of loss. Following Glissant, the becoming nomadic enarcs the process of positive transformation of the pain of loss into the active production of multiple forms of belonging and call one plex allegiances. Why what is lost in the sense of fixed origins is regained in an increased desire to belong, in a multiple resolnic inner which transcends the classic bilateralism of binary identity phonations. The qualitative leap through pain, across the inolunful landscapes of nostalgic yearning, is the gesture of active creation of affinitive ways of belonging. It is a fundamental reconfiguration of our way of being in the world, which acknowledges the pain of loss but innoves further. This is the defining inordinate for the process of becoming ethical, the move across and beyond pain, loss, and negative passions, ways that surpass tradition. We entend about, in the flow of current social transformations, in hybrid, multicultural, polyglot, post-identity spaces of becoming. Why we fail, however, to bring them into adequate representation. There is a shortage on the part of our social imaginary, a deficit of representational power, which underscores the political timidity of our times. Becoming ethical, on sustainability. What is, then, the subject of ethical affirmation? It is a slice of living, sensible matter activated by a fundamental drive to life, a potentia, rather than potestas, neither by the will of God, nor the secret encryption of the genetic code, and yet this subject is well in the corporeal immateriality of the self. The unfleshed intensive or nomadic subject is rather a transversal entity, a folding in of external influences and a simultaneous unfolding outwards of affects. A inabile unit in space and time, and therefore an unfleshed kind of inelnori. This subject is not only in process, but is also capable of lasting through sets of discontinuous variations, while remaining extraordinarily faithful to itself. This idea of the faithfulness of the subject is important, and it builds on the rejection of liberal individualism. This idea appear counterintuitive to the Anglo-American reader and require of them an effort of the imagination. Allow me to plead for the short 10 benefits that will flow, however, from this stretching exercise, and for the dividends it will return in tens of added understanding. Analytic ethics. This faithfulness to oneself / consequently, is not to be understood in the note of the psychological or sentimental attachment to a personal identity that often is little more than a social security number and a set of photo albums. Nor is it the inarch of authenticity of a self, me, myself, and I, that is a clearinghouse for narcissism and paranoia, the great pillars on which Western identity predicates itself. It is rather the faithfulness of mutual sets of interdependence and interconnections, that is to say, sets of relations and encounters. It is a play of complexity that passes all levels of one's multi-layered subjectivity, binding the cognitive to the emotional, the intellectual to the affective, and connecting the in all to a socially embedded ethics of sustainability. Thus, the faithfulness that is at stake in analytic ethics coincides with the awareness of one's condition of interaction with others, that is to say, one's capacity to affect and to be affected. Translated into a temporal scale, this is the faithfulness of duration, the expression of one's continuing attachment to certain dynamic spatio-temporal coordinates. In a philosophy of temporally inscribed radical illnance, subjects differ. But they differ along materially embedded coordinates, because they come in different mileage, temperatures, and beats. One can and does change gears and move across these coordinates, but cannot claim all of them, all of the tilde. The latitudinal and longitudinal forces that structure the subject have limits of sustainability. By latitudinal forces Deleuzeanians, the affects a subject is capable of, following the degrees of intensity or potency, how intensely they run. By longitude is the span of extension, how far they can go. Sustainability is about how much of it a subject can take. In other words, sustainable subjectivity reinscribes the singular ity of the self, while challenging the anthropocentrism of Western philosophy's understanding of the subject, and of the attributes usually reserved for agency. This sense of limits is extraordinarily important to ensure productive synchronizations and prevent nihilistic self-destruction. To be active, intensive, or analytic does not mean that one is limitless. That would be the kind of delirious expression of megalomania that you find in the Newell-Naster narratives of the cyberculture of today, ready and willing to dissolve the bodily self into the matrix. On the contrary, to make sense of this intensive, materially embedded vision of the subject, we need a sustainability. Rossi Bradotti. Threshold or fra ine. The contain element of the intensities or unfleshed passions so as to ensure their duration is a crucial prerequisite to allow them to do their job, which consists in shooting through the hellenistic franel of the subject, exploding it outwards. The dosage of the threshold of intensity is both crucial and inherent to the process of becoming, insofar as the subject is embodied and hence set in a spatiotemporal fra ine. What is this threshold of sustainability, then, and how does it get fixed? A radically immanent intensive body is an assemblage of forces, or flows, intensities, and passions that solidify in space, and consolidate in time, within the singular configuration only known as an individual self. This intensive and dynamic entity, it's worth stressing it again, does not coincide with the one irration of inner rationalist laws, nor is it inerrantly the unfolding of genetic data and information. It is rather a portion of forces that is stable enough to sustain and to undergo constant, though non-destructive, fluxes of transformation. D.W. Smith argues that there are three essential questions about INLNA and ethics. How is a node of existence determined? How are modes of existence to be evaluated? What are the conditions for the creation of new NLodes of existence? 33 On all three scores, it is the body's degrees and levels of affectivity that determine the anodes of differentiation. Joyful or positive passions and the transcendence of reactive affects are the desirable anode. The emphasis on existence implies a commitment to duration and conversely a rejection of self-destruction. Positivity is inbuilt into this program through the idea of thresholds of sustainability. Thus, an ethically empowering option increases one's potential and creates joyful energy in the process. The conditions which can encourage such a quest are not only historical, they all concern processes of self-transformation or self-fashioning in the direction of affirming positivity. Because all subjects share in this common nature, there is a common ground on which to negotiate the interests and the eventual conflicts. It is important to see in fact that this fundamentally positive vision of the ethical subject does not deny conflicts, tension, or even violent disagreements between different subjects. Again, the legacy of Hegel's critique of Spinoza is still looming large here. It is simply not the case that the positivity of desire cancels or denies the tensions of conflicting interests. Analytic Ethics 193. Nearly displaces the grounds on which the negotiations take place. The Kantian imperative of not doing to others what you would not want done to you is not rejected as ilnuka as enlarged. In tens of the ethics of conatus, in fact, the harm that you do to others is immediately reflected in the harm you do to yourself, in tens of loss of potentia, positivity, self-awareness, and inner freedom 1. This nova way fr on the Kantian vision of an ethics that obliges people, and especially W. Allman, natives, and others, to act linearly in the name of a transcendent standard or a universal in oral rule is not a simple one. I defend it as a forceful answer to the complexities of our historical situation. It is an 10 ve towards radical immanence against all Platonist and classical Hellenistic denials of embodiment, natur, and the flesh. Containing the other in the noun of one's right to differ, or in the noun of the vital powers of Beck-Olaning. They stress that neural reasoning locates the constitution of subjectivity in the interrelation to others, which is a phone of exposure, availability, and vulnerability. This recognition entails the necessity of containing the other, the suffering and the enjoyment of others in the expression of the intensity of our affective streams. If the point of ethics is to explore how much a body can do, in the pursuit of active nodes of empowerment through experimentation, how do we know when we have gone too far? How does one know if one has reached the threshold of sustainability? This is where the non-individualistic vision of the subject as embodied and hence effective and interrelational, but also fundamentally social, is of major consequence. Your body will thus tell you if and when you have reached a threshold or a limit. The warning can take the form of opposing resistance, falling ill, feeling nauseous, or it can take other somatical manifestations, like fear, anxiety, or a sense of insecurity. Whereas the semiotic linguistic Fraern of psychoanalysis reduces these to SYLNPTOLNs awaiting interpretation, I see Theln as corporeal warning signals or boundarial markers that express a clear sage, Tulnukage. One of the reasons why Deleuze and Guattari are so interested in studying self-destructive or pathological nodes of behaviors, such as schizophrenia, lnasichism, anorexia, various forms of addiction, and the black hole of inluterous violence, is precisely in order to explore their function as inarchers of thresholds. This ASS owns a qualitative distinction between, on the one hand, the desire that propels the subject's expression of his/her conatus, which in a neo-Spinozist perspective is implicitly positive in that it expresses the essential best of the subject, and, on the other, the constraints imposed by society. The specific, contextually determined conditions are the forms in which the desire is actualized or actually expressed. This is all the more salient if we consider that advanced capitalism is a system that tends to constantly stretch its limits and plays with the idea of overreaching itself, innoving towards tilnless TIINE. 34 How shall I put it? All planes are always overbooked, and this is a fitting metaphor for the political economy of profit and its saturation of our social space. Insofar as the subject is under constant pressure to function and find points of stability within the ever-shifting limits or boundaries, capitalism is a system that actively generates schizophrenia in the sense of enhancing the value of unfixed 111 innings, an unlimited selniosis without fixed reference. 5. This makes the question of negotiation thresholds of sustainability all the more urgent. If the boundaries are forever being stretched and hence blurred, however, perspectival shifts are necessary in order to keep up and account for the process and thus identify points of resistance. Schizophrenia is a molecular mode of undoing the molar aggregates of the commodification system, of inducing flows into Theln. This avoids the consolidation and the overcodification, constant control, that are characteristic of the majority, but in return it runs the danger of fluidity to the point of self-destruction. How to find a point of balance is an ethical question. Conclusion. A analytic Deleuzean ethics prioritizes relation, praxis, and complexity as the key components, and it accordingly all notes a triple shift. Firstly, it continues to emphasize a radical ethics of transformation in opposition to the moral protocols of Kantian universalism. Secondly, it shifts the focus from a unitary and rationality-driven consciousness to ontology of process, that is to say, a vision of subjectivity that is propelled by affects and relations. Thirdly, it disengages the emergence of the subject from the logic of negation and attaches subjectivity to a finnative otherness, reciprocity as creation, not as the recognition of salnanus. This results in renewed emphasis on affirn as the politics of life itself, as the generative intensive force of Zoe. In response to the charge of in-oral relativism 1, I have n1.phasized the central role of sustainability in analytic ethics. Sustainable ethics allows us to contain the risks while pursuing the original project of transformation. This is a way to resist the dominant ethos of our conservative tilns that idolizes the new as a consin 1.arist trend, while thundering against those who believe in social change. Cultivating the art of living intensely and the pursuit of change is a political act. In this regard, I have insisted on the importance of endurance, in the double sense of learning to last in TIINE, but also to put up and live with pain and suffering. Again, it is a question of dosage and of balance. Thresholds of sustainability need to be mapped out, so that a rate and speed of change can be negotiated and set that will allow each subject to endure, to go on, to stop at the second last slow noke, shot, drink, and book. This implies a differential type of ethics, which clashes with Don1 and N1. Orality but contains criteria for the section of the ethical relation and a regard for the Lin1. Its. These need to be set by experimentation with the collectively shared intensities of a soul unity that longs for the activation of affinative forces and hence require careful negotiations. The embodied structure of the subject is a Lin1.it in itself, though l'units in Deleuze's philosophy are just the threshold of sustainable changes. The key ideals of this ethics of freedom are, firstly, the focus on self-determination or self-styling through the very acts of resistance or transgression. This is in